I had a tweet from one of my graduate students who lives in Tbilisi.
Everybody, my name's Brendan Sims. I'm the director of the Centre for Geopolitics here at Cambridge. I'm co-organizer, we're co-organizer with the Union Society and Olenka Pevny of this Ukraine teach-in. Olenka will thank everybody at the end of the day remotely. I'd just like to say at this point that I thank Olenka. She's the driving spirit behind this day. She is unavoidably detained in Poland for reasons to do with the war. Why are we holding this event? Well, the Centre for Geopolitics has actually put on quite a lot on Ukraine, but it's always been in relation to something else, in relation to Russia, in relation to the war and its international implications, in relation to Far Eastern questions to do with the PRC and so on. What we haven't done, and what Olenka and I felt is not done sufficiently in general, is to look at and understand Ukraine on its own terms, as a country with its own specific history and trajectory and culture. And we thought we should try to remedy that with this day, which will provide a real range, really rich program of different lectures and contributions on the history of Ukraine. So we're going to hear in a minute a lecture from Hubertus Jan, but before that I hand over to Andrei to say a few words.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for coming here today to learn more about Ukraine. My name is Andriy Smitsnyuk. I am a language teaching officer in Ukrainian. I'm teaching Ukrainian here at Cambridge, and I'm Ukrainian myself, as are my colleagues, specifically Olenka Pevny, who organized this event, but unfortunately was not able to join as she is now in Poland waiting for visa for her relative to bring them over here to the United Kingdom. And today's event we dedicate to academic scholarship of Ukraine. Media is now covering the horrors that have been happening there after Russia escalated this war on February 24th. And in today's event, we want to look to all aspects of Ukrainian society, economy, and politics. And today's event, we would like to dedicate to the memory of Svetlana Kirilenko, mother of one of today's speakers, who will speak on economics, and his mother actually died in Mariupol. This is why we will dedicate our today's event to the memory of her and all those who died in besieged Mariupol. We would also like to express our sincere gratitude to Cambridge Union for offering their premises and technical assistance, also to the Centre of Geopolitics of the University of Cambridge for financial and organizational support. And this event today is organized by Cambridge Ukrainian Studies, an academic center within the Slavonic section of the Faculty of Modern Medieval Languages and Linguistics, and also with the help of Cambridge University Ukrainian Society. With that being said, I would like to welcome you over here again and introduce our first today's speakers, Hubertus Jan, who is a professor of the history of Russia and the Caucasus at the University of Cambridge. He's also a fellow of Clare College, Cambridge, and a fellow of the Royal Historical Society. He has taught at universities in the United States, Germany, Russia, and the United Kingdom. And his research covers much of Russian history with a focus on social and cultural aspects, as well as the history of Georgia and the South Caucasus. Today he will present a talk entitled Back to the USSR, history and patriotism in contemporary Russia. Hubertus will be looking at some of the historical and social psychological factors driving the Russian aggression in Ukraine, and he will discuss imperial, Soviet and post-Soviet traditions of propaganda and ideological indoctrination, as well as the reception by Russian society. Thank you very much for coming here.
Thank you, Andrew. First, apologies. Actually, maybe we should move these microphones away because okay, thank you. First, apologies that I'm actually not going to talk that much about Ukraine, but I will talk about what actually is driving this war. And I want to start with a personal story. It was a peaceful and sunny morning. Birds were singing. I was out food shopping when I suddenly heard a massive explosion, followed by a shockwave which abruptly deafened my ears. All around was utter silence, a dead quietness. No bird was singing anymore. For a very long moment, everything appeared like frozen. What I did hear, though, through the numbness, was a cutting, whizzing sound of an invisible jet high up in the sky. Simultaneously, about 300 meters away, a huge cloud of brownish dust and smoke emerged. It was around 9:30 a.m. on the 8th of August 2008 in the sleepy Georgian town of Gori. And I had just become a witness and, indeed, a victim of a Russian missile attack. In fact, of Russia's first invasion of a foreign country since the war in Afghanistan. Here you see the result of this attack, a broken shop window in Gori reflecting the statue of Stalin, which now is not standing there anymore. It has been taken down in 2010. Many have recently called the Russo-Georgian War of 2008 a dress rehearsal of what, on a much larger scale, is now happening in Ukraine. And the parallels are indeed striking. Just as now in Donbass, we saw an ominous evacuation of civilians from South Ossetia several days before the fighting started. Just as now, claims of genocide of the local Ossetian population were promulgated on the web months before the invasion. Just as now, Russia used local proxies to stage a provocation that would necessitate Russian assistance. Just as now, with the war described as a special military operation, the invasion of 2008 was euphemistically called a peace enforcement operation. But this is where the parallels end. In 2008, Russia agreed to a ceasefire within days and eventually withdrew its troops to the separatist territories of South Ossetia and Abkhazia. No such quick solution is currently in sight. In order to understand the forces behind Russia's expansionist aspirations and its current invasion of Ukraine, we must move away from short-term perspectives and simplistic, personalized explanations of it's Putin's war, and look more closely at long-term ideological but also psychological factors. Wars require not only strategic thinking and complex logistical planning, something currently rather missing on the Russian side, but also ideological preparation to keep up morale and garner patriotic support at home and to make a case for war to the outside world. For example, when Russia entered World War I in August 1914, there were spontaneous outbursts of patriotism, and the Russian army initially had some spectacular successes. But within weeks, the situation changed dramatically. The Russian army turned out to be ill-prepared, started to suffer huge casualties, and had to give up vast territories. The initial patriotic support was effectively over by mid-1915, not least because the government of Tsar Nicholas II had no understanding of the mechanisms of popular patriotism and, wary of the revolutionary potential of its own people, was unwilling to include civic grassroots initiatives in the war effort. With no support left, with mass desertions at the front, with social and economic upheaval at home, Tsarist rule simply imploded in February 1917, and the multi-ethnic empire collapsed soon afterwards. There was obviously no ideological glue that could hold it together any longer. Earlier ideas propping up the Tsarist regime, such as the 16th century notion of Moscow being the third Rome, a claim to succession of the Byzantine Empire, the 19th century concoction of official nationality, promoting imperial unity under Orthodox Christianity and the absolute rule of the Tsar, or pan-Slavic fantasies of a united Slavic empire under Russian control had clearly lost traction. Before delving into the glue binding together the current Russian war effort, let's turn to the historical factors underpinning it. More specifically, let's look at the roots of contemporary Russian propaganda, which date back long before Putin's rise to power. Unlike the Tsars, the Bolsheviks were masters in the use of ideology. After seizing power in October 1917, they immediately began to craft what Peter Kennis has called a propaganda state. They developed numerous new methods of agitation, which meant to educate and win over the largely illiterate masses through graphic art, posters, agitational films, so-called agitki, and other media, such as agitational trains and agitational ships, which were covered with easy-to-understand graffiti. Bolshevik festivals were introduced, new socialist holidays and anniversaries were created, and mass reenactments of revolutionary events transformed urban spaces. The young generation, thought to be untainted by former, that is, bourgeois values, were enrolled in building this new world. The newly founded Communist Youth League, or Komsomol, became instrumental in the propaganda effort. It also organized camps and provided paramilitary education and ideological training. From its early days, the Soviet state put itself in charge of culture. It sponsored and controlled cultural activities and the arts by way of censorship throughout its history, that is all the way up to 1991. This included the prescription of specific messages and styles. In 1934, socialist realism became the leading doctrine. Unlike 19th century realism, socialist realism was meant to depict reality not as it was, but as it was supposed to be. The total art of Stalinism, as Boris Groys called it, led the way into a radiant future, into a utopia of happy workers and cheerful kolkhoz laborers. In truth, millions of Soviet citizens were killed in the Holodomor and the Great Terror, or sent to the Gulag. Suffice it to say that Soviet people were for many generations brainwashed and fed a virtual reality which had little to do with their daily life experiences. This propaganda state lasted all the way up to the Gorbachev years and his policy of glasnost, or openness, in the mid-1980s. The messages conveyed through Soviet mass propaganda and the arts varied over time. Proletarian internationalism and friendship of the people in 1917 soon turned into socialism in one country, the idea that the USSR should go it alone and not wait for revolutions elsewhere. By the 1930s, Soviet patriotism became the main ideology, a synthetic construct based on heroic achievements of recent Soviet history and a slow but steady rehabilitation of heroic figures from Russia's imperial past, which dramatically accelerated, of course, during the Second World War. Simultaneously, an increasingly elaborate personality cult of Stalin emerged, reaching its zenith after the war, which Stalin essentially claimed as a personal victory. Some of you may have seen posters like this, Great Stalin, the banner of Soviet people's friendships. You see the different nationalities. Or this picture from the blockbuster film Fall of Berlin, where Mikhail Gerlovan is playing Stalin, who's flying into the German capital, the destroyed capital, and then he's appearing in front of the Reichstag in this white marshal's uniform. He's basically the savior coming from heaven in this film. After Stalin's death, the veneration of him was replaced with a cult of the Great Patriotic War, as the Second World War was called in the Soviet Union. At the center of this cult were Soviet war veterans and the partisan movement. Victory Day, that is the 9th of May, became a popular holiday and remains so to this day. Of course, we'll see what happens in a week's or more than a week's time on the 9th of May, where we are told no foreign guests will participate in the parade. Following the collapse of the Soviet Union, the propaganda state temporarily dissolved into media pluralism, only to be resurrected when Putin came to power. Apart from reining in independent media outlets, one of his first initiatives in 2001 was the introduction of a state program for the patriotic education of the citizens of the Russian Federation. This program was extended several times. Its budget increased more than tenfold between 2001 and 2020. It meant the production of new school books, presenting Russian history as an imperial success story and a series of heroic achievements. It meant the promotion of patriotic content in museums, exhibitions, theaters, films, and music events. Patriotic spirit should be promoted in mass media and on the internet. Patriotism should be taught at youth festivals and military sports camps for children, culminating in the creation of the so-called Junarmia, or Young Army, for school children in 2016. Here you can see Junarmia kids playing with this manpad in Sevastopol in 2019. To me, this program of patriotic education is a formidable déjà vu of the Bolshevik propaganda state, this time propagating an imperial Russian ideology. Youth camps with practical military training are back. All available methods of propaganda are employed, now with sophisticated technical possibilities from TV shows to internet troll farms. Complete control of the media has finally been achieved, except for those who are smart enough to use VPN. The idea of only one correct history of Russia, last seen in Soviet times, is reintroduced. Holidays referring to a grand imperial past are newly created or revived. For example, the 4th of November, the Day of the Unity of the People, which celebrates the expulsion of the Poles from the Kremlin in 1612. The personality cult returned in force with Putin's rise to power. Victory Day was transformed from a popular family event into a militaristic show and a celebration of violent chauvinism. Here you can see the difference. This is Victory Day in the Yeltsin years in 1992. Families out there with kids, grandpas, and also some foreign guests. And this is Victory Day in 2013 under Putin. You see the aesthetic difference, which of course is expressing much more than just aesthetics. Last but not least, state-sanctioned terror is back now, initially in the form of apartment buildings blown up by Putin's FSB buddies in 1999 to boost his rise to power, and followed by individual killings and poisonings of critics, including one of my former Cambridge students, Volodya Kara-Murza. Now during the war, this terror has expanded into open repression, calls for the denunciation of fellow citizens, excessive police brutality, and mass arrests. The messages that Putin's propaganda state has very successfully peddled over the last 20 years are wide-ranging, and they appeal to long-held Russian traditions and to more recent experiences. The Putin cult, for example, relates to centuries of autocratic rule, a peculiar feature of Russian political culture whereby a distant paternalistic Tsar takes care of his people who entrust politics into his hands. Incidentally, Putin's birthday pictures in 2019 are reminiscent of the Good Shepherd. You can see him walking through a meadow with a staff. Here you can see the Good Shepherd on his birthday in October 2019. Throughout history, Russians did not have much of an opportunity to practice democratic rule. When they did, democracy was either crushed by brutal force, as was the case with the medieval city republic of Novgorod, or it was cut short in a coup d'etat, as in October 1917, or it became associated with economic chaos and widespread poverty, as in the 1990s. The fact that Boris Yeltsin, the president during the latter period, was prone to gaffes and came across as ailing and weak, helped Putin to present himself as a savior, as a Russian James Bond, in the words of Catherine Belton, who would restore just order. The 1990s generally have been a fertile reference point for Putin's propaganda. The end of the Soviet Union and the ensuing economic and social chaos are still remembered by many Russians as national humiliation, allegedly caused by scheming economic advisors from abroad and accompanied by triumphal claims of Western victory in the Cold War. This feeling of humiliation is easily called upon by the propaganda apparatus, especially as it blends with age-old traditions of xenophobia, nourished over centuries in Russian village culture and the Orthodox Church. It also serves as an easy trigger for widespread fortress mentality, the digging in against perceived or real hostile situations as a typical reaction in times of crisis. This mentality resulted in a marked distinction between public and private spaces, reflected in the widespread installation of massive steel doors in private flats, which was a booming business in the 1990s, and the emergence of gated communities with high walls for the ultra-rich. The collapse of communism did indeed lead to a serious spiritual void. The communist state for decades had provided clear guidance in life. After its collapse, many people experienced deep insecurity, hence the revival of the Orthodox Church, often without understanding its true essence, hence the popularity of religious sects and American TV evangelists at the time. There was also a huge increase in advice literature and etiquette books, catering to a readership that had to learn how to maneuver through new lifestyles, master the ins and outs of consumerism, and adjust to the fact that there was not only one type of cheese in the world. Many people were genuinely insecure about what is right and wrong. Someone with clear and forceful messages, especially about imperial greatness and national pride, could easily take advantage of such a situation. History is one of the main pillars of Putin's propaganda. As Clifford Gaddy and Fiona Hill have convincingly argued, Putin sees himself above all as a man of history, for whom its interpretation and, crucial, reinterpretation seriously matter. His recent distortions of history, be it claims of Polish collusion in starting World War II or the negation of the existence of Ukraine, are just the latest invented traditions in a long list. They all fit into an imperialist revival, at the heart of which sits the idea of Russian exceptionalism manifested in the so-called Ruski Mir, the Russian world. Described by Kirill, the Russian Orthodox patriarch, as, quote, the great Russian civilization that came from the Kievan baptismal font and spread across the huge expanse of Eurasia, end of quote, this world is based on conservative values and opposition to American hegemony, with Russia acting as a civilizational pole, a bulwark against the decadent overreach of the West. Putin's Russian world takes inspiration from a number of writers and thinkers. Nikolai Danilevsky is one of them, who fantasized about different historical cultural types, with Russians presenting the highest level of civilization in his book Russia and Europe from 1869. Another favorite of Putin is Ivan Ilyin, an anti-revolutionary emigre who in 1938 developed a constitution for a future post-Soviet Russia. According to Ilyin, democracy is harmful to Russia. Instead, the country needs to be held together by a strong monarch. The state should be tightly organized and should take its legitimacy from its religion and its history. A more recent inspiration is Alexander Solzhenitsyn. This former Soviet dissident and Nobel laureate returned to Russia from exile in 1994 and promoted the idea that Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine should form one big Slavic state. The most notorious representative of such imperialist thoughts, however, is Alexander Dugin. He represents the revived Eurasianist movement, which holds that Russia should turn against the West and fulfill its Asian destination. According to Dugin, ethical and moral limitations should not stand in the way of Russian greatness, some sort of Russia über alles. One last figure to be mentioned as one of Putin's whisperers, finally, is Vladimir Medinsky. Not really a thinker and writer by any stretch, but a crack historian who has been proven to have plagiarized his two dissertations. Medinsky was Minister of Culture from 2012 to 2020. He is also the head of the Russian Military Historical Society. In these roles, he ensured that his strongly nationalist views of Russian history and Russian military might were elevated to the level of state policy. Why do so many Russians believe in this kind of reactionary ideological brew? Apart from the disorienting experiences of the 1990s, one of the key explanations, in my view, is the fact that there has never been a systematic and countrywide demystification of history. Coming to terms with the past, what Germans call Vergangenheitsbewältigung, just never happened in Russia. As a consequence, Russians have always lived with a glorious and victorious history. The huge losses and defeats of the First World War were essentially suppressed for more than 7 decades. Although the Russian Empire suffered far more casualties in this war than any other country, there were no cenotaphs, memorials, commemorative events, or, for that matter, heated historical debates, as in Western Europe. Instead, the great socialist October Revolution took center stage and was celebrated as a grandiose, earth-shattering event and as the main legitimization of the Soviet state. The atrocities of the ensuing civil war and the crimes of the Stalin years were swept and largely kept under the rug. Memorial, the human rights organization single-handedly engaged in analyzing Stalin's legacy, was persistently persecuted and finally closed down a few weeks ago. The message was, we don't want and we don't need a debate about Stalin's crimes. And this message has fallen on fertile ground over the last years. In April 2019, a Levada Center poll revealed that a record 70% of Russians approved of Stalin's role in Russia's past. Now, when history gets detached from historical reality to such an extent, it metamorphoses into a fiction wonderland. As a consequence, it becomes entirely conceivable to tap into the popular myth of the Great Patriotic War and portray the current aggression against Ukraine as an extension of this heroic historic battle, but with Ukrainians rather than Germans in the role of Nazis. For this kind of outlandish propaganda to work, it must in some way resonate with deeper subconscious needs of the population. There must be an additional emotional receptor beyond abstract imperial myths and national pride. 20 years of repression under Putin's regime and the systematic destruction of independent news, civic organizations, and political opposition have led to a profound atomization of Russian society. A society in which people cannot achieve even minimal changes in their country or their own lives against corrupt bureaucrats, politicians, policemen, and judges. The result is a deep sense of powerlessness, fear, resentment, apathy, and negativity, but also an increase of everyday aggression, paired with a negation of reality and the growth of ideological fiction. This rebellion of the imagination against reality, as Michael Jampolsky called it, automatically leads to an affirmation of lies. The country's politics are constructed on a foundation of lies and the denial of obvious facts, harkening back to the political culture that Stalin's propaganda state practiced so successfully. The line between lie and reality is intentionally and systematically blurred. Hannah Arendt has called this process defactualization. Russia's defactualization is now at a stage where it will almost likely lead to the self-destruction of state and society in the real world. All the military, economic, and human costs of war against Ukraine are deemed necessary to save face and to uphold a mirage of unwavering strength and imperial might. Perhaps it is not a coincidence that the term Potemkin villages originated in the region where the war is actually raging right now. However, we should not think that Putin is mad, even if his actions look like it. We should also not think that Russians are all helpless victims of the propaganda state. Putin's reinvention of historical facts, the promotion of murky, nationalist orthodox and imperialist ideologies, the elevation of straightforward lies to a core principle of his rule, and the re-establishment of the propaganda state have been in the making for over 20 years. They chime with traditions of exceptionalism, a strong state, and a victorious past that Russians had internalized over many generations, and which only a minority of them have tried to overcome. Yet attacking Ukraine may have been one step too far. It could be the ultimate reality check that brings about the final collapse of the Russian/Soviet imperial project. Thank you very much. For those who read Russian, you will know this text. This is the famous quote of the Ukrainian border force on the Snake Island when the Russian Navy ship asked them to give up, and they said, "Ruski kорабль, иди нахуй." Can I translate this in this chamber? Basically, Russian ship, screw yourself. And this is the milder translation. This is one of Tbilisi's posh hotels, the Stamba Hotel. When I drove by 3 days ago, they had exchanged that sign. Now it says Slava Ukraini. Anyway, questions, please.
Hello, thank you for a very great presentation. And I mean, I'm from Ukraine, so I really think that you are very deeply understand, you know, like the history of Soviet Union and the Russia in general. I'm just wondering about, I want to ask you about, so yeah, if we look on the history of Russia, at least for me, it seems like they go like in waves from, let's say, a deep stroke monarchy to kind of like a democracy, and then go back to monarchy, you know, and so on and so on. Like you mentioned Stalin, for instance, right? After Stalin's death, it was a process called de-Stalinization, right? And that were aimed to reduce cult of Stalin. And that's actually happened on almost all countries where they had like very powerful dictators which afterward died or like fell down. So I don't know, like how do you feel? Will it happen similar? Will some similar thing happen with Putin after his death, or after he will lose his power in Russia, or there is another monarch who will take power after it? Like, what do you think from point of view of history?
It's always difficult to ask a historian about the future, but I would venture a guess. There are enough young Russians who are educated enough to understand the situation. We are dealing with a gerontocracy at the moment. I mean, this is basically like the last days of the Soviet Union, where you have people in their 70s and older running the country, living according to values and principles that they have imbibed ages ago. I mean, Putin's regime is basically a Soviet clique. I mean, this is all KGB guys. And once this is broken, there may be change. But how to break this is the question. Because these structures are so entrenched. And of course, nobody knows what's going to happen in terms of nuclear war or revolution. I doubt there will be a revolution, because all the people who could do a revolution have either left the country or are, as I mentioned at the end, sort of secluded or separate from each other. The only place where things might happen is Moscow or Petersburg. Where, I mean, they have some kind of, there is some kind of protest movement there, of course. It's the Malenki Picket, the little picket, where they show figures about that size, somewhere appearing in the urban landscape, which says no war, Niet Vojne or whatever. So there is protest there. And over the last couple of weeks, there were also several incidents. I know at least of 6 of what they call in English, actually, the draftees office, like where people sign up for the army, being burned down as a form of protest against conscription. So there is something there, but it's by far not at the level where we can see change at the moment. I mean, there is, as I said, I mean, there's a whole bunch of people waiting in the wings, lots of them, by the way, living in London or in the States, who could take over. And then, of course, a couple of political prisoners. Navalny. I mean, when Putin falls, Navalny will be out of prison, as will be my former student, Karamurza, who is at the moment sitting in court. Not today necessarily, but they opened a fabricated criminal case against him. And these people are, I mean, close to the opposition, or they are the opposition, and they are ready to take over any time. But it's a difficult situation with these security structures. I mean, how to get rid of them? It will have to be like Germany in 1945, in a way. You have to, I mean, this regime has to collapse. And as Biden and others say, it has to be seen to collapse. And Russians have to be taken to Bucha, to all these places where the crimes against humanity actually happened, like the Germans were led to the concentration camps in 1945, to look at what they did. This will have to happen, otherwise I don't see any change.
Just my question was also, it sort of converges just with what you said. So even if not looking forward into a future of collapse when the Navalny's and so on might take over, I'm really interested in right now, what sort of people are going on the demonstrations? How do they get the courage, and how do they get the sort of networks of mobilization that allow them to go out in very large numbers? And am I right, just from watching recently also the documentary on Navalny, I think many of us probably watched last week, that it's particularly, it's regionally specific. And within that, the whole western sort of Siberian area, how integrated I mean, what role might it play, actually, from that distance towards the fracturing, in fact? Because there seemed to be quite a lot of willingness to go into the streets there as well around the Navalny cause.
Actually, I don't see that many street demonstrations at the moment. They die down pretty quickly. I mean, they arrested about 16,000 people in the first 1 or 2 weeks. But the point that you make about regions is important. Some of you may recall that about 2 years ago or so, there were weekly demonstrations in Khabarovsk against the sacking of their governor, which was done by the central authorities in Moscow. And the locals didn't like that because they liked their governor, and they went out. But because it was so far out, nobody really paid attention to that. What will happen once the central powers in Moscow are disposed, die, killed, or whatever, will be a fracture of the Russian Federation. I mean, the Russian Federation still has more than 100 ethnic groups. And I know firsthand that there are quite a number of people in the North Caucasus who can't wait to become independent. And this includes Chechnya. Kadyrov is just a puppet who was installed by Putin. The majority of Chechens don't like this guy. And Chechnya, and as you may know, I mean, there are Chechen groups fighting on the Ukrainian sides. And I know from Circassia, it's the same situation. The Tatars in Crimea. Just last week was the Imam of Crimea spoke out and addressed the North Caucasian Muslims that they should not fight in this war, that they should resist conscription and all of that. So the line's already there. And the breakup of the Russian Federation will come at some point along these ethnic lines. And of course, I mean, I don't know. I mean, what Liz Truss said the other day, that Crimea needs to come back to Ukraine and Donbass needs to come back to Ukraine as a war aim now. I think it will, but it's probably not so wise to say that now in the current situation. So there will be shifts, and of course there will be, I mean, my house in Georgia is right next to Tsinvali, which is South Ossetia. I can actually look to Tsinvali. I can see the Russian barracks, which are now empty because they're off to Ukraine. South Ossetia will become part of Georgia, so will Abkhazia. Transnistria will be part of Moldova again. I mean, fully part of Moldova. So all these kind of frozen conflicts will defreeze as a result of collapse in Moscow. But we have to get there, and that's a complicated thing, of course. And of course, now that the Land-Lease program has effectively started, I don't see that Russia can win this. There's just no way. And the earlier they realize that, the better, of course.
I spent 20 years in the military, and I can see the significant logistical errors that have been made. Quite easily, you can see. Do you want to use my phone? Yeah. Okay. Hello. Hi, John Miller. Spent 20 years in the military, and I can see the many logistical errors that are being continually made by, let's call it, the Russian military. How long will Putin retain the respect of his military leaders and vice versa? Now, you mentioned the age issue there. It's run by 70-year-olds, whatever. But the younger military won't stand for this much longer. What are your views on that?
I didn't catch the last thing.
The younger military leaders will not stand for much longer the errors that are being made through lack of investment or poor leadership or lack of direction, lack of intelligence. You mentioned the age issue and the generation of new leaders out there, but how long do you think the military will retain its respect and vice versa? Okay,
there are lots of cases of desertions already, lots of cases of people who resist to be drafted, or conscribed. Human rights laws specialize in helping these young men to avoid military service. And I know firsthand from Russian businessmen who are sort of in the late 30s, early 40s, all of them hate Putin and the regime because they cannot rely on this, on their business anymore. Their business goes bust, basically. And some of them switch sides. You may have read the story of the deputy president of Gazprom Bank, who moved to Ukraine via Poland, or I think he traveled in some kind of murky way because he's a Russian passport, but he's actually Ukrainian. He left his job at Gazprom, which he had for more than 20 years, and is now fighting in the Ukrainian army. And there are lots of cases like that. And the problem is that if you look at the casualties that the Russians have now, and of course Ukrainians are keeping track who is killed there, not one of them is from Moscow or Petersburg. So the people who are actually fighting that war are from the dilapidated, impoverished areas like Buryatia and others. They have no idea where they're going. They're told that they're going to do some training. I mean, in the early days, you saw many of these cases where Russian soldiers were climbing out of a tank and asking the Ukrainian peasant, where am I? They had no idea where they were. But nothing will come from that level. It will be sort of the medium officer range, which has to start to do something. But on the other hand, we should not forget that the Russian army is an utterly corrupt institution. So people are bought off and are bribed in some way or other. So it's difficult. I think it will be taking a bit more time and real serious attrition on the Russian army side to get the changes there.
Thank you very much, Hubert. It's a really interesting lecture. My question concerns the regime's motivations for the war, which broadly speaking, the interpretations are either it's primarily driven by a broader contest with the West, of which Ukraine is a part, or it's simply a negation of Ukrainian history and nationhood through the kind of propaganda instruments you've mentioned. I realize that both of those motivations can apply at the same time, but in your view, which do you think is the more important? Are they primarily fighting a war against the West, or are they primarily just not accepting there is a separate nation called Ukraine?
I think it's the war against the West. Ukraine is just one big block in overcoming towards the West. I mean, I'm going back to 2008 now, because that's what I experienced, and where I saw Russians then retreating relatively quickly. And following that was, of course, a major reform in the Russian army. So they were not, I mean, the Georgians with their pickup trucks were actually able to hold them back for a couple of days. Of course, not much longer, and the Air Force was effectively destroyed on the first day. But the Russian army was still not capable of doing more then. And that's when they started to build up to reform, and they thought, wrongly, that they are now at the situation where they can actually take Ukraine. And of course, all the blunders about the Ukrainians waiting for them to liberate them, I mean, they actually believed their own propaganda. But in the bigger picture, in the geopolitical picture, it's the recreation of the Soviet Empire, definitely, because this is what Putin and his gang grew up with. And we should not forget that already in 1994, I mean, you all know the quote from Putin that this was the greatest geopolitical catastrophe, that the collapse of the Soviet Union. And we all associate that with the early years of his reign, sort of 2000s. He said that in 1994, when he was deputy mayor of St. Petersburg, and nobody knew who this guy actually is. A friend of mine who works at the Frankfurter Allgemeine actually picked out that quote. This was a conference at the Körber Stiftung where Putin was participating, and that's where he said that. And he laid out his geopolitical ideas that all these kind of genuinely Russian lands have been given up, such as northern Kazakhstan, or, and this has got me thinking, the Kaliningrad region. I mean, since when was Königsberg Russia? For a couple of days in the 18th century, yes, but otherwise, I mean, it was just a result of the Second World War. But his geopolitical thinking entails the whole Soviet Empire, I'm pretty sure of that. This is one of the reasons why places like Kazakhstan have been very careful recently in not acknowledging the Donbas republics, for example. And yeah, I mean, in a way, this is where the periphery of the Russian Federation, all these countries, I mean, apart from Ukraine, of course, are treading on eggshells at the moment. They're very careful not to start any provocation, because who is next on the list? I think, I mean, in Georgia in particular, where I just was, I mean, the general support for Ukraine is massive. I would say 90% of Georgian population is supporting Ukrainians. But the government, the puppet government of oligarch Bidzina Ivanishvili, is of course not doing that because they're afraid. And of course, Bidzina himself has contacts in Russia and probably cannot cross certain thresholds. But I don't think Georgia is the next in line. It will be Moldova. That makes the most sense in terms of strategy. If they want to take Odessa, they have to come from both sides. Some people have also suggested maybe it would be wise for the Ukrainians to actually take over, well, basically arrest the 1,500 Russian soldiers in Transnistria and take over the big storages of weapons and ammunition space there. But I don't think they will do that. But Moldova is probably the next, if they continue. But at the moment, they are stuck in the east anyway.
Sorry, just Sonia. Just in terms of propaganda, I was wondering how important the voices of sympathizers of the current Russian regime and other populists in the West, in Europe and America especially, are in bolstering the regime in Russia at the moment, or is it more that that's kind of influencing outside Russia while within Russia it's fairly sealed from that?
Well, it's interesting that, of course, if you look at the recent French elections, it seems that the Putin factor actually did not help Le Pen. Indeed, it probably led to her defeat, although she's still very strong, of course. The pro-Putin, I mean, first of all, the Russians themselves don't need the support of the AfD in Germany or the Linke or Le Pen or whatever, because at the moment they're in a war situation. And the war speaks for itself. You don't need so much propaganda anymore, because when the guns fire, that is enough of an argument. So I don't think that the Western followers of Putin are in a very strong position at the moment. And the longer this continues, the lesser their influence will be. And of course, it's quite interesting to see how in certain quarters people are changing sides and are distancing themselves, although not enough yet, especially in the Social Democratic Party in my country, in Germany. It's still a shame that Schröder is a member of the party. I think there's time for one more.
Sir, we have a question from Zoom. So a question from Motria. How likely are Russians who have left Russia and tasted the flavors of the West to influence the destiny of Russia?
I didn't quite understand this.
Okay, so I'll repeat. How likely are Russians who have left Russia and tasted the flavors of the West to influence the destiny of Russia?
This is, I don't, just speak it to me.
How likely are Russians who've left Russia and have seen what the West is like to influence the future of Russia?
Quite a lot. I mean, I mentioned some of the names of people already. There is an organization called The Other Russia now, which is based in London. Khodorkovsky and others are around it, Yevgeny Chichvarkin and some other people, who are A, rich, B, dedicated, and C, happy to help out when the time comes. And of course, we should not forget, tens of thousands of Russians abroad at the moment as a result of the war. In Tbilisi, where I just came back from, like 3 days ago, I was in a restaurant. Half of the guests were Russians, all looking very somberly, not very happy, because they have basically lost their country. And it's the younger, the educated, the academics, journalists, and so who flee the country, which of course is a major brain drain again. For a country that hasn't had that many brains left anyway in the past. I mean, they had several waves of immigration throughout the 20th century. There's one, I think Daria has one. One last.
Are fundamental changes in Russia possible without military defeat? Because when we look at Russian history, major changes, abolishment of serfdom, today, constitution, it comes after major defeat in the war. So does Russia need to be defeated first?
I think so. I mean, if you look at the more recent history, so the last 200 years, all the wars that Russia started, they lost. That's a fact. Crimean War, lost. 1945, lost. Incidentally, with the fleet sunk, as we had now with the flagship Moskva. So chances are that they're losing it as well. That's what I think, because it's just it's unsustainable. There is no reason. I mean, when I started with the First World War, nobody in Russia then had any inkling, any idea why they would fight for Serbia, for example. They didn't even know what Serbia is, that it's a country or where it is. And the same case now. There is no mass support. The mass support that's been staged in the Luzhniki Stadium, these were all people in civil service jobs who were paid and told to go there, or students. Otherwise, they would lose their position at the university. And you saw when they left after that big festival there, all the tricolor flags were all dumped in the bins. So nobody was taking them home. Okay? So this is the level of patriotism at the moment. So I don't see a mass support. And with the absence of that, and with the strong determination in Ukraine to fight the invasion, the morale situation is clear. I mean, the Russians cannot win. Not only will their tanks and their trucks and their lorries be stuck in the mud, but their soldiers will also just go away.
Thank you very much for this very insightful talk, and thank you very much for your very good questions. So now we have 10 minutes break, and we will move to another talk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming. Please come and take your seats because we are going to start just in a minute. Again, thank you very much for coming to this event, and we are grateful that so many people want to learn more about Ukraine. My name is Stepan Blinder, and I'm a PhD student here at the University of Cambridge, and I'm an advisor of Cambridge University Ukrainian Society, and this is also my personal pleasure to see all of you here. I would like to introduce our second speaker. This is Andriy Smitsnyuk. Andriy is the first permanent Ukrainian language teaching officer at the University of Cambridge. He is a recipient of the Theodosius and Iran Senkovsky Prize for Achievements in Ukrainian Studies from the Harvard Ukrainian Research Institute. His research interests include Ukrainian orthography and identity politics in Ukraine. Today, he will speak on language, identity, and war in Ukraine. So, Andriy, the floor is yours.
Slava Ukraini. Thank you all for coming here today. My name, as been said, is Andriy Smitsnyuk, and my job is to teach Ukrainian language here. And I would like to start this speech, this presentation, with telling you about my own personal experience of teaching here and how I think it is related to connection between Ukrainian language, identity. Then I will speak more about the history of, about emergence of Ukrainian identity and what role the language played in it, and how, what was the historical dynamic of this process. And also will speak a little bit about the ways how this connection between the two is developing currently in the wartime. So this being said, I would like to start with a little bit personal story. I have a friend who is actually studying politics of Eastern Europe in one of the most prestigious world universities. And she actually spent some time in Russia, both working and studying. And as soon as we met, I accidentally saw her CV and asked, "Oh, you have Ukrainian here, yes?" And she said, "Oh, yeah, I have Ukrainian here." And I said, "Oh, ты спілкуєшся словіною?" And her reaction was more or less the same to many people here. Was, "What?" So this is a person that spoke perfect Russian, spent some time in Russia, and was convinced that Ukrainian and Russian are almost the same. Or if you know Russian, then you will understand Ukrainian perfectly. And as you might see, that was not the case. And in Russia, this narrative is very much present, that Ukrainian and Russian are very much similar, even if sometimes Russians don't understand Ukrainians. Ukrainians generally understand Russians because of the history of Russian language in Ukraine. But this is only the weakest statement. There is also a stronger statement, as you might see at the presentation, that Ukrainian is in fact a non-existent language, and it's merely a dialect of Russian. Or you could see the argument that the two languages are similar, at least Ukrainians and Russians and Belarusians used to speak the same language in the past, and that a little bit leads to an argument that, oh, maybe they should be together as a part of one big state. And this also has an impact on people in the West, like my friend who was born in an English-speaking country. And this also has some exposure in social media, in other channels. So, for example, most of the people that come to study Ukrainian with me do one very simple thing. Before studying Ukrainian, they go to YouTube and they type in Ukrainian language. And as you might see here, if you type in Ukrainian language on YouTube, the very first video you get after an ad for some fake news exposure is what is the difference between Russian and Ukrainian. If you put in Russian language, the very first video you get is, well, the lesson of Russian language. And there are many reasons for this. There might be many reasons for this, but there is a statement that Ukrainian is also perceived through Russian, or in its relation to Russian, which to me, as somebody who studies language, does not necessarily make sense, because if you compare similarities between different languages, for example, here you can see the infographic developed by Ukrainian linguist. It's Konstantin Tyshenko. Yeah, it shows similarities between different Slavic languages. I've only shown a few of those, so Ukrainian, Belarusian, Polish, Russian, Serbian, but there are others more. And as you see, the further the circle is from another circle, the more differences there are. So, for example, you can see the percentage points. So 38% of different lexemes. Lexemes, that is to say, words with common roots. So 38% that are different between Ukrainian and Russian, and much fewer number different between Belarusian and Ukrainian, Polish and Ukrainian. Still, Ukrainian gets generally compared to Russian, and still Ukrainian is oftentimes perceived in its relation to Russian. There might be different reasons for that, as they both use Cyrillic alphabet, or they were part of one empire, the Russian Empire, and then the Soviet Union, so they were within one country. But the fact is that Ukrainian gets compared to Russian a lot more often than, let's say, to Polish or Belarusian or Serbian. Nobody I've met ever even asked me the question how similar Serbian is to Ukrainian. Never received that question. And I think this is something that illustrates the history of Ukrainian language very well. So this is not obviously the history, but it sheds the light on what it actually is. And history of Ukrainian language, but history of Ukraine overall. There is a very nice joke by a famous Ukrainian historian, Yaroslav Hritsak, that you can put history of Ukraine into literally one sentence, losing the article. That is to say, the article that is oftentimes used in English to describe a part of something bigger. So the Ukraine as a part of the Soviet Union. It's also used for countries whose names are in plural, like the Netherlands, or the ones that have a type of state in their name, like the United Kingdom or the United States. But if the name of the country doesn't have either, it is generally referred as just France or Ukraine and Germany. So what this historian is trying to say, that the history of Ukraine is the history of trying to break off from the empire and gain its independence. And for Ukrainian identity, this is also one of the very key concepts. Well, as for identity in general, people are speaking that I am different from this group. I am not the same as this group, therefore I have a separate identity. So this notion of other is very important for national identity, and I probably should explain what I mean by national identity, and I have understanding based on Anderson, so that is to say that idea of imagined community. So I think that I am different from this group, so here I am, I speak this language, people next to me speak this language, but people over there, so they, the others, speak different language, therefore we have different identities. Yes, so I see it as a construct that encompasses ideologies of shared languages, cultural practices, and oftentimes ethnicity. And language, in this regard, in Ukraine, is one of the key components of identity. it has very much been promoted by the elites among the largely peasant Ukrainian population. And the elites were the ones that traveled and understood this difference, that they speak different language from others. Unlike some population that did not travel in Ukraine, therefore they did not understand that they actually speak a different language. Although, I mean, that was changing in the 19th century. And here, this is why language is important, because if I speak a different language, I see this difference, I see that I'm distant from some other's group, I see that I'm different, so it forms my identity. In Ukraine, this identity emergence happens when nationalities emerge as such. When national identities develop as a concept, so roughly the end of 19th century, when they emerge in Europe. And Ukraine, as you can see, is divided by two states. So the green one is Russian Empire, the orange, yellow one is Austro-Hungarian monarchy, and the pink ones are the ethnic linguistic territories of Ukraine, and the white border, you see the modern borders of Ukraine. And interestingly enough, the Ukrainian identity, Ukrainian national identity, emerges in the territory of Ukraine that is under control of Russian Empire. It crystallizes around the figure of Taras Shevchenko, famous Ukrainian poet who is considered to be the father of Ukrainian nation, and I'm sure you will hear a lot more about him in your lecture on literature. But interestingly enough, then, after its emergence, the part which is called Galiciana, or Galicia, in the west of Ukraine, the part where I'm personally from, has further crystallization in a way. It is because of the documents that you might see on the right, which is the constitution that has been passed in Austro-Hungarian monarchy in 1867 that recognized the rights of what was called nationalities or ethnic minorities. And one of those ethnic minorities were Ruthenians, referring to the medieval state of Rus, that you will also hear more about for the coming lectures. And these are the people, the Ruthenians are the people that by the turn of the century, in early 20th century, will start actually calling themselves Ukrainians, and in 1919 will try to unite with the Ukrainians across the border, and they start developing this strong desire to have one political unity. So that is the moment that we would call nationalism, but I also have to clarify what I mean by this is that the idea that so one claims that I form a distinct nation, so my people form a distinct nation, and so in Europe at the time the distinctness was more or less formed by the language. So I speak different language, I belong to a different nation, and therefore I have a right for self-rule. Yeah, if my nation is distinct, it's only fair if we have our own state and we can govern ourselves. In Austro-Hungarian Empire, these minorities, these nationalities, had many more privileges than in Russian Empire. They enjoyed the privilege of being represented in local government, but also even centralized government. And in addition to that, they had the privilege of developing their own schools. And this oftentimes what makes a language. If you have whatever you speak standardized and taught in school, this is when it becomes a standardized language. And then in schools, being taught to others further crystallizes national identity and their connection with that language. In Russia, in Russian Empire, on the other hand, Ukrainians did not enjoy these privileges. Ukrainian language and culture were suppressed, And there is developing an idea that there was, nothing, there was the Ukrainian language does not exist. It is simply a dialect of Russian. Yeah, sounds very familiar. Starting. Also, it's important to know that when Putin is speaking in his article that, it was the Austrians that created Ukrainian identity, Ukrainian national identity, or Ukraine, yeah, that is referring to that constitution and that right of Ukrainians living in Halychina, in Galicia, to teach their own language. So that is referring to that. And I suggest that we can slightly compare the document of 1863. This is a document that is called Valuyev Circular. Valuyev was the Minister of Internal Affairs of the Russian Empire. And this document was the one that limited the usage of Ukrainian language. It wasn't the most severe limitation, but it was the one that provided a lot of justification for what the Russian state, Russian Empire was doing to Ukrainian language. So it had the reasons, we do this because of this and this. So I will read it. A separate Little Russian language, that was how Ukrainian was called at the time, has never existed, does not exist, and cannot exist. And their dialect, used by commoners, is just the Russian language, only corrupted by the influence of Poland. The common Russian language is as intelligible to the Little Russians as to Great Russians, and even more intelligible than the one now created for them by some Little Russians, and especially by Poles, the so-called Ukrainian language. Yes, so you can see, the statement that comes after it, which was developed by a modern-day Russian politician who ironically was born in Odessa, in territory of Ukraine, that Ukrainian language doesn't exist in its mere dialect of Russian. This is that idea that existed for 150 years, and this is an idea that for partially fueling the war that is currently happening in the territory of Ukraine. And you can see a slightly more moderate statement by Vladimir Putin from his article on historical unity of Ukrainians and Russians, if I'm not mistaken, published this summer. Slavic and other tribes on the West Territory from Ladoga, Novgorod, Pskov to Kiev and Chernihiv were unified by one language. Now we call it Old Russian. And then, a little bit further in the text, together we always were and will be much stronger and more successful. After all, we are the same people. So you have, maybe not a direct argument, but the statement that, the people there used to speak the same language, so maybe, we are the same people, and therefore there should not be any independent Ukrainian state. It's not mentioned here, but I think that's exactly what Putin has in mind. At least this is my assumption. And linguistically speaking, this is a very bad argument. Even if somebody speaks same language doesn't mean that they are the same people, the same nation. Well, I have to say that the word here, narod, in Russian, could be translated as same people, but as same nation as well. And also the Old Russian language is a highly hypothetical language. So it's not a language per se, but more the what linguists see what were the common roots between all these languages, in a way like Proto-Indo-European, so reconstructed language that probably no one actually spoke. Yeah, so because people that did not have standardized education, people that were illiterate for the most part, did not have access to standardized language in a way. Also, some linguists even deny the existence of this Old Russian and say that Ukrainian, Russian, Belarusian emerged from another hypothetical language that was older than hypothetical Old Russian, which was called the Proto-Slavic language. That was, when all the roots taken from different Slavic language with an assumption that there probably was some language or number of vernaculars that used similar roots spoken at the territory of modern Slavic states. It's very interesting that this was the policy of the Russian Empire for a long time. And as, again, I said, this wasn't the most severe punishment or oppression of the Ukrainian language, but this was the one that provided more justifications and reasons for doing what has been done. After this, Ukrainian language had briefly time of flourishment. So in early 20th century, a new state emerged called Ukrainian People's Republic that had Ukrainian as a state language. And you can see here the media writing about it at the time, about the language law. That was later debated, well, at least in modern Ukraine. For the moment, Ukrainian enjoyed this privilege existing there, but then the Red Army made sure that the state does not exist anymore, and the territory was absorbed by the Soviets, by Bolsheviks, essentially. But in order to mobilize the population, mobilize support of the population, the Soviets actually helped to establish Ukrainian language, literature, and culture, and promoted it as the territory of Ukraine. This was the policy of so-called korenizatsiya, literally meaning coming to one's roots, and in Ukraine it took form of Ukrainizatsiya, Ukrainization, where Ukrainian language was promoted and encouraged, and also at the same time it was the time when there were education reforms and mandatory education, so literacy was introduced to wider population, larger scales than before. And also, this is what you can see in Putin's speeches, referring to Ukraina imени Lenina, Ukraine that was created by Lenin, also referring to this. I mean, the only problem is that how it was first created by the Austrian-Hungarian monarchy, then by Lenin, is unclear in a way. And also one of big accomplishments of that time was the codified orthography rules, in a way how you spell words, because this developed in 1928, although here you can see it published in 1929, these orthography rules were common for both Western Ukraine, that was at the time a territory of Poland, and then Central and Eastern Ukraine that was part of the newly developing Soviet Union. And this was a unified language between the two. This is why it is so important. We'll come back to it, and Ukraine will come back to it in the future. But good times cannot last too long, and in 1930s, also when Stalin comes to power, the whole program is being shut down, and then after that, the Soviet authorities proclaim this set of orthography rules to be bourgeois nationalistic, and the linguistic policy is very simple. So the words that are spelled differently from Russian language are usually put aside, and the words that are spelled as they are written in Russian are made the main ones. And also same goes for words. The words that are very different from Russian words are taken out of the dictionary, and new words that are taken from Russian are put into the dictionary. And this continues for a very long time, pretty much until Ukraine gains its independence. And while Ukrainian was still spoken in Ukraine, Russian was becoming more and more the main language of the Soviet Union, and Soviet authorities were more interested in developing a broader Soviet identity as such. So there were nationalities, and everybody who had a passport had the category nationality that was more, was partially ethno-linguistic, but they were all under umbrella of a general Soviet identity. And also that started to change a little bit in '89, and there had been a law that allowed for Ukrainian to become an official state language of Ukrainian Socialist Republic. And it's very interesting because it's left some legacy, because in '89 it becomes an official language of Ukraine, but Russian is an official language of the entire state, yeah, so the Soviet Union. And then the Soviet Union collapses, so Russian is taken away. It's no longer an official language, but Ukrainian stays an official language, so the Ukrainian authorities did not have even to change much, but they are left then with a problem of having different identities. You have one ethno-linguistic identity on one side, but also you have a state with multiple ethnicities and languages and civic identity on the side. And Ukrainian authorities were trying to balance in between those two, so they promoted Ukrainian language, culture, and history of the titular nation, of the nation after which the state is named after, but but they also take out this category of nationality and promote the civic identity in a way. And it's very interesting that some polls at the time have shown that, for example, the poll of 2006, for example, some of the polls of the time shown that when you asked about what makes a real Ukrainian, people usually named civic characteristics, so respect of law, citizenship, and acceptance of Ukraine as one's home, rather than language, ethnicity, or region. And then in 2006, a poll shown 71% of respondents agreeing with the statement that Ukrainian is one of symbols of Ukrainian statehood, and even the 58% of those who in their everyday life predominantly use Russian supported this statement. So it was a very interesting phenomenon in a way. Here I am, I speak Russian, but I identify myself with the state, and I see Ukrainian as a symbol of that state. I see Ukrainian language as a symbol of that state, even though I myself am Russian speaking. And this shift, the symbolism of Ukrainian language, and shift towards using more and more Ukrainian language happened after 2014 with the Revolution of Human Dignity that emerged in opposition to the pro-Russian president Yanukovych, Viktor Yanukovych, and also it was immediately followed by annexation of Crimea and Russian invasion of Donbass, and there was this stronger and stronger need for Ukrainian society to be different from Russian society, yeah, to further distance itself from Russia, and Ukrainian identity would be further distanced from Russia. And this also resulted in some state policy. So, for example, in 2019, Ukrainian authorities changed the spelling rules, changed the orthography, again, coming from 2019 to spelling rules of, well, at least partially spelling rules of 1928, trying to get rid of all the Russian influence during the Soviet times and coming back to original, as some would say, Ukrainian orthography. And this also played some political role in the sense that Ukrainian diaspora who left Ukraine, especially Western Ukraine before it became part of the Soviet Union, used this very spelling and orthography and never changed it. Yes, so this was a move to also unite Ukrainians abroad with Ukrainians that lived in Ukraine. And interestingly enough, it also had this very interesting feature introducing feminine forms for all the professions. In Ukrainian, for example, it is impossible to say word table still without actually putting gender on it, yeah, which is masculine. It ends with a consonant, it is masculine. The same goes for professions. If you say actor, an actor, it also has a gender, and it happens so that many of the particular nouns in Ukrainian denoting professions, were, like president and minister, etc., were in masculine only and did not have feminine forms. And this one introduced this orthography set of rules, introduced also more feminine forms to educate what has been seen as gender equality, have also respective nouns in feminine gender to the professions that were previously in masculine gender. But this is more off topic. And then there was also some shift in usage of Ukrainian language. So as you can see here, you have polls conducted from 2012 until 2022, so after this full-scale Russian invasion started. And you can see that Ukrainian in green was named as mother tongue more and more often, while Russian named as mother tongue less frequently. So Ukrainian increased by roughly 20%, Russian decreased by roughly 20%, but most interestingly enough that there were no serious migration of population. So these were the people who in 2012 said, oh, Russian is my mother tongue, I speak Russian, and then in 2022 said, oh, well, wait a minute, no, it's actually now Ukrainian, and changed their mother tongue. And it's very interesting because we generally think about mother tongue as a constant, but yet in Ukraine it's very much a variable. It is changing. It is also clear to see that Ukrainian as a main language is also not becoming a symbol as previously, but also actually the mother tongue of majority of population. And most Ukrainians interviewed after the full-scale Russian invasion, actually on March 19th. So those who spoke both Ukrainian and Russian, at least 2/3 of them intend to switch exclusively to Ukrainian, and those who only spoke only Russian, exclusive Russian, intend to switch to Ukrainian exclusively, at least 1/3 of them. But it becomes even more interesting if you see the polls, if you compare the polls of what is the mother tongue and the language one speaks at home. As you might see, 76% of Ukrainians named Ukrainian their mother tongue, even though only 48% speak it exclusively at home, and 33% speak Ukrainian Russian. So you can see this pattern that more and more people switch into Ukrainian Russian first, and then 2/3 of those, at least according to recent poll, intend to switch to Ukrainian exclusively in the future. And it becomes even more interesting when you see the opinions of Ukrainians on how should Ukrainian Russian coexist in Ukraine. Because as you might see, you have a very big shift in 2016 after Russian invasion. More and more people started thinking, the green column, that Ukrainian should be the only state language. And then you see the yellow one, the people that think that Ukrainian should be the state language, but Russian should have official status in some other regions of Ukraine. And then the blue one is those who answered that Russian should be a state language along with Ukrainian. As you can see, so recently, now after full-scale Russian invasion, there are very few Ukrainians that think that Russian should be a state language along with Ukrainian. In fact, there are also people who exclusively speak Russian and then still think that Ukrainian should be the only state language, as it is highly symbolic. So for those people, the logic is that I myself don't speak Ukrainian, but as I live in Ukraine, and Ukrainian language is a symbol of my country, therefore it should be the only state language. It comes even down to Ukrainian armed forces trying to employ a policy of only using Ukrainian language to be distinguished from Russian soldiers that could conduct false flag operations. So just to conclude all of this information, it becomes clear that Ukrainian language played a key role in emergence of Ukrainian national identity, and that also the usage of Ukrainian language and Ukrainian language as such, as well as Ukrainian national identity, are formed by their distinction from Russia and Russian language. So if you can see that what Ukrainian authorities did with orthography, specifically to make its Ukrainian language more different, more distinct from Russian, and more and more people in Ukraine see Ukrainian as a symbol of the state, and more and more people are switching to exclusively speaking Ukrainian. So, this being said, I thank you very much for coming here and listening about Ukrainian language.
Thank you very much, Andrei, for this very important talk. We open Q&A session, so if you have any questions, just raise your hand and I will deliver you the microphone. So let's start from this side.
Hello. Yeah, I've seen recently, as a result of the recent invasion, that a lot of more kind of fully Russian-speaking Ukrainians are saying, I'm going to take the step to switch over to Ukrainian. But something I've seen from some of my Russian-speaking friends in, for example, Odessa, is that something that's putting them off of doing this is that they think they will ruin or kind of soil the Ukrainian language by attempting to speak it and coming out with a very Russified Surzik. So I guess my question is just, do you think that there is going to be or should be a change in social attitudes to Surzik, and do you think in any way that kind of an insistence on like czysta ukrainska mowa is counterproductive, or do you think it's necessary to kind of insist on that in order to not kind of lose the Ukrainian language in some way?
Well, thank you for the question, Will. So I think it's a very, very good question. And Ukraine, for especially the 90s, 2000s, had this public discourse of purity of language. And many linguists promoted the idea that if you cannot speak Ukrainian perfectly, therefore you should not even try. And as a language teacher, I find that to be very, very difficult because, I mean, spoiler alert, most of my students don't speak fluent Ukrainian when they come to the first lesson. And therefore, I think that it is counterproductive. Also, what looks like to me that Surzik originally is the word that means a mix of grains, but is now used to refer to a mix of Ukrainian and Russian language, sometimes it's used inappropriately. So, for example, you have many eastern territories of Ukraine or northern territories of Ukraine that are geographically close to Russia, and throughout time, the dialects that developed there had some similar features with those that developed in Russian territory. So Russian language did not come there, so sometimes people that do speak their own dialects are claimed speaking Surzik even when they don't. So briefly, I think that this idea from the standpoint of education is counterproductive, so I would encourage friends to make as many mistakes as possible, because you can only learn language by trying. Oh, maybe.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So, going back to Putin's fantasies of the unified Rus and so on. Can I ask you about Slavonic and what is the role of Slavonic and how that relates to Ukrainian and Russian and whether to what extent modern Ukrainian and Russian share or differ in their Slavonic features?
So, by Slavonic, you mean an ethno-linguistic group, yeah?
I mean the language of the Orthodox Church, basically.
Oh, so you mean all Church Slavonic? I mean, it's things that. Okay, so you mean specifically the language used at church?
Well, I don't know. I don't know to what extent that is an exclusively ecclesiastical language, or whether it is a sort of substratum in Slavic languages more generally. I'm not sure quite where that fits into the picture.
So, understand. So, with the Old Church Slavonic, I think it was a language that played a very important role in both what is now Ukraine and what is now Russia and what is now Belarus. Well, many other countries as well. Yes, as it was the language developed by Slavic tribes, Slavonic tribes next to Thessaloniki in Greece. Yeah, and brought as a church language, but then lost its meaning throughout the time. I mean, in modern day church, most churches in Ukraine conduct their services in Ukrainian, not in Church Slavonic. I'm not sure exactly how it is in Russia, but I mean, in terms of just this Russian soft power in terms of church power, I think that it has less influence on Ukraine. As you know, a big portion of Russian Orthodox Church had churches in Ukraine, and that changed after Ukrainian Orthodox Church was recognized by Constantinople. I would say that the role of the language in modern society, at least in Ukraine, or Church Slavonic, is very, very, very much limited, I mean, obviously there's a need for some polls to make some assumptions, but I feel that most people don't necessarily feel any connection to it in any sort of way. I don't know if that answers your question in any way.
I just wondered if oh dear, I don't know really, whether it could be described as an ancestor language, or I mean, is it like Latin, or is it closer to either Russian or Ukrainian or?
Okay. So now I understand this better. So in terms of how close it is, in terms of if it's ancestral language, I would say that it had some influence, but no. In fact, the way how we track early features of Ukrainian, Russian, we look at the texts that were written by the monks, and we see that they made many, many mistakes using some Ukrainian words. So, for example, we could even see some early features of Ukrainian by distinguishing it from some tags that were written in the territory of Russia as the usage of name Volodymyr instead of Vladimir. And this is the way we could know that this was the Ukrainian feature in the texts that were written in Ukraine. So I would say that in Russia, it had a much broader impact on development of Russian language. In Ukrainian, it wasn't as much. And Ukrainian is oftentimes perceived as the language constructed based on the Poltava vernacular from more or less central Ukraine. It's developed through literature as such rather than by church influence. I mean, Shevchenko himself used many old church Slavonic words in his poetry, but it was very much the language of the people, and sometimes it did not intersect. The Old Church Slavonic from my understanding, has been brought to Ruslands, and it was the language of communication, first church, but not language of the people. So it didn't have as much influence in Ukraine.
That's very interesting.
Okay. See that? I mean, there was one question here, and then this one here. Yeah.
So, first of all, I want to totally salute your agreement that purity and speech about language it's bad in every possible way. And it would be really interesting to know how people who use language, creatives, poets, script writers, authors, and so on, they probably quite delight in the availability of a whole lot of sort of a whole scale of possibilities of playing exactly on the different dialects and languages and so on. Obviously, that's not to the fore now because there are much more urgent issues, but I would have thought that that's a community that would quite value the sort of multi-layeredness rather than a pure orthography and so on in Ukrainian. But I was just looking at that image on the right of your slide, and if you have, or perhaps you do have, breakdowns according to age or generation, I would have thought that that grey bit, that is people who speak it at home, sort of the difference between the right and the left, is it that I will continue speaking it at home because so many households are actually multi-generational, and there's an issue of also communicating across generations, and it might be that older generation or grandparents or whatever grew up their whole lives in the Russian, etc. So it's quite an interesting way of thinking about people both valuing the civic and also, of course, accommodating what is domestic and interpersonal relations. And that doesn't confuse them. They're able to make that distinction in a sort of interesting and rational way.
Yes, I mean, for this particular poll, there was also data on the regions and on age groups. And I did not include it here to make it rather simple. But from what I remember, there have been more people using name Ukrainian as their mother tongue and using Ukrainian exclusively at home from early age, so I would say something like 18 to 35, if I'm not mistaken. Then there was a slightly lower number of people who were older, so after 50, and the midsection had the lowest percentage of those people who had positive attitudes towards Ukrainian, as you might say. I am not sure why. I think that requires further research, but I mean, but it is also clear that younger people choose Ukrainian, choose to speak Ukrainian more. Maybe, so maybe one last question, one Zoom question. Unfortunately, then we have to finish.
Hi, thank you very much. Find that really interesting. One of the things I was wondering is now that Ukraine started to pull Soviet statues down and getting rid of Russian, so Soviet cultural symbols, do you think what the future is for the Cyrillic alphabet? Do you think they might jump over to Latin to separate it completely from Russian? Just like Ataturk did in 1929, he moved away from Islamic scripture to the Latin alphabet for Turkey overnight. And this, Ukraine's actually on the same pivotal point as Turkey was after the First World War. You've got the Young Turks fighting off the mean Greeks coming down, and you've got a leader who's the new Kennedy of Europe. And everything seems to be want to be pulling away from anything that smells or has a shadow of the Soviet Union.
So to answer that, I think that this is not going to happen. So in the past, when the Ukrainian language was in its, modern Ukrainian language was in its original stages, in Western Ukraine specifically, there was a big discussion and even usage of Ukrainian alphabet with Latin letters, but it was not accepted. And then every once in a while somebody does make the suggestion, oh, we maybe should switch to using Latin letters, but there is no general movement towards it. There's no substantial supporters of that move, so I think that it is not going to happen.
Okay, so we have two questions via Zoom also, and maybe I can read both of them, but then you
I
can
will
decide
answer
which
very
one
quickly, yeah, and then
or one to answer. So first one is, how do you think the Ukrainian language and identity will evolve among those who are a part of the massive exodus from Ukraine? And the second question is, how do you see the immediate and the longer-term future of a Russian language learning? Is it becoming less popular? But is it more important than ever to be familiar with the Russian, to be able to understand and tackle the disinformation and the false news reports?
Okay, so the first question is what is the connection between identity and language for those who left Ukraine? And then the second question is
the future of Russian language learning.
The future of Russian language. So, I mean, just to not steal more time from your break, so very quickly, I think that, I don't know, it depends on how long this war will continue. For example, I participated in development of policies with the Polish Ministry of Education for, accommodating Ukrainian children. And their plan, from what it looks like, is gradual switch to Polish. And I think that then usage of Saturday schools in a way to be used to teach Ukrainian. So I think that, the diaspora that is in the United States, Ukrainian diaspora in the United States, or in even some in the United Kingdom, very much saved the knowledge and usage of Ukrainian language, and also very strong sense of Ukrainian identity. I think sometimes it's even, you feel stronger sense of national identity when you're outside of the country and you miss it. And I think that, for example, those refugees that are coming to Cambridge might have the same situation as many of those who came or now even organizing a Ukrainian Saturday school. So I think there will be a movement to preserve Ukrainian language and national identity. And in regard to Russian language, I think that it's more important to have. I don't see any problem with studying Russian language. I see more problem with having Eastern European studies centered around Russia and only studying Russian in Eastern European studies. I think that I have a problem that almost every center that studies Eastern Europe is named Russian Eastern European Studies, and it's almost never Polish in Eastern European Studies, it's almost never Ukrainian in Eastern European Studies. So I would say that there should be more study of Ukrainian. I don't say that we should forget about Russian altogether, but I think there should be balance in the field. I thank you so much. I think we'll have to, yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much for this very, very important talk. We now have 5 minutes break. I'm sure you still have questions to ask, so feel free to approach Andriy and ask whatever you want.
Okay, thank you.
Czy ja może share screen, czy... Okay. Tak. Okay, pa.
Thank you very much for coming to this event. We will start soon. We already see Olenka here. Olenka, can you hear us?
Yes.
You can hear us. Could you please say
Yes.
words just to check whether we can hear you?
I can hear you.
You are muted, Olenka.
I am not.
You're not.
I am not muted.
Nice. I just would like shortly to introduce our next speaker. Dr. Olenka Pavny is Associate Professor of Early Slavonic and Ukrainian Studies and a Fellow at William College at the University of Cambridge. A cultural historian of medieval Kievan Rus and early modern Ruthenian Rus lands, she is particularly interested in the place of visual culture and of transcultural discourse of the shaping of pre-modern identities in Slavic lands. She has worked as a curator in the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York City and has taught the history and culture of Byzantium, of Rus, and of Ukraine in leading universities of the USA and Ukraine. Today, she will deliver the presentation entitled Domes and Icons, from medieval Kiev to the making of Ukraine. So, Olenka, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And I will share the screen so that you will see some wonderful images of monuments in Ukraine. In the early hours of the 24th of February, 2022, the Russian Federation launched an unprovoked, full-scale invasion of Ukraine by air and sea, using tanks, aviation, and rocket launchers. The attacks targeted Kyiv, Kharkiv, Kherson, Chernihiv, Dnipro, Mariupol, and other Ukrainian cities and towns. Torture, rape, and mass murder of civilians, including children, the intentional shelling of hospitals and apartment blocks, the deliberate destruction of urban infrastructures, and the bombing of humanitarian corridors are just some of the war crimes being committed in the Russian-waged genocide against the Ukrainian nation. This war touches all of us, At stake is the faith of democracy, of freedom, of human rights, and of the international order that has marked our world since the beginning of the 1990s. How can this happen in the 21st century, we wonder? How can it be that in the 1940s, Soviet forces repelled the Nazis from their homeland, and that today, Russian forces are using Nazi rhetoric to justify the liquidation of a sovereign nation? Does history teach us nothing? In his speeches, President Putin has both claimed and turned on its side the notion that history offers an understanding of the present and allows for the insightful anticipation of the future. He has deceitfully asserted that Ukraine is not a nation, but a Russian territory from which the Bolshevik communists recklessly created a Ukrainian state in the 1920s. Like the great Russian theological narrative that gained prevalence in the 19th century Russian Empire and that was propagated and elaborated in Soviet times, he claims that the Russians and Ukrainians are one people who trace their origins to a vast ancient Rus state. This great Russian narrative follows a lineal trajectory from Kiev to the Principality of Vladimir Suzdal, to the Grand Duchy and Tsardom of Muscovy, and subsequently to the Russian Empire, the Soviet Union, and today's Russia. This narrative also underpins the field of Slavonic studies in Western educational and academic institutions, where there is a marked reluctance to adopt a decolonization agenda in the teaching and studying of Eastern Europe. We either entirely ignore or subsume under the title of Russian studies all the cultural history of Eastern Europe. We hardly offer introductory language classes and culture classes in Polish and Ukrainian. Instead, we consistently expand offerings in Russian studies. I wonder, to what degree have we contributed to the resonance of Putin's Russocentric version of history? All people engaged in myths of origin that help position them in this world. These myths are subject to transitions and reformations that go hand in hand with changes in knowledge and science and technology and language. They are spatially situated and ring true within the communities and worlds they define. Today, we all stand witness to the fact that Ukrainians do not want Russia to interfere in their domestic affairs. They do not seek Russian liberation. In fact, they are sacrificing their lives to keep Russia out of Ukraine. The people of Ukraine have their own vision of their land, their culture, their history, and their nation. They aspire to be free, to live in a sovereign, independent state, and to make their own choices. They have made these desires clear in numerous referendums and revolutions since the fall of the Soviet Union, and have consistently chosen a path towards Europe and NATO. Perhaps it is time for us to reconsider the place of the great Russian narrative in our educational and research agendas, to challenge ourselves by investigating the primary sources that speak of the others that this great Russian narrative has obscured. It may be that the future of Eastern European studies no longer lies in the story of Russia, but in the tales of the diverse cultural legacies of the very peoples that inhabited and inhabit this part of the world. In the current political discourse between Russia and Ukraine, the ownership of medieval Kievan history is once again at stake. While at some level we all recognize that no one owns the past, and that the relationship of the present with the past is always subjective and partial, we tend to view the cultural inheritance of past civilizations as belonging to the modern nation states that currently occupy the former's geographical territory. Following such practices, Kiev's medieval past belongs to the Ukrainian nation. Yet we consistently and misleadingly present it as part of Russian history. Russia's ties to medieval Kiev depend on distant and long extinct dynastic connections that were already frayed in the Middle Ages. Ever more distant members of the Rurikid dynasty pursued individual relationships with neighbors and with each other. Sometimes these associations were friendly, and sometimes they were not. There also was no one Russian language in the lands we refer to as medieval Rus, and no grammar books or schools teaching this imagined language existed. Instead, there were vernacular variants of a language referred to as Old Rus, or Old East Slavic. This spoken language differed from the Church Slavonic language used in writing that was adopted from the area of present-day Bulgaria. Thus, a certain diglossia marked medieval Rus culture. The literate members of Rus lands were usually members of the church, and it is often claimed that it was the Eastern Christian Orthodox Church, with its patriarchal center in Constantinople, now Istanbul, and with a metropolitanate in Kiev, that linked all medieval Rus lands. The division between the Orthodox Church and the Latin Church, however, was not as black and white as Russophilic scholarship would have us believe. Contacts and conversions between Latin and Eastern Christianity continued throughout the medieval and early modern periods, and still continues. Such dialogue marked the ecclesiastical reality of Ukrainian and Belarusian lands, and Ukraine's contemporary religious diversity attests to these unification efforts. Today, I aim to tell the story of Kiev. Today, I aim to tell the story of Kiev's medieval and early modern inheritance as recorded in the architecture, domes, and the imagery icons of its extant monuments. I will begin in the period of Kievan Rus, when the territories that formed today's Ukraine, Belarus, and parts of Russia were divided among numerous principalities that had no firm boundaries and were ruled by ever more distant members of the Rurikid dynasty. And I will end in the mid-17th century, when Kiev served as the Orthodox center of Ruthenian Rus lands in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. I will focus on 3 monuments that date back to the medieval period, and all of which were restored in the first half of the 17th century. They include the well-known Cathedral of St. Sophia and the relatively unknown churches of St. Cyril of Alexandria and of Christ the Savior on the Berestovo Hill in Kiev. My aim is to entice a reconsideration of the way we approach the study of Eastern European culture. Rather than seeing medieval and early modern Eastern Europe as a homogeneous proto-Russian entity or as a sequestered periphery of Western Europe, I suggest we consider the transcultural discourses that sometimes succeeded and sometimes failed to unite the peoples of Rus and of Ruthenian Rus lands with the broader medieval and early modern worlds. The 3 monuments that form the core of this presentation invite us to focus on the polyvalent, fluctuating, continuous, and overlapping interactions that both shaped and were shaped by Kiev's cultural distinctiveness. Let us begin with the great Cathedral of St. Sophia, a structure built in the first half of the 11th century that is often cited as an example of the transference of Middle Byzantine culture beyond the borders of the empire. In such publications, the size and pyramidal silhouette of Kiev's cathedral is explained away by the need to accommodate large numbers of converts to Christianity after the acceptance of this faith by Prince Volodymyr in 988. Lip service is also paid to the presence of mosaics in the Kiev Cathedral, a feature that has led scholars to conclude that Kievan rulers were wealthy enough to afford this expensive technique of church decoration. The presence of errors in the Greek inscriptions accompanying the mosaics is interpreted as evidence that Rus artists did not know Greek, but nevertheless worked alongside itinerant Byzantine artists on Kiev's cathedral. The interest of such coverage focuses on the exportation of Byzantine culture rather than on the understanding of Rus culture, and projects the notion of Byzantine superiority without evaluating Kievan culture on its own merits. The Cathedral of St. Sophia also begins surveys of Russian art published in the West, where it usually is the only medieval monument from Ukraine discussed in any depth before the coverage moves on to structures in other Rus principalities that form today's territory of Russia. Soviet and contemporary Russian surveys of medieval Rus art follow a similar trajectory. They attribute the decline of Kiev to the mid-12th century and move on to focus on the monuments of Vladimir Suzdal and Novgorod in Russia. While they identify medieval Kiev as the mother of all Russian cities and the Cathedral of St. Sophia as the main marker of Kiev's medieval glory, these texts do not cover subsequent cultural developments in Kiev. This is because such developments contradict the projected Russian identity of the city. Today, the narrative of Kiev's early modern legacy has interested only a few scholars beyond Ukraine's borders. Yet when we look at the Cathedral of St. Sophia, it is not a medieval structure that we see, but rather one that belongs to the Ukrainian Baroque period of the 17th and early 18th century. Kiev did not disappear from the face of the earth in the mid-12th century, rather encompassed within the Grand Duchy of Lithuania and Ruthenia, the Polish Commonwealth, and later the Cossack Hetmanate state that took on the protectorate of the Russian Tsardom, became part of the historical narrative of the Ruthenian Rus, or Ukrainian people. In 1633, when Petro Mohyla arrived in Kiev as the city's new metropolitan, he marked the beginning of his reign with the renovation of the St. Sophia Cathedral, which contemporaries identified as the eighth wonder of the world. Neither Moscow nor Russia existed when the Cathedral of St. Sophia was built and became a hallmark of Kiev's ecclesiastical and dynastic leadership. In fact, the Russian capital was founded 150 years after Kiev. To insist on viewing Kiev as the mother of all Russian cities is the equivalent of saying that London is the mother of all American or US cities, and that London should be considered part of the United States for this reason. Amusing as this may be, the hold of colonialism on the study of Eastern Europe has rendered invisible in Western, Soviet, and Russian, as well as some Belarusian and Ukrainian scholarship, the cultural developments of the lands that are today Ukraine and Belarus, and has helped propagate the understanding of this part of the world that allows Putin's imperial claims to ring true. The notion that Rus was a unified state with a single language and religion and ruled by one dynasty was popularized in the 19th century Russian Empire and appropriated in the Soviet Union. It has impacted the restoration of monuments, which in turn have been used to project the great Russian narrative of cultural hegemony onto the Rus past. We need only to look at the 4 churches located in different Ukrainian cities that were restored in the late 19th, Soviet, and early post-Soviet periods. The later cultural history of these monuments was discarded and replaced with standardized forms associated with an imagined homogeneous medieval Orthodox Rus state. The acceptance of 19th century conceptualizations of the Rus past in the Soviet period is at least in part responsible for the hold such romanticized imaginings continue to have on contemporary scholarship of medieval Rus. In the early 1930s, when the Soviet policy of nativization gave way to centralization and anti-national campaigns, Numerous early modern structures linked with bourgeois nationalism were demolished. In Ukraine, this campaign focused on the destruction of Baroque 17th and 18th century monuments associated with the period of national formation. By World War II, state-enforced Russification constituted part of the policy for bringing Soviet people together. Russia assumed the role of older brother to all other Soviet nationalities, and Russian history became the reference point for a common Soviet identity. Although Belarusians, Ukrainians, and Russians were all said to trace their roots to the Rus period, Russia alone was credited with preserving the Orthodox inheritance. After all, Byzantine and Ukrainian Belarusian and Ukrainian lands, once part of the Duchy of Lithuania, the Crown of Poland, and the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, were susceptible to Latin Western influence. The notion of Great Rus came to be equated with historical Russia, and from 1943, when Stalin reversed his stance towards the Russian Orthodox Church, military heroes and saints from Rus, the Muscovite state, and the Russian Empire were called upon to construct a collective Orthodox Russian past. Missing from this lineup were heroes and holy men and women of what are today Belarusian and Ukrainian lands. In 1954, the theory that the Russian, Ukrainian, and Belarusian people stem from one Kievan Rus state was elevated as official state doctrine. As the churches recreated in the Soviet period were not intended for cult use, they were left unadorned. These architectural shells fashioned a seemingly seamless veneer of Orthodox Christianity throughout East Slavic lands, which masked past and present cultural and religious diversity. Not all churches were devoid of interior decoration. In Kiev, the restored mid-12th century Church of St. Cyril survived the fluctuations in Soviet identity politics. This is because the interior decoration was restored in the 1890s under Tsar Alexander III to reflect the great Russian national narrative. Slavic saints unattested to in 12th century Rus imagery, such as the 9th century apostles to the Slavs, St. Cyril and Methodius, the baptizer of Rus, Prince Volodymyr, and his grandmother Olga, as well as the first Rus martyrs, Saints Boris and Gleb, were added to the imagery of the church walls. Also integrated into the decorative scheme were saints with an explicit personal significance for the 19th century restorer of the church, Adrian Viktorovich Prakhov, and his imperial patron, Alexander III, such as Adria, Viktor, and Alexander Nevsky. In interpreting and recreating the medieval program of St. Cyril's, Prakhov was less concerned with situating the church in the context of medieval Orthodox ecumenical developments than with distinguishing Slavic traits and Rus attributes. The 19th century restoration of the Church of St. Cyril had a profound effect on the historical assessment of the 12th century monument, and drew attention away from exceptional medieval attributes, such as the unprecedented life cycle of the 5th century church father, Cyril of Alexandria, that appears in the South Apse. In all, not one of the Rus saints in the Church of St. Cyril dates to the medieval period. Similarly, the scribed patronage of the church to the 12th century prince, Vsevolod Oilovich, is questionable, as is the prince's association with Cyril of Alexandria. Instead, textual evidence indicates that in mid-12th century Constantinople, a resurgent interest in Cyril of Alexandria arose. Given the ecclesiastical subordination of the Rus Church to Constantinople and the extensive contacts between Rus and Byzantium in the 12th century, it seems probable that the sudden and contemporaneous attention allotted to the 5th century Egyptian saint was more than coincidental. As it happens, in the mid-1150s saw the outbreak of a theological controversy in Constantinople. Constantine I, the newly appointed Metropolitan of Kiev, who was about to leave Constantinople for Kiev, requested an urgent meeting of the Synod to resolve the issue. Among the Church Fathers Constantine frequently cited in support of his position was Cyril of Alexandria. Immediately after the Synod, the Metropolitan left for Kiev, where he headed the Rus Church until December 1158. In Kiev, the renewed interest in Saint Cyril was expressed in the creation of an unprecedented life cycle of the Alexandrian early Church Father. The foundation of several other churches dedicated to Saint Cyril in Rus, the inclusion of a hymn and a canon for the saint's feast day in locally produced medieval manuscripts of collected services for select saints, and pleas for Saint Cyril's intervention in the face of Mongol invasions, recorded in medieval chronicles, testify to the veneration and naturalization of the Alexandrian saint in 12th century Rus lands. As this brief consideration of the Church of Saint Cyril makes clear, transcultural discourses linked Kiev with Constantinople and allowed for the acculturation of information and knowledge along networks of exchange. The projection of the great Russian narrative onto the medieval Rus past not only distorts our understanding of the present-day realities, but masks the cultural discourses that linked and distinguished the medieval world. It is the 1644 restoration of the late 11th, early 12th century Church of the Savior at Perestovo by Metropolitan Petro Mohila, or Peter Mohila, that attests to the kaleidoscopic vigor that characterized Ruthenian Rus, or Ukrainian culture, in early modern Kiev. From the amorphous ruins of a medieval church, Metropolitan Mohila brought to life a sacred space that linked the contemporary reformation of the Ruthenian Rus Eastern Christian Church with Kiev's medieval Christian beginnings. In doing so, Mohila aspired to advance the status of Eastern Christianity and of the Ruthenian Rus nation within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. He envisioned Kiev as a leading center of Christianity, positioned between Constantinople and Rome, and he saw himself, the earthly head of the Ruthenian Rus Orthodox Church, as a key primate in the framework of the Universal Church. Mohila realized that the Ukrainian Rus Orthodox Church had to adapt in order to survive, not lose ground to the Ruthenian Rus Catholic, Latin Catholic, and Protestant churches. He adopted Western practices to suit his needs, and sought to clarify and regulate Orthodox customs and practice in response to the demands of a Ruthenian Rus society, which, although still Orthodox in the majority, now also was comprised of Catholics and Protestants. The mid-17th century forms of the restored church at Perestovo do not repeat those of the Rus period. Instead, they negotiate Orthodox traditionalism and notions of Ruthenian ethnocultural identity with Reformation and counter-Reformation developments. The Ruthenian Rus Orthodox Church of the 17th century was conversant with the discipline of memory arts, a skill for divining truths that was codified in university courses and in handbooks that proliferated across Europe in the 16th and 17th century. In addition to conjuring the holy, now images also functioned emblematically. They served as loci for meditation, invention, and memory. Viewers were encouraged to use images in the formation of new associations. Such reflections upon images enabled sacred history to assume approximate relevance. Take, for example, the depiction of the vision of Peter of Alexandria found in the sanctuary apse of the Church of the Savior in Perestovo. Here, Christ appears to St. Peter as a 12-year-old child wearing a robe torn from top to bottom. St. Peter asks the Savior who tore his garment, and the Savior replies that the heretic Arius has torn it by dividing the Christian faithful. In Orthodox iconography, this image with the motif of the torn garment came to symbolize church schisms and carried liturgical connotations, the breaking of the Eucharistic bread, for example. In the Kiev church, we see Peter conversing with the young Jesus who stands on the altar. The inscription reads, "Who tore your chitin, Savior?" And the Savior replies, "Arius, the mad and all evil Peter." The inscribed dialogue plays upon the homonymous relationship of patron and apostle and evokes an immediate relevance in the context of the efforts led by Peter Mohila to bring an end to the division of the Ruthenian Rus Church between those united and those not united with the papacy. The Metropolitan's Testament of 1647 discloses the importance he assigned the Berestova Church. But the renewal of the Berestova Church resonated beyond the Metropolitan's inner circle. The zealously Orthodox Zaporizhian Cossacks threatened to drown Mohila in the Dnipro River and lead him to his grave for restoring the ceiling of the Berestova Church to resemble a Catholic shrine. They were referring to the decorative rib vaults framing the Byzantine-style frescoes in the sanctuary of the church. The renewed Church of the Savior is reminiscent of the early 15th century Catholic chapel of the Holy Trinity in the Lublin Castle, with the rib vaulting of both structures forming a compelling visual parallel. The melding of artistic traditions associated with both the Byzantine and Byzantine and Latin Christianity characterize the culturally fluid areas connecting Polish, Lithuanian, and Ruthenian lands. Mohila's early modern renovation of the Church of the Savior looks back to the Lublin tradition and radically transforms it. Whereas in Lublin, Byzantine images decorated the walls and webbing of a Gothic structure used in the service of the Catholic Church, in Kiev, Gothic ribs are added as decorative elements to a structure rooted in the medieval Rus past and used in the service of the Ruthenian Rus Orthodox Church. Within the Berestova Church, the imagery of the star-filled heavens in the vault of the Eso narthex blankets, prophets, scenes of the Passion of Christ, and the standing monastics of the cave monastery that decorate the church walls. This imagery not only links the cosmic and terrestrial realms, but aspires to advance the Ruthenian Church within universal Christianity. The circular mandala containing the image of Christ is inscribed with the words of the prayer of the pontiff from the little entrance of the pontifical mass. O Lord, our God, look from the heavens and behold and visit this vineyard, which thy right hand has planted and perfected, and fill it with your spirit, and bless thy inheritance. While the reference of this inscription is clearly Eucharistic, these same words were also inscribed on the mitre of Yov, the first patriarch of Moscow. In 1636, King Władysław issued a circular calling on the Ruthenian Rus Orthodox and Ruthenian Rus Catholic churches to join in union, to declare independence from Constantinople, and to create their own Kievan Patriarchate following Moscow's example. The new patriarchate could then join Rome in the formation of a universal church. Peter Mohila, was in favor of the proposal and brought it to the awareness of Orthodox faithful. Due to opposition from both Rome and some Orthodox faithful, the proposal failed. In 1643, Pope Urban VIII wrote to Mohila, calling upon him to bring the Ruthenian Rus Orthodox Church into union with Rome. Mohila again was amiably disposed to the idea and participated in drafting the opinion of a Polish nobleman of the Greek religion, a response to Pope Urban VIII. This document positioned the Kiev hierarchy as independent from both Rome and Constantinople, with nominal recognition of papal primacy. Nevertheless, subsequent correspondences between the Metropolitan, Peter Mohila, and members of the Vilnius Orthodox Brotherhood show that the creation of a Kievan patriarch was considered imminent in Orthodox circles. The Church of the Savior in Berestovo was revived concurrently with the drafting of the opinion of a Polish nobleman. In the church, Metropolitan Mohila's donor portrait is set over the arch leading into the sanctuary and under the vaulted canopy of the heavens. It shows Mother God presenting the kneeling Metropolitan to Christ, who sits enthroned as the great pontiff. To the other side of Christ stands the haloed Prince Volodymyr, the baptizer of Rus. The donor portrait refers to the conditions that preoccupied Peter Mohila and his compatriots in the arbitration of Ruthenian Church unity and in the mediation of the position of the Ruthenian Rus Church in the Universal Church. In the context of the 1640s, the emphasis placed on Petro Mohila and the inclusion of the figure of Prince Volodymyr in the donor fresco should be read against the background of ecclesiastical negotiations that were guided by the nobility represented by Prince Volodymyr and that would bestow patriarchal-like powers on Petro Mohila for the Kievan Metropolitanate. The column depicted before Volodymyr supports such a reading of the fresco. In the early modern period, the motif of the freestanding column was symbolic of the columns of Hercules and read as a pledge to expand Christian rule to the ends of the earth. Moreover, contemporary Ruthenian Rus texts reference the four patriarchs of Eastern Christianity as the four columns of the church. Likely, the column in the fresco was a marker of the extension of Christianity to Rus lands under Prince Volodymyr and a possible symbol of Mohila's anticipated patriarchal status in the Universal Church. In the context of the Great Russian narrative, the Church of the Savior in Berestovo is primarily recognized as the mid-12th century burial site of Prince Yuri Dolgoruki, the founder of Moscow. Except for a handful of short articles, the early modern structure and wall paintings of this monument remain unanalyzed. What even this short survey of the church makes clear is that for Metropolitan Peter Mohila and his compatriots, early modern Kiev was in no way beholden to Moscow. Kiev was the Ruthenian Rus, or Ukrainian Orthodox center of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and as such, actively participated in the transcultural discourses regarding the creation of a universal church. The culture of Kiev in the early modern period both drew on the city's Rus inheritance and participated in the creation of Ukraine's cultural distinctiveness. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Olenka. Can you hear us?
I'm trying to, yes.
Oh, yeah, you can hear us. So we open a Q&A session, so if you have questions, please raise your hand and I will give you the floor. Any questions? So probably I will start, Olenka, if you don't mind. My question is rather broad, and it goes into the roots of early modernity, late medieval and early modernity studies. How do you see the future of this decolonizing narrative of early modern Eastern European studies in terms of visual culture?
Well, I think one of the issues that we have is because these areas of Belarus and Ukraine have been neglected for so long, we actually have to begin with an empirical study of the monuments in these lands. So we need to, for example, the period right after the Mongol invasion and up to the 16th century requires quite a bit of study. And so what I would say is, for me, for example, what we need to stop doing is including the history of Rus lands as part of the introduction to the Russian culture class, which is done in most universities. Because this in itself precludes the telling of the story of Belarusian and Ukrainian lands in the late medieval and early modern periods. So I think we, again, I think this is something that Andriy pointed out as well, is we need to stop thinking of Eastern Europe and of Slavonic studies departments as departments of Russian history and culture. I don't know, and begin to promote the study, even the empirical studies of these vast territories and lands with their own cultures, languages, and religious developments.
Thank you very much, Olenka. We have a question here.
Thank you so much, and I hope you're safe wherever you are.
Thank you.
It's been really striking throughout the last 2 months how interesting, artistic, and various uses in communication about the war have used the Virgin Mary, the figure of the Virgin Mary, for a whole series of obvious reasons. And I was just wondering if just very quickly you applied your analysis that is trying to extricate both the Ukrainian or the Kievan and the transnational location of the Kievan, what could that help us, what could you then do around the figure of the Virgin Mary?
So I think usually, for example, when we think of the image of the Pokrova, which is the image of the Mother of God covering with her protective cloak or her protective mantle the various historical leaders or peoples of different nations. So that has a long tradition that melds both developments in Western Europe and Orthodox developments. So I think that our problem is that we keep on projecting national identities into the medieval and early modern past, but instead we could take an iconographic study of this image or of this imagery in Central and East European lands, for example, and then discover the various cultural and religious networks that combined local traditions and sort of transcultural narratives and conversations to create new local images. And so then speak about the connections between lands as opposed to separating things into Western Europe and Eastern Europe and Central Europe, which actually has no significance in the medieval and early modern period. I think the figure of the Mother of God and the various iconographies of the figure of the Mother of God lends itself very well to such studies, to such transcultural studies.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? All right. And here, so 2 questions. I will check whether we have time. So, like more or less, we'll try.
Hello. What was I going to ask? Oh, yeah. So you mentioned Ukraine as being, because of its history, a location of a lot of religious diversity. And I know that there is in Ukraine an ecumenical council, isn't there, which includes not only leaders from the different denominations of Christianity, but from the Muslim and Jewish communities as well, possibly others. I was just wondering, to what extent do kind of like liturgical divisions in Ukraine continue to reflect, or do they kind of perpetuate social divisions? And to what extent is there kind of a success in this multicultural ecumenicalism that's kind of encouraged in the modern Ukrainian state?
Okay, hi, Will. I think that, you know, any type of conversation between different religious groups is already a huge plus to the fact that, for example, in Russia, you have the exclusive propagation of Russian Orthodoxy. So I would say that, of course, there is a tradition in terms of all of these different religious groups and the historical relationship between all of these religious groups. But one of the things that I find very frustrating is, for example, when in contemporary, I think it's changed a little bit now, but in contemporary news media, we've always heard about the distinction between Eastern and Western Ukraine, and that Western Ukraine is Catholic and or Greek Catholic, or Ukrainian Catholic, I should say, and Western Ukraine and Eastern Ukraine is Orthodox. And I think it's not, it doesn't benefit anyone to simplify this narrative to the extent that it becomes false, right? There is an ongoing conversation between various religious groups and various traditions and the ethnic identity of these various religious groups. And we could also look at that as opposed to trying to always create others. So I guess basically I'm arguing to examine that dialogue to see what is important to all of these groups. I don't actually follow the contemporary discourse between the various religions that closely on Ukrainian lands, but I have been following what is happening with the Ukrainian Orthodox Church in Ukraine. And for those of you who don't know the story of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, in 1991, the Russian Orthodox Church on the territory of Ukraine renamed itself the Ukrainian Orthodox Church. And it's only now, with the creation of with the recognition of the Autocephalosy and the creation of the Orthodox Ukrainian Church of Ukraine, that the Ukrainian government has insisted that the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, which is the Russian Orthodox Church in disguise, associate with its name the Moscow Patriarchate, so that the people of Ukraine know who they're giving their money to. And now during this period of war, we can see many parishes and priests leaving this Ukrainian Orthodox Church of the Moscow Patriarchate for the new Autocephalous Ukrainian Orthodox Church headed by Metropolitan Epiphanius. Well, I don't think I answered your question very well, but this is the best I can do at the moment.
Thank you very much, Olenka. We are out of time, but we have time for one short answer with short question with short answer.
Thank you very much. A fascinating presentation. And one thing I was hit with was the beauty of the interior of the architecture of the cathedrals that you showed. But how are we protecting? Obviously, we can't do more than physical protection of the infrastructure themselves. But how are we protecting all the artifacts within inside which can be moved? Is there a movement to move them?
Yes, so there is an international movement with UNESCO and the World Monuments Fund to try to help Ukraine to protect their culture and artistic and visual inheritance and monuments throughout Ukraine. There wasn't much preparation done prior to the war. So all of this is being done during the war. So some of the museums and artifacts have been moved to safe locations, and others are being packaged and hidden in vaults and cellars. But this effort came late, and it is an effort that only now is getting on the way in full scale. And but the Ukrainians have been amazing, I have to say. They've started a number of sites recording the damage that is being done to different monuments throughout Ukraine, which includes museums, house museums, churches, statues. And I just looked at this morning, and the most damage has been done to ecclesiastical structures. But they are padding monuments, they are removing sculptural decoration from the interior. But again, this began once the war started, not prior to the war.
Thank you very much. We also have a comment from Zoom. Thank you. From Adeline Angusheva-Tihanova, sorry for misspelling. Thank you very much, Olenka, for this fascinating talk. Ukrainian culture has a very important role in spreading Baroque art among Eastern Slavs and even in the Balkans. Could you say something on that, but if possible, very briefly? Because we're out of time. I'm very sorry about this.
So I think part of my argument would be exactly this, that we need to explore the connections between the Balkans, between Poland, between Ukraine and what are today Belarusian lands, as opposed to constantly retelling the same Great Russian narrative. So yes, I think that, for example, we have influences from Bulgaria coming to Kiev and Rus. We have the first Bulgarian influence, the second Bulgarian influence. I know that there was a question about Old Church Slavonic. Old Church Slavonic is actually like the Latin of the West. And Old Church Slavonic is a South Slavic language that comes from the area of Bulgaria. And so the diglossia was the difference between the East Slavic vernacular and its various forms spoken in East Slavic lands that are today Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus, and the written language, which was the Old Church Slavonic. Old Church Slavonic remained the key language of the Russian Orthodox Church, but the Ukrainian Orthodox Church and the Ukrainian Catholic Church use modern Ukrainian in their liturgy.
Thank you very much, Olenka, for this very important, very interesting conversation. Thank you very much for your questions. We are now done for this session, but in 5 minutes, we'll wait you at the same place with Rory Finnan. Thank you very much, Olenka. So please take your seats because we are going to start in a couple of minutes. A couple of minutes. No worries. I will briefly introduce you. Okay, I will keep you.
It's also like because they know it's streamed, so they probably gonna be just.
So I suppose we can start, right? So let me briefly introduce our next speaker. Dr. Rory Finnin is Associate Professor of Ukrainian Studies at the University of Cambridge. His primary research interest is the interplay of literature and national identity in Ukraine. His book, Blood of Others, Stalin's Crimean Atrocity and the Poetics of Solidarity, is being released this spring by University of Toronto Press. He will speak on Sacred Freedom on Your Side, Literature and Ukraine's National Identity. Rory, the floor is yours.
Stepan, thank you very much. Can everyone hear me? First of all, I just want to say thank you to the organizers of this wonderful event. It's a great privilege to be here. I want to thank my colleagues Olenka Pevny for her vision in putting this together, for a terrific presentation just before me. Also to thank Brendan Sims, who was here with us earlier, and to thank the Cambridge Union for having us, and to Stepan, Oksana, Andrei for keeping everything going. And at the outset, on a personal note, I want to acknowledge that Russia's aggressive war against Ukraine, in many respects, there's so much to say about it. And yet, at the same time, there aren't words. And for those of you who know Ukrainian, there's a strophe by Ivan Drač that I often think of. Я заздрю всім, у кого є слова, немає в мене слів, розстріляні до слова. Мовчання тяжко душу залива, а особливість дурна і випадкова. So I envy those who have words. I have no words. They're shot to the very word. Silence can constrict the soul, squeeze the soul, but speech is dumb and arbitrary. So this paradox at the start, and a paradox in the fact that I'd like us all to be present to what is happening in Ukraine today. I know we all are. To not shy away from the threat that our Ukrainian loved ones, friends, colleagues, strangers face, which is an attempt to destroy a sovereign country, to destroy an independent, free people, an attempted genocide. By the same token, I want to invite you to join me in being defiantly optimistic, defiantly positive, we might say, and to not let this darkness impede our pursuit of knowing more and understanding better. Because the story I want to tell you today is a really inspiring one. It's complex, never static, always fluid, but inspiring all the same. It's the story of culture and literature inflecting a group identity, an identity that, as we'll see, is grounded in the concept of democratic freedom, and not only that, universal democratic freedom, freedom for everyone. It's also an identity that's grounded in a notion of community and the concept of hromada, which also carries with it sometimes a counterproductive, messy suspicion of the structures of state power, and particularly a suspicion of the so-called great men of history, particularly strong men in political circles. But when we understand this identity, or at least its general direction of travel, because we can only get into so much today, we can see that Ukrainians will defend themselves for as long as it takes, and we can also see that Ukraine can win, provided that we do all we can to support them. So Olenka shared some really vibrant and fascinating images with us earlier, and I want to do the same and follow suit. I want to begin with a few images, because images can really help us with our topic today, which is national identity, a very nebulous, elusive concept, right? I mean, what is an identity in the first place? In what ways is it national? No matter the context, no matter the circumstance, none of these questions have a stable and straightforward answer, right? And the state of play is particularly complicated given Ukraine's history as a colony of its neighbors, as particularly a cultural colony of its neighbors. Its sense of self has, we might say, been political football for centuries. So for those of you who may be new to studying Ukraine and its history and culture, you may find that it's difficult to summarize and speak of succinctly. So every observation, every comment requires a lot of contextualization, a lot of qualification, asterisks, footnotes, and the like. And the problem in this respect is not Ukraine. The problem is us, because we have traditionally studied cultures and studied the past by way of empire and then statehood, then state institutions that we can track through time. We don't, in the study of Ukraine, have those familiar footholds. So we don't have dynasties, sovereigns, long continuous centuries of statehood. Countries like Ukraine are very different. For us to really study Ukraine's culture and history in depth and detail, we have to follow the idea of mutual identification among people. And we have to follow people through history even when they don't have a state. So we have to talk about the ways in which they identify with each other, the way they express an idea about their belonging. Now, this is the source code of national identity, and it leads to the securing of a state in the 20th century. Now, we also too often conflate nation and state in our public and intellectual discourse, right? We sometimes assume that because, let's say, Ukraine has 30+ years of independent statehood, therefore the nation is young too. This is manifestly wrong. But here's the remarkable thing. Because once we condition ourselves to think differently about nations and states, once we take a step back and imagine national identity as a physics of belonging that is not about just one language or one ethnicity or one religion or even one historical inheritance, what we see is that Ukraine's national identity is likely one of the most productive, impactful, but understudied socio-political phenomenon in modern European history. I know that's a rather bold claim, but when we look at the news today, when we scroll through our news feeds, can we really doubt it now? So, what does this national identity look like? Allow me to offer a few examples. This is one from 1990 during the so-called Revolucja na Granite, Revolution on Granite, when Soviet Ukrainian students in Kyiv, in effect, protested the theft of their future. This is an event that often escapes us in traditional Sovietology, but it's an extremely pivotal moment in the history of Ukraine and indeed the Soviet Union. The methodology, by the way, of these protesters was very radical. So keep in mind, in a Soviet Union that never saw mass public demonstrations, these protesters conducted weeks-long hunger strike. And they did so with a number of demands. The first was a new election to the Soviet Ukrainian parliament, the nationalization of Soviet industry and assets, and as well a new union treaty in which the various republics of the Soviet Union had more autonomy. So keep in mind the Soviet Union was organized along national lines. There was Soviet Belarus, Soviet Kazakhstan, Soviet Ukraine, etc. That's our first image. Our second image from 2004, during the presidential campaign that led to what is known as the Orange Revolution. Pictured here is Viktor Yushchenko, who was running against Viktor Yanukovych, who attempted, with his predecessor president, Leonid Kuchma, to steal the presidency. Thousands of Ukrainians came to Maidan Nezalezhnosti, Kyiv's Independence Square, to protest this electoral theft. And they eventually secured a new round of voting, which led to the election of Viktor Yanukovych here. Our third image, 10 years later, also taken from Maidan Nezalezhnosti, when a resurgent Viktor Yanukovych had used violence against Ukrainian protesters who were upset primarily with increasing corruption, a depravity of the Yanukovych regime in using force against peaceful protesters, as well as an embrace of the Kremlin. As you can see here, there were encampments on the square, and you'll notice construction helmets being used for protective purposes to ward off, at first, batons from the security services of President Yanukovych, then rubber bullets, and then live ammunition. So these protesters eventually succeeded in securing for their state things that we tend to take for granted over here. Transparency and the rule of law in particular becomes known in Ukraine as the Revolution of Dignity. Here's an image from the current context from 2022, an image of citizens in Kharkiv, about 50 kilometers or so away from the Russian Federation, defending, as you can see here, and we were talking a little about cultural monuments and their protection right now in the context of war, defending against the Kremlin's horrific aggression against cultural monuments in Ukraine. Here you can see sandbags being used to protect them from Putin's rockets and bombs. So scenes like this one can be noted across the countries as Ukrainians seek to protect their culture against wanton and willful acts of destruction. So as you can see in all four images, Ukrainians are agitating for their freedom, they're defending their freedom, and they're sacrificing for their freedom. And many of you have probably noticed already where I'm going with this, because these images also portray a relationship between Ukraine's political culture, founded on liberty and freedom, and its literary culture, because if you look closely, you'll see references to Taras Shevchenko, the spark and flame of Ukrainian culture, in each of these images. This image was taken a number of weeks ago in a town called Borodyanka in the northwest of the city, around the northwest of the city of Kyiv, where Russia's war crimes, as in places like Bucha and Irpin, took a horrible and horrific toll on Ukrainian civilians. We saw that Russian soldiers shot at Shevchenko's statue in Borodyanka, and recently there was a very poignant story of a 9-year-old boy who survived the horrors of Borodyanka, and instead of talking about his own lived experience, kept expressing this confusion about why Russian soldiers would shoot at Taras Shevchenko. And I think Russian soldiers would shoot at this monument because they cannot defeat his words. And I want to share these words with you today, because this literature tells us a lot about Ukraine's civic national identity. And I want to be really clear, it's a civic national identity, one that is based on an idea of becoming Ukrainian regardless of your ethnicity or background. And it's proving, I think, and all of us can see it, to be most likely the most powerful force for liberal democracy in the world right now. Academics, of course, are trained to choose their words carefully, and I'm doing so here. So let's begin with some of these words. Борітеся, поборете, вам Бог помагає. За вас правда, за вас сила і воля святая. Fight on, you will prevail. God is helping you. On your side is truth, strength, and sacred freedom. I'd like you to listen to these lines delivered by a young Ukrainian man of Armenian heritage from the eastern city of Dnipro. His name is Serhiy Nehoyan. The lines were recited during the Euromaidan protests that I referenced from 2013-14 before. And you probably already noticed I used a lot of modifiers in talking about Nehoyan's background. That's prototypically Ukrainian. He was a Ukrainian of Armenian heritage, a Russian-speaking Ukrainian from the eastern city of Dnipro. And this diverse background is very Ukrainian because it doesn't quite fit the ethno-linguistic boxes we tend to carry around and apply to our study of the world. So let's listen to him recite this. Looks like the audio might not be connected. Perhaps, great, thank you. Weren't heard, but that's okay, I read them earlier. The reason why I wanted to show you Serhiy Nehoyan is to talk about, again, this civic conceptual of national identity. Serhiy was someone who protected the boundaries of the encampments on Maidan. He was stationed near a barricade, and he was one of the first protesters shot by security forces under the regime of Viktor Yanukovych. He was recorded a few days before his death by a film director named Serhiy Prosklernia for a project called Nash Shevchenko, Our Shevchenko. So we'll return to those lines in just a moment. They're from a very pivotal poem of 1845 called Kavkaz, the Caucasus. But first, let's talk about who Shevchenko was. My favorite characterization of Shevchenko comes from the Ukrainian writer Andrei Kurkov, who calls him the Dalai Lama of Ukraine. He's someone who was born in 1814, deserves his own Hollywood blockbuster. He was born a serf. He eventually is freed from serfdom, becomes a visual artist, and then becomes a visual artist who's exiled for his poetry and becomes the voice of his people. And it's really difficult, I think, to overstate the significance of Shevchenko for Ukrainians across the country, across all regions of the country, across the centuries, as we'll see in a moment, and across the globe. A few years ago, I worked with colleagues at the London School of Economics, just a mural commemorating Serhiy Nihoyan. I worked with colleagues at the London School of Economics on a project related to political polarization in Ukraine. And it was seeking to understand narratives and personages and profiles that could bring Ukrainians more tightly together across the country. And you can see they organized this study into 4 segments. And the first 2 segments were Ukrainians who are younger, very highly educated, more urban. Sections 3 and 4, or segments 3 and 4 rather, were older, educated but perhaps not as much as those in segments 1 and 2. And more rural in their residence. And as you can see, with the number 10 being the highest measure of respect and admiration, Shevchenko was clearly the most beloved of all political figures, historical figures, cultural figures surveyed. In fact, his closest competition, which I've given you here, was Vyacheslav Chornovil, who was a Soviet-era dissident and then post-Soviet politician before his death in 1999. And the 17th, 18th century Cossack hetman, Ivan Mazepa. So let's talk about this admiration, which I suggested before can transcend time and space. This is an image taken from Sumy in eastern Ukraine. And you can see a tiny map there that locates Sumy for you on the map of Ukraine. Photo was taken in 1917, celebrating the emergence of the progressive center-left Ukrainian People's Republic, the Ukrainska Narodna Respublika. Note the portrait of Shevchenko at the center. And note also the flag that reads, Chai zheve Vilna Ukraina, let a free Ukraine live, or long live a free Ukraine. Another photo, but this one taken 5,000 miles away from Sumy in Vladivostok. A demonstration of Ukrainians in Vladivostok in the Russian Far East, also as you can see here with Shevchenko at the center. It's a bit faint, but trust me, that's his portrait. And they're celebrating and demonstrating for the emergence of something that was called the Ukrainian Secretariat of the Far East. Now, the Ukrainian Secretariat of the Far East is a remarkable historical and political phenomenon. This is a group of Ukrainians who drafted their own constitution, recruited and trained soldiers, engaged in diplomatic relations with China and Japan. Effectively, what they were seeking to do, these Ukrainian peasants in the Russian Far East, was to found a Ukrainian polity off the shores of the Sea of Japan. And that to some people sounds like the punchline of a Soviet-era anecdote, but it is no joke. The Russian Far East was perhaps the hardest place for Ukrainian national identity to flourish, for the Ukrainian language to be used, because there were practical disincentives, and there were also legal restrictions against the use of the Ukrainian language and Ukrainian culture, in particular something that Andrei Smitsnyuk mentioned earlier, and that is the Ems Ukaz, the Ems Decree of 1876, which forbade the use of Ukrainian in the public life of the Russian Empire. So, as you can see, Shevchenko centers in all of these cases, and I could show you a plethora of other images. What is behind this lasting resonance? What's behind this legacy of a man who was born a slave, who never held political office, who never sat on a throne, who never owned an estate? And what I'd like to suggest to you, of course, is one, he was an extremely talented poet, so his poetic gifts, which you can't really delve into today, were extraordinary. The poetic corpus of Shevchenko was live and lively. It was metrically, sonically adventurous. Artistically, I think, really well ahead of his time. We often think of him as a romantic. I would argue he's proto-modernist in his poetics. His music really perplexes and transfixes. It sticks in your head. But the content of this poetry is content that's overwhelmed with secret, hidden knowledge. So this is the knowledge of the legacy of the Cossack past. It's a knowledge about abandoned people, particularly abandoned and disgraced women, illegitimate children, of brothers fleecing brothers, of exploiting brothers, of a past that contains secret promises for the future. But I would argue that it's the structure of his art that's most influential. Shevchenko's poetry is extremely diverse and polyphonic to its core. Yeats once said that out of the quarrel with others, we make rhetoric. Out of the quarrel with ourselves, we make poetry. Shevchenko is constantly quarreling with himself. He is often faced with contradictions, and rather than reconciling them, he lets them linger. He does the same with oppositions. His lyrical eye is all over the place. It's really shifty, hitri. In one moment, he may ventriloquize the voice of a proud prophet. Another moment, he may ventriloquize the voice of downtrodden people, even sometimes sarcastically, the voice of the imperial colonizer. So Ezra Pound once said that we should write poems like orchestral scores with many voices at once. And this is exactly what Shevchenko does. He's that kind of composer, and that is why he reaches so many Ukrainians who have different ethnic, linguistic, confessional backgrounds. With a country with that kind of plurality, you need a voice that can reach out across various lines. So he embodies, through this art, a kind of diversity, and he also makes sense of this diversity. And that's our key point now. His sense is that Ukrainian culture and Ukrainian history has an abiding message. And he centers this identity on one key value above others, and that is volia, freedom. He also turns Ukraine from a place with the culture into an idea and into an ethos that transcends the restrictions of territory. So this is an image of a mid-17th century map by the French military engineer Guillaume Beauplan. And if you're looking at it and it looks a bit quizzical, you can't quite orient yourself, don't worry, that's normal, because the northern orientation is at the bottom of the map, the southern one is at the top, so the Black Sea, you can see, is at the top. So if we flip it, which I've done there, and then apply a current-day map, you can see that Beauplan captures Ukraine and its general center and contours beautifully. You could use this map to travel through Ukraine today. The reason why I'm showing you this is, one, to remind ourselves that in the Western geographical imagination, Ukraine existed. It was well known as a place with the people, not some sort of geographical territory, not as a simple borderland. It existed in on the mental maps of people in the 17th century. In particular, 18th century, we see a lot of different European maps in great circulation in Western Europe. We have forgotten a lot of this mental geography. We're trying to recover it now. The main thing to understand about Shevchenko is that he detaches the idea of Ukraine from the place of Ukraine. He turns the place into an idea, and the idea is of an anti-colonial alternative to aristocracy to his west in Poland, and autocracy to his east in Muscovy and Russia. And in doing so, he casts the idea of being Ukrainian not as one related to ethnicity, not one about being an elect people who need some sort of resurrection or revival, but rather he casts the Ukrainian idea as about freedom, a freedom that is not necessarily won by czars or hetmans. In fact, Shevchenko had great antipathy and distaste for the hetmans that came before in the 17th and 18th century in particular. So above all for him, it was a notion of being culturally authentic, being yourself, not being fake and donning, let's say, imperial robes of knowledge and culture. So he spoke of freedoms from, that is, freedoms from serfdom, as well as freedom for cultural autonomy among groups in the empire. And he wrote this remarkable poetry in the Ukrainian vernacular. So this is just a almost random citation here of two different strophes to give you a sense of Shevchenko's burning liberational impulse. That's directed not only to Ukrainians, but to anyone who is staring down the barrel of imperial power. O люди, люди небораки, на що здалися вам цари, на що здалися вам псари, ви ж такі люди, не собаки. Чи буде суд, чи буде кара царям, царятам на землі, чи буде правда між людьми? Повинно бути, бо сонце стане і осквернену землю спалить. So this notion of liberty that must be won and that a reckoning will materialize in search and pursuit of this, liberty. There's one other aspect to this national identity as well, this pursuit of volia that we need to cite, and that is it wasn't restrained and confined to the Ukrainian case. So this was a pursuit of volia that involved releasing and liberating peoples around the world, particularly those that he was very close to, who were also, we might say, the imperial subaltern. So peoples oppressed by imperial power. In this case, I want to show you a couple of paintings by Shevchenko. Shevchenko is a talented visual artist. And as you can see in these two images I'm about to show you, that in portraying, let's say, the poverty and the vulnerability of, in this case, the Baigush, the Kazakh begging children, Shevchenko always puts himself on their side, always looks out at us, the viewer, with an expectant gaze, asking us what we are meant to do when we see this type of poverty and oppression. Another example, the Kazakh boy playing with cat, where you can see the boy with its distended belly, kind of a gesture to starvation, and always Shevchenko on that side, on their side. The lines I shared with you earlier, "Боритеся поборете, вам Бог помагає." What's important for us to understand is that those words are actually not directed to Ukrainians in the poem Kavkaz. They're directed to Caucasian peoples, the Circassian peoples, in fact, who are rising up against Russian imperial conquest. But nonetheless, the sleight of hand involved in Shevchenko's poetry is somehow convincing the Ukrainian reader that he or she is called by those lines, by those words. And so we can see in that magic of lyric address in particular, a way of connecting Ukrainians to all colonial peoples. And in fact, the Turkish poet Nazim Hikmet of the 20th century once proclaimed that Shevchenko's poetry collapsed the bounds between the national and international. And this is what he said, that Shevchenko's poetry offered, quote, a song of struggle to be sung in colonies, semi-colonial territories, and developing countries by people shedding blood for national independence, for land, for democratic rights. And Hikmet was right. Shevchenko actually becomes a very prominent touchstone for writers in the global south, and even a model and a frame through which oppressed peoples could communicate their suffering. I want to share with you just one example right now, but there are many more. This example comes from the Crimean Tatar literary tradition. The Tatars were deported by Stalin in 1944. It was a brutal event that led to the death of tens of thousands of people, mostly women and children and the elderly, because the men were off fighting on the front. And we're commemorating the anniversary of this deportation in May. It occurred from the 18th of May, 1944. After the deportation, Crimean Tatars and groups like them could never, in their literature, speak of this event. It was consigned to silence, which often happens in post-Stalinist culture and literature. But what we see are many Crimean Tatars using Shevchenko, who was also similarly deported, so he was exiled to Central Asia, worked near the Novopetrovsk fortress, endured a great deal of manual labor. So what you see are numerous Crimean Tatar artists like here, Yunus Tamirkaya, who in 1961 writes a poem, Taras Shevchenkoga, to Taras Shevchenko, as you can see, in which he expresses this agony and trauma of exile and deportation and uses Shevchenko as a way to do so while still speaking implicitly about the Crimean Tatars themselves. And notice that last couplet there. Sebestliknin azatmatli buyuk oğlu. Sanya yani nesirlerden bin bir hürmet. So, great, courageous son of freedom. New generations will pay you 1,001 tributes. Such intertextual transactions between peoples that is fueled and framed through Shevchenko's poetry occurred in the other direction as well. So Shevchenko's anti-colonial empathy, what we might call his solidarity with the subaltern, provokes scores of other poems in the Ukrainian language that similarly speak about an empathy and identification with groups like the Crimean Tatars. Here's an example taken from the 1960s, an excerpt from a poem by the dissident Ivan Sokulsky, who came from Dnipropetrovsk, was behind a letter that was called the Letter of the Creative Youth of Dnipropetrovsk, that spoke very harshly about the crimes of the Soviet regime, particularly with respect to nationalities. This is a poem that Sokulsky wrote that was commemorating the deportation of the Crimean Tatars. Hore sirotili, hore dalenili. Pelenele hore vichai plachi, і за ніч останню матері сивіли, і кричали діти отоді вночі. Пускаю ті гори, тільки чужі, земле предків, що тебе не знаєм. Голос дал не чується мені. Кров татарська вдалині ридає, серце в тузі, там на чужини. This is a poem that is put together out of the building blocks of Shevchenko's poetry. So even though it's about the Crimean Tatars, a Ukrainian reader knowing Shevchenko's verse can read their own cultural experience in the text as well. So this story of Ukrainian liberation and the story of national minorities across the Russian Empire, later the Soviet Union, within the lands of Ukraine, lead us to the emergence of an independent, sovereign Ukrainian state in 1918, but prior to that, months later, in December 1917, we see the publication of what was called the Third Universal, Tretí Universal. It was published in a broadsheet that you can see here that rendered this declaration of independence by way of 4 languages: Ukrainian, Russian, Polish, and as you can see on the right, Yiddish. And a very emblematic passage from the Tretí Universal is this one. The Ukrainian people who fought for their national freedom for many years, and now having won it, will firmly protect the free national development of all nationalities in Ukraine. So the political institutions of statehood that eventually materialized in the 20th century continue to make manifest this sense of the need to protect and elevate volia, liberation. So what about today? I want to continue and conclude, really, with one example that's related as well to the Ukrainian Crimean Tatar encounter. There are many examples that we could employ today. I showed you a couple of images, in fact, that speak to this Ukrainian Kazakh solidarity and identity. But I would say that this conversation between Ukrainians and Crimean Tatars about national identity in Ukraine has only really quickened since 2014. Texts of poetry in particular have really sparked an extended discussion about a multi-ethnic, multilingual, multi-confessional Ukraine that is, as we might say, a homeland of homelands. The example I want to cite for you now is by the Kharkiv poet Serhiy Zhadan. Recall that very breathtaking image of the statue of Shevchenko being protected by sandbags. That was taken in Kharkiv, where Zhadan is right now doing remarkable work in the city, providing aid and relief and morale, lifting morale among Ukrainians in that region of the country. The example is from a poem called Як ми будували свої доми, how we built our homes, or how do we build our homes. This is taken from a 2015 collection. And one way to think about its opening strophe is by way of some comments that Žadan's colleague and friend Yuri Andruchovich made about the places on Earth. There are two types of places on Earth for Andruchovich: places that we escape from and places that we escape to. But as you can see here, what Žadan gives us is something else. Як ми будували свої доми, коли стоїш під небесами землі, і небеса розвертаються і відпливають геть. Розумієш, що жити потрібно там, де тебе не лякає смерть. You understand you need to live where you are not afraid of death, and the heavens turn and float away. So what Žadan gives us here is a place that we don't escape to, or we don't escape from, but a place that escapes from us. And this is the nature of occupation, particularly Russian occupation. Your home is taken from you, even when you don't leave it at all. Now, 2 years ago, Žadan read this poem while visiting a base of Ukrainian Marines in Mariupol, not far off the Azov Sea. This is Ukraine's city of Mary that has been decimated by Putin's bombs, where right now hundreds of Ukrainian troops, potentially thousands of civilians, are holed up in Azovstal, which is a sprawling steelworks in the city. He recites this poem and many others to these Ukrainian Marines. I want to just play the opening couplet for you, and it's abruptly edited, so you'll see he reads the, the strophe. He'll read the strophe, and then you'll see the Marines clapping for him.
Як ми будували свої доми, коли стоїш під небесами зими, і небеса розвертаються, відпливають геть, розумієш, що жити потрібно там, де тебе не лякає смерть.
Of Ukrainian literature to its political culture. You see a Ukrainian poet from the east reciting poetry to Ukrainian Marines near the Azov Sea. So centrality of literature and culture to their own political life, to their civil society, as well as we've discussed, the centrality of particular kind of poetry, Shevchenko's poetry, this centrality of the notion of volia and freedom, of international, transnational solidarity. All of these things are built into the equation that we're talking about today. And we can't really scratch the surface. We can only really do so today. But I do want to conclude with something that actually helped me recently. Ukrainians have been circulating poetry with great speed and alacrity. It's been getting around quite often. And recently with students, we read a new poem by Lina Kostenko, one of the great poets of the 20th century in Ukraine, someone who came of age in the 1960s as a leader of the Shistesiatniki, or the 6 years generation. A remarkable lyrical poet who is actually quite economical in her style and her lexicon, really cuts to the core of a lot of interpersonal ethnic relationships, and ethical relationships, I should say. And she's 92, and she's still writing poetry. And her poetry is being circulated on social media, on Telegram in particular, and I received through WhatsApp one of her newest poems by a dear friend of mine who's in Kyiv at the moment. And this is poetry that doesn't necessarily focus on freedom per se, but does, I think, offer us a kind of cultural, spiritual balm. We read it and we can think about a positive future that gets us out of the wartime present. The first stanza in particular lifted my spirits on the day I received it. «І буде мир, і вічність зацвітуть у рідному моєму краї. Далекі добру звістку принесуть. Кінець війни, ми ворога здолали». So there will be peace, and cherry trees will blossom in my native land. Storks will bring good news, the good news that there is an end to this war and we have defeated the enemy. This is, I think, emblematic of the centrality of literature to Ukraine's cultural identity, its national identity, and also something that we see quite remarkably lifting the spirits of people at a time of catastrophe and disaster. My friend Ihor actually is not an academic. He's not, let's say, someone who recites poetry very often, but this has become a major outlet for him to express his hopes for a peaceful future, and also becomes a way that we can connect as well. So those are just a few ideas, a few texts that I wanted to introduce and share with you today to underscore, let's say, the building blocks and that source code of Ukrainian cultural identity, and I'm happy to discuss this with you in Q&A. So thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Rory, for this fascinating talk. We are opening Q&A session, so just raise your hand and Rory will give anyone the floor. So, yeah, let's start.
Do you think that the lack of understanding of the cultural uniqueness of Ukraine could be partly the reason why the EU did not integrate Ukraine as quickly as it should have done?
The short answer is absolutely yes. I think our failure to understand Ukraine, to learn its language, to study its culture, has proven to be a major obstacle in understanding the pivotal events from 2013 to the present. I was speaking to one of our previous speakers, Hubertus Jan, about the struggles that I personally experienced talking to journalists in 2013, 2014 about the Euromaidan revolution. So if one appeared on BBC or Al Jazeera speaking about the protesters on the square, who they were, what they wanted, inevitably I would have to discuss far-right extremists, even though they were extremely marginal and never central to the movement itself. You know, anytime you have a public demonstration where literally people are encamped on a major square in a major European city, you'll have all kinds of people float in and out. That has proven to be a really difficult notion to overcome that has been driven by Russian disinformation, and also, if I can say so, an intellectual laziness in the West. An inability to think about the Russian Empire as multi-ethnic, is vast. I mean, its size is almost difficult to comprehend. The same goes with the Soviet Union, which we often thought of driven by Russian culture, often looked at it through the prism of just Moscow and St. Petersburg without realizing its complexity and diversity. And that has led us to a moment where bureaus, for instance, of journalists have been in Moscow, but they don't have bureaus in Kyiv. They parachute in every once in a while. They do terrific work. And right now there are amazing journalists sacrificing everything to report the circumstances from this war. But I do think if we had paid close attention to Ukraine and studied it better, and I have to say I'm proud of this institution for having a Ukrainian Studies program since 2008, where my colleagues saw the intellectual case to study Ukraine. It was never a question for them. And now, 14 years later, a lot of our colleagues throughout the country, throughout Europe, are trying to catch up. And I do think if we had done a better job, that a lot of these issues that seem to hold not only European leaders, but also their electorates back from accepting Ukraine politically into European space, we would have likely not seen the extent of the suffering that has resulted from our ignorance since then.
Thank you very much. From this question and then this one.
Hi. As you've shown, people in Ukraine are interested in and listening to the works of people like Zhadan, Kostenko, which makes sense. They're alive, they're writing, they're there. Do you think there will also be, after, when peace finally comes, there will be a renewed interest in older poets and artists like Shevchenko, or do you think that what Ukraine is going through currently is such a ground zero, sort of, day one, that there's just going to be a much bigger focus on more recent art and culture?
Thanks for the question, Leo. I would say actually there's a commensurate attention and effort to recover cultural texts of the past, to revisit voices like Hrihori Skovoroda. Earlier we were talking about Church Slavonic in the Ukrainian vernacular. The ideas of this itinerant philosopher from Eastern Ukraine. I've seen similar things in terms of a call to study Shevchenko once again, to not think of him as just the statue on the square, not this figure installed on granite monuments with a stern gaze and a robust mustache, but actually a poet who was complex and often didn't make sense and tried to experiment in fascinating ways. So I think the moment of this, unspeakably deep catastrophe with so much demographic, cultural, spiritual loss has something of a bright side that I think has prompted people to pay attention more to their cultural activists, to their writers who give them a space, to our musicians, actors, who give audiences a space to communicate about things that are hard to communicate. So I mentioned Ivan Drac at the start. I often think about this paradox between wordiness, or slovlenost, as he puts it, and movchanya, silence, because how does one respond when we see the news we do every day about what's happening in Ukraine? And yet, how do we look ahead and imagine alternatives to the future? And I think culture provides that space, and not only contemporary culture, but also the culture of the past. And I think that is leading to a more robust, interesting, more dynamic field of Shevchenko's novstvo, Shevchenko studies, as well as a return to people like Oля Kobylanska, in particular Lesya Ukrainka. I mean, Lesya Ukrainka was a remarkable cultural figure who translated from a host of languages, wrote a lot of Shevchenkian poetry in her early years, also wrote a textbook on East Asian cultures for her siblings, as one does when you're 14. And she also turned the traditions of patriarchy on their head, reinterpreted the classics of Western European civilization along a feminist trajectory. These voices are hugely influential in the story of Ukrainian culture, and right now they're hugely influential in the story of Ukraine's future. And so I think actually there's a nice balance, at least that I'm seeing, that is interested in recovery, revisiting the texts of the past, and also trying to support the cultural activists of today.
Thank you.
I saw the video. I was actually quite moving of the poet reading to the battalion, and you mentioned Azovstal, you mentioned Mariupol. An interesting thing about Azov is that it's being portrayed as this sort of far-right group. But before each battle, or a lot of the time, they read a poem. Actually, they read the poem of the Ukrainian nationalists. So it's like "Shuvira moya bulla granitom," and there's a very moving video actually of all of the Azov just together and reading that poetry, and it kind of just goes to show how important poetry is, especially in wartime. So I was just meaning to ask about whether you think poetry will become more kind of militarized in the future. You'll be seeing a lot more kind of military themes popping up. And what you think kind of the Azov boys kind of defending that area with poetry and with their lives, because Azovstal is being held up by the Navy, but also Azov, who are kind of the ultimate Ukrainian nationalists, and just a group of volunteers who've gone out to fight and have gone into the most tough areas. Now that's Mariupol. So yeah, I was just wondering what you think of that.
Yeah, an excellent question. Thank you very much. First of all, I think we have to take stock of what war does to culture. Chris Hedges talks about war creating in society a black and white tableau, this dynamic between us and them. And in Ukrainian society, keep in mind the war has been going on, of course, for 8 years. We haven't seen that black and white tableau in the same way we might expect it. We see a lot of exploration in poetry about the nature and the identity of this Ukrainian we. Talking about the role of language, or the lack of a role for language, in determining that identity. There's been a lot of really interesting circumspection and interrogation about the nature of Ukrainian identity through culture in wartime when, again, the impulse is to find your enemy and retreat into this safety of your friends. So I hope that this energy that's kept that hard and fast us versus them, black versus white thinking from Ukrainian culture in these 8 years of war doesn't crystallize and quicken, that it still stays as introspective and circumspect as it has been. As for Azov, this is a battalion with a very long, well, I should say, in recent history anyway, a long story, one that begins in the context of 2014 when the Ukrainian military was not prepared and was not funded to confront the threat of Russian aggression. This volunteer battalion did have far-right messages. They were indeed powered by ultranationalism. But as the Azov battalion becomes subsumed within the Ukrainian National Guard, we see it change its political stripes, as it were. And we see much more capacious set of ideas. And at the same time, as you mentioned, this embrace of culture as being part of the fight. And the use of people like Zhdan for a number of years now is really important. Again, talking to Ukrainian Marines about the experience of Crimean Tatars and how those experiences might inform who they are right now is a very remarkable relationship between poetry and the military that I find quite distinct and unique to Ukraine, something to be celebrated. So on the one hand, with respect to Azov, we don't want to look away from those origins and to constantly underscore the fact that far-right extremism is a European global phenomenon. It's not particular to Ukraine. Actually, it's a minority position. In Ukraine, there is no far-right party in the Ukrainian parliament. Anyone with a far-right platform typically polls at 1% to 2% in various elections through Ukraine. And that the story of Azov has become, I used the term political football earlier, but it's political football of Russian disinformation, just like the figure of Stepan Bandera has become the boogeyman of Eastern European culture, without anyone really understanding what Bandera said. And what I would say about Bandera is he was an anti-Polish authoritarian who justified violence against others. So not necessarily a figure we should be celebrating when in Ukrainian culture and history there are a constellation of other heroes without those views, because they don't align, I would argue, with that center of gravity in Ukrainian national identity. So we don't want to avoid looking at them and seeing those messages, but at the same time, it's important to contextualize them properly and to see how Azov in particular has been fighting beyond the bounds of what I can even consider heroically for the citizens of Mariupol. And right now, I think, should be thought of in that light and not in the light of Russian disinformation.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we are out of time. And just final, very brief question from Becky Matthewson, who wrote her question in Zoom. Please, could specific poems quoted be detailed at the end for future reference? Thank you.
Yes, and may I also, speaking of future reference, point everyone to our partners at the Ukrainian Institute London, because they have a list of vetted organizations to which we can all give generously. So please visit that site and take a look at that, and I very happily share those poems with Emily, I think. Yeah.
Thank you very much for this very fascinating talk, and thank you very much for your questions. If you still have questions, you can discuss them with Rory. But so far, we have like 5 minutes break, so feel free to join us soon. All right, so we are going to start our next session. So if you're going to join us, please take your seats and we'll start in a minute. So let's start. Our next speaker is Dr. Lyudmila Sharipova. Lyudmila Sharipova is an assistant professor of history at the University of Nottingham. She completed her doctorate at the University of Cambridge. She taught in higher education institutions in the UK and the Republic of Ireland before moving to the University of Nottingham, where she took up a permanent lectureship in early modern European history in 2006. Her academic interests include aspects of the Orthodox Church revival, which were inspired by the reforming trends in early modern Catholicism and Protestantism and Orthodox female monasteries. Today, she will speak on religious toleration in Ukrainian Rus lands, from Berestze to Uzhgorod, 1596-1646. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
much. The
floor
floor
is
is yours.
This introduction, Stefan. I would like to thank the organizers of this event for bringing together such wonderful papers. I enjoyed myself immensely so far. And also for getting us into these wonderful premises. I spent many, many years in Cambridge. I've never been here. Thank you for making it possible for me to visit a place I've never been to in Cambridge. I was very pleased for a number of reasons listening to Olenka Pevne's paper, not least because our papers, I think, complement each other quite well. And well, Olenka's was very comprehensive. It didn't have any gaps, so I don't have any gaps to fill on her behalf or anybody's behalf. But I think the two just come together nicely, hopefully, fingers crossed. Anyway, British universities these days avidly promote the equality, diversity, and inclusion, or EDI, agenda in their day-to-day operation. Added to this, in the sphere of teaching, as Olenka mentioned, is the ongoing process of decolonization of university curricula. Well, so far, so good. But what individual members of academic staff understand as equality, diversity, inclusion, and decolonization remains an open question. Some colleagues, for example, believe that we live in a classless society. Those enamored of the idea of progress consider religion and an anachronism irrelevant to technologically advanced nations, and still others work on the assumption that the decolonization agenda should only apply to former British, French, and German colonies in Africa and Asia. And, well, none of this, mildly speaking, is true. And it wouldn't have been an issue had such views remained solely a matter of private opinion. Problems start when these deeply and often unconsciously held notions get transplanted to taught courses and published research and become received truths that ultimately influence public opinion. My paper today aims to dispense with one such long-standing myth, that the Eastern Orthodox Church neither sought nor experienced religious change during the confessional age. This is, of course, a very broad subject, and it is impossible to cover, not in 40 minutes, maybe not even in 4 hours. And to make my task manageable as well as relevant to today's event, I would like to narrow it down to, by drawing on the example of the Ukrainian Rus lands as part of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and also as part of the Kingdom of Hungary. Above all, I aim to show that the presence of select Ukrainian territories in the Muscovite and later Russian imperial colonial projects was but an episode in a longue durée structural evolution unfolding against the backdrop of global European history. The parameters of toleration for Orthodox believers across early modern Europe were set by the fall of Constantinople in 1453, which left the Grand Duchy of Muscovy the only sovereign country in the world where Eastern Orthodox Church was the official religion of the state. The Orthodox in southeastern Europe and parts of the former Byzantine Empire in Asia Minor and the Middle East lived under Turkish dominance and the Millet system. Large fragments of medieval Kievan polity, which came under Polish and Lithuanian control between the 12th and the 15th centuries, and contained broad segments of Orthodox Ruthenian settlement, were loosely controlled by Catholic administrations by approximately 1500. By and large, a modicum of confessional balance obtained, even if it frequently broke down and repeatedly needed fixing. The arrival of Protestantism in the second quarter of the 16th century initially provoked vehement opposition from the Catholic Church and persecution against the leaders of emerging evangelical belief from secular authorities. The growing numerical strength and political influence of Protestant nobility soon became obvious, necessitating the introduction of toleration as a state policy. When such policy was in place, however, Greek Orthodox believers were either effectively excluded from it, as became the case in Poland, Lithuania, or found themselves on the bottom rung, as it were, of a tiered system of official toleration, granted in full to other Christian confessions, but limited and unstable as far as the Orthodox Church was concerned elsewhere. The historiography of religious toleration for the Eastern Church, by and large, tends to be limited to context rather than particulars, with the Orthodox, as often as not, virtually zoomed out of existence. For example, painted with reassuringly broad strokes, religious toleration in Poland, Lithuania is represented in most Anglophone historiography as unique and unprecedented in early modern Europe, with the sole exception of the United Provinces of the Netherlands, where the authorities were also very broadly tolerant. The 1573 Warsaw Confederation is praised as a shining example of enlightened attitude to confessional freedom, but almost exclusively with regard to the coexistence of Catholics and Protestants. While acknowledging the travails of the Eastern Church in contested borderlands, historians with an eye to the finer detail sometimes equate extraneous attempts to mold the Orthodox Church in accordance with Catholic and Protestant ideas about salvation with missionary efforts, reform, and positive good. As a result, the corollary that under such toleration regimes, the survival of Orthodox customs, indeed the confession itself, was conditional and restrictive, or that such measures, in effect, created a tiered structure of toleration is muted. In particular, expert commentary is rare on the difference between de facto and de jure modes of religious toleration in the areas of the continent where Latin and Greek Christianity coexisted, Jig by Jow, in the early modern period. Fluidity of definitions and interpretations is often an obstacle to determining the position of the Orthodox Church on the scale of confessional toleration. Initially, historians of ideas in early modern Europe put forward a simple, not to say simplistic, linear narrative, something along those lines. The brief period of tolerance advocated by 16th century humanists was replaced with the intolerance and bigotry at the turn of the 17th century, which led to religious wars, the most destructive of which was, of course, the 30 Years' War. Excessive confessional zeal eventually caused disillusionment in religion generally and made way for a common sense tolerance of religious differences. This Whiggish version of the development of toleration in early modern Europe was subsequently questioned and corrected, and a more complex and nuanced version of the phenomenon emerged. Ole Peter Grell's emphasis on the significance of political expedience, power balance, and the rule of law in devising forms of toleration has not lost its strength more than 2 decades after it was expressed in a seminal volume which Grell co-edited with Robert Scribner. More recently, some historians would even go as far as claiming that the term toleration is unsuitable for describing early modern society and its mentality, and the so-called measure of religious toleration should be regarded mostly as acts of compromise or political prudence, to quote Maciej Ptaszyński. Subtle as it may seem, religious developments across East Central Europe from the middle of the 16th century show that the difference between de jure and de facto arrangements for toleration was by no means semantic, even if the constitutionally guaranteed laws of toleration could be rescinded on a later date, as was the case, for example, with the Edict of Nantes in France. Born out of the times characterized by the absence of efficient central authority, ad hoc solutions worked out locally initially suited all parties. Late medieval Eastern Church was, of course, no newcomer to the areas densely populated by Orthodox believers in Poland, Lithuania, and Carpathian Rus. As such, it could justifiably claim local privileges based on longevity and tradition, which were normally upheld but remained outside constitution in the sense of not becoming part of specific legal arrangements guaranteed by the state or other centralized authority such as the papacy. Occasionally frowned upon and branded as schismatics, the Orthodox were by and large accommodated with relative ease into the prevailing paradigm of religious and political coexistence in multi-ethnic and multi-religious states. To quote Benjamin Kaplan, coexistence could be intimate without being friendly, unquote. In Poland and Lithuania, where powerful Orthodox magnates continued to exercise traditional patronage of their co-religionists, nobility, the latter willingly delegated representation of their interests to the small princely oligarchy, while ensuring protection of their rights at the highest level. Such arrangements isolated Orthodox gentry from the rest of the political nation, as well as leaving magnate clientele exposed when a prince's heirs changed religious allegiance, as happened rather unfortunately in the case of Prince Ostrogski. In a quest for toleration before the Reformation, the Eastern Church had relied on tradition, precedent, and princely patronage. But the lack of clearly defined legal standing with the state became a chink in its armor when the established status quo came to be challenged. The arrival of Protestantism created powerful evangelical political factions, both at royal court and in the provinces, which not only transformed the Western Church, but also set a very different socio-political context for the Orthodox, who found themselves in the middle of this warfare of not their own making. Despite the legal recognition of Protestantism, the fate of the urban Protestant communities depended entirely on the social and political power they represented or could mobilize in their support. And likewise, Protestant success in rural areas would have been unthinkable without a political movement that in the latter 16th century commanded the support of no less than half of the nobility. By contrast, Eastern Church's isolationist attitude and increasing political emasculation bode ill for its ability to raise the issue of toleration on the constitutional level and impose a debate over it on kings, ruling princes, as well as Catholic, Old Catholic, and emergent Protestant estates. A tug-of-war ensued in which Latin churches displayed their confessionalizing zeal by both questioning the validity of the Eastern dogma and rite and trying to pull the Orthodox inside their respective spheres of influence. The position of the Eastern Church was complicated by the absence of a unifying statement of belief, confessional statement, whose importance for the creation of defensible religious identities in early modern Europe has long been axiomatic. The devolved structure of the Church made the four traditional Eastern patriarchs unable to produce such a statement, and the Patriarchate of Moscow, newly created in 1589, signally lacked the intellectual capacity to fulfill this task. The local branches of the Eastern Church were thus left to fend for themselves and make their own arrangements with the rulers and confessions that dominated their regions. Even a cursory look at the text of the declaration of the 1573 Warsaw Confederation that became the basis of the Pacta Conventa, a document signed by every Polish king on accession to the throne, makes it clear that the document did not guarantee the freedom of conscience to the king's subjects, and that, in effect, it promised different concessions to different confessions. In reference to the religious dissension, you can see on the screen underlined words, decidium in causa religionis Christianae in other kingdoms is an obvious allusion to Protestantism, and it was Protestant dissenters, dissidentes, again the underlined word, to whom members of the Confederation pledged peace and security irrespective of differences in religion less than 6 months after the massacre of Saint Bartholomew in France. Catholic ecclesiastical property was to remain intact and available only to the Roman clergy indigenous to Poland, that is, individuals who legally exercised noble rights in the country. The Orthodox, described as the people of Greek faith, received the promise that benefices of the Eastern Church would continue to be distributed between their co-religionists, and reference to the continuation of this practice was disingenuous, of course, because both local lords and occasionally the king had previously granted Orthodox benefices to Catholics. Moving forward, the guarantee would turn turn out to be particularly ambiguous, not to say meaningless, when the property of the Greek Orthodox Church would be transferred wholesale to the Uniate confession created in 1596, sponsored by the state and a part of Catholic establishment, in effect. No specific legal provisions with regard to the Eastern Church were set in place in Carpathian Rus either. This was an area that between 1526, the disaster of the Battle of Mohács, and the end of the 17th century was dominated by Transylvanian princes who during that period espoused Catholicism and Calvinism in turns. Once the main lines of uneasy coexistence between Catholicism and a variety of evangelical denominations in East Central Europe were drawn, Catholics and Protestants adopted their own modes of dealing with the Eastern Church within the existing legal frameworks. While neither proclaimed themselves openly intolerant, political weakness of the Orthodox seemed to provoke a degree of bigotry and heavy-handedness on the part of the elites that represented politically dominant confessions. While Protestant denominations tried to extend their understanding of religious reform to the Orthodox, Catholics' preferred option was canonical union with Rome, which made recognition of key dogmatic principles such as papal supremacy and the issue of the procession of the Holy Ghost, filioque, principal conditions of acceptance. Such unions could be either spurred by local initiative, as I'm hoping to show in the rest of my paper, or they could be provoked by direct pressure from local Protestant authorities, which drove Orthodox bishops to seek rapprochement with the Roman Church. So now I would like to tell you about the events in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, Carpathian Rus to follow. Contrasted with the set ways and frequently low level of education displayed by Orthodox clergy, Protestant fervency of belief and intellectual appeal exerted a powerful attraction upon many Orthodox nobles in Poland and Lithuania. The new religion also held the promise of relieving them from clerical domination and promoting noble leadership in church affairs. A number of prominent Orthodox noble families converted to Calvinism and Unitarianism in the 1560s, and after 1569, the political union between Poland and Lithuania, there were probably as many as 400 Protestant congregations, mostly Unitarian, in the Rus lands. The adoption of the principle of religious toleration for the noble nation of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth under the 1573 Confederation of Warsaw that I already mentioned briefly turned the country into a safe haven for many Protestant groups, including those of a radical nature which were persecuted elsewhere in Europe, such as the Anabaptists and the Unitarians. According to the great Reformation historian still living, Diarmaid MacCulloch, at the beginning of the 1560s, it would have been impossible to say whether the religious future of Poland-Lithuania lay with Roman Catholicism, Lutheranism, or the Reformed, unquote. Under the terms of the Warsaw Confederation, a lord who converted to another religion could expect the population living on his estates to follow suit. There is a strange echo here with the cuius regio, eius religio principle in the Holy Roman Empire. Furthermore, royal and noble right of investiture to ecclesiastical titles and properties was all too often combined with pecuniary considerations on the part of the patrons. This meant that church officers often went to the best connected candidate or perhaps to the highest bidder. Patron-appointed lay caretakers of vacant dioceses and other ecclesiastical benefices openly regarded them as a source of revenue, especially where a different confessional allegiance made them impervious or even unsympathetic to the needs of the Eastern Church. Noble conversions, in short, could have broader, much broader social consequences. In the Byzantine tradition, the laity had long been accustomed to having a say in ecclesiastical life. Interestingly, the Orthodox revival in Poland, Lithuania, was set in motion by the burghers of Lviv, a city in the western periphery of the Rus lands, a confraternity of laymen which organized itself around the Church of the Assumption of Our Lady. Around 1585, established a printing press and founded a school of Greek and Slavonic letters. In 1586, they secured a charter from the visiting patriarch Joachim of Antioch, which freed them from local episcopal jurisdiction and placed the confraternity under the authority of the Metropolitan of Kiev. Emboldened by patriarchal support, the Orthodox burghers of Lviv began to fashion themselves as guardians of the purity of the faith. The conferers took their religious liberties to extremes when they began to harass the Orthodox Bishop of Lviv for alleged breaches of acceptable pastoral conduct. In a letter to the Patriarch of Constantinople, they painted the Orthodox episcopate in an altogether negative light, directly attributing the perceived crisis within the Church to their nefarious influence. In particular, the bishops were accused of being loath to correct the errors of inept priests for fear of revealing their own inadequacies. That the episcopate did not take lay meddling meekly is shown by the angry retort of the Bishop of Lviv, Hedon Balaban, to the burghers of a small provincial town in his diocese who had requested that he instruct them in the faith and scripture of the apostle, as the Apostle Paul had done in early Christianity. It's a quotation. "You say, I should teach you, peasant, but you have just emerged from the manure heap. What business do you have with scripture?" Unquote. Seeing patriarchal influence as the root of the troubles caused him by disobedient laymen, the aggrieved Bishop Balaban is even reported to have taken the unprecedented step of addressing the Catholic Archbishop of Lviv, Jan Dimitar Solikovsky, with a tearful plea to help him and his fellow bishops, Orthodox bishops, to rid themselves of the tyranny of the Eastern Patriarchs. More Ruthenian urban centers followed suit by organizing lay Orthodox confraternities on the template devised in Lviv, opening schools and printing presses, and similarly trying their hand at challenging episcopal jurisdiction. A series of Orthodox church synods took place in Poland, Lithuania between 1591 and 1596. They addressed educational and cultural concerns particularly close to the heart of the urban lay confraternities. They attempted to tackle the problems arising from the excesses of royal and noble patronage, and they moved to discipline the bishops. Above all, they put in sharp relief the ever-growing gap between the Orthodox laity's desire for religious reform and the episcopate's insistence on strong clerical authority. The increasing anti-clericalism of the laity had a larger endogenous character, that it was, in other words, it was a local phenomenon, although having said that, Protestant examples may have played a part too. There is some evidence of that. Both sides in the debate credited themselves with making strenuous efforts to, I'm quoting, arrange Orthodox religious affairs in accordance with the ancient hallowed order. But the dual association between lay initiative in church reforms and Protestantism on the one hand, and episcopal opposition to it with Catholicism on the other, had already been established by the 1590s. Protestant influence helped the laity formulate that challenge to the status quo, while the bishops looked to Catholic models to buttress their particular view of the church and of their own authority. As early as 1590, a group of Orthodox bishops raised the possibility of aligning themselves with the Roman Catholic Church. The resolution to compile a list of conditions for a prospective union of churches was approved 4 years later. A draft of 32 articles or demands of the Orthodox episcopate, which were to provide the basis for the future union, was drawn up by the end of 1594. Only 9 articles directly addressed the Pope, and the remaining 23 dependent on the Polish-Lithuanian state. In dogmatic terms, the contentious issue of the passage of the Holy Ghost, filioque, was to be resolved in line with a compromise that had been reached at the Council of Florence in 1439, from the Father to through the Son, but the Orthodox rite was to be kept unchanged, and the institution of clerical marriage for secular priests was to be preserved. External jurisdiction over the Eastern Church in Poland, Lithuania, was to pass from the ecumenical patriarch of Constantinople to the Roman Pope. Like their Catholic counterparts, the Orthodox bishops were expected to obtain the right to sit in the Commonwealth Senate. The quota of their representation was to equal that of the Roman Catholic episcopate. All monasteries, churches, and lay confraternities of the Eastern Rite were to be subjected to local bishops, and the ecclesiastical jurisdiction to supersede the powers of secular patrons. The properties taken away from the Eastern Church in the past were to be restored, and the institution of secular caretakers of ecclesiastical benefices abolished. The Orthodox clergy had to receive equal rights with Catholics, such as, for example, exemption from taxes, and the final version of the document was approved by the Church Synod held in the then Lithuanian city of Brest, present-day Berastia in Belarus, in June 1595. At a solemn ceremony in Rome on the 23rd of December 1596, 2 Orthodox bishops read out the confession of the Eastern faith prepared by the Curia officials, which complied with Catholic dogma, both in spirit and in letter, and proclaimed their fidelity, moreover, not only to the decisions of the Council of Florence, but also to the Tridentine decrees. As a result of the top-down reform led by the episcopate, the Eastern Church in Ruthenia split into 2 antagonistic camps, the Greek Catholic and the Greek Orthodox. The Greek Catholics were afforded official status as the Church of the Eastern Rite in the Commonwealth, while the Greek Orthodox lost legal standing with the Polish-Lithuanian state, and with it the right to a separate church administration, as well as any entitlement to benefices and ecclesiastical properties. The disunited Greek Orthodox Church was thus no longer officially tolerated in the country that had prided itself on the breadth of its religious freedom for over 3 decades since 1573. Following the restoration of its legal rights in 1632, the benefices and estates of the Eastern Church had to be split between the Greek Orthodox and the Greek Catholics, which provoked further division and social unrest. Difference of religion became one of the most explosive ingredients in the Cossack uprising of 1648-54, which permanently shattered the Commonwealth unity and contributed to its partition in the century that followed. I'll talk rather briefly about the Carpathian Rus before drawing my conclusions. In Carpathian Rus, that was part of the Kingdom of Hungary from the 13th century, confessional rivalry between Catholics and Protestants resulted in attempts to attract followers of the Eastern Rite to either side through promises of improved clerical status, better education, and political emancipation. Along with the enclaves of Eastern Orthodox Romanian population in Eastern Hungary, the Diocese of Mukachevo, re-established in the second half of the 16th century, came under the authority of the Orthodox Metropolitan of the neighboring Transylvania. It would seem, however, that from the turn of the 17th century, the Metropolitan's ability to fulfill his canonical duties, in particular timely consecration of bishops for the dioceses under his jurisdiction, was impaired. Thus, in 1601, a certain Sergius, he ruled until 1619, became the first Eastern Orthodox Bishop of Mukachevo to receive consecration in the faraway Kiev, instead of being consecrated by his canonical superior, the head of the Transylvania's Metropolitan See of Alba Iulia. More than 3 decades later, Basil Tarasovich, a native of Poland-Lithuania, received his consecration from the Metropolitan of Moldavia in Jassy. One explanation for this jurisdictional irregularity may be what Michael Latsko terms the Transylvanian episcopate's crypto-Calvinistic tendencies that became manifest in the first half of the 17th century. From the 1630s, Carpathian Rus became the domain of the Transylvanian princes Rákóczi, who enlisted sympathies for the spread of the Reformed faith across their domains, creating new problems for the Orthodox. A combination of factors that included a virtual absence of a functioning ecclesiastical structure in the region and fear of Protestant takeover could have been behind the motivation of the Orthodox episcopate of Carpathian Rus to seek rapprochement with the Catholic Church. Instrumental in the forging of ties with Rome were George Lipai, Bishop of Veszprém and Eger, Archbishop of Esztergom, and Gasparo Mattei, the Apostolic Nuncio at the Imperial Court. The unionizing effort evidently had the backing and support from the Emperor and the Court of Vienna, who viewed the increase of central authority in the region at the expense of local elites as desirable. The Act of Union was concluded in the town of Uzhhorod in 1646 under the nominal authority of the absentee Bishop Basil Tarasovich, whose earlier Catholic conversion in Vienna had earned him Prince George I Rákóczi's intense displeasure and necessitated his physical removal to Rome. Under its terms, that closely followed the blueprint of the 1596 Union of Brest, the Orthodox community accepted papal primacy, the dogmatic principle of filioque, the use of unleavened bread in the Eucharist, and the doctrine of purgatory. In return, they secured continued application of traditional Byzantine rites, local election of Greek Catholic bishops, which required subsequent papal confirmation, and, on paper at least, equal rights of uniate clerical personnel at all levels with their Roman Catholic counterparts. In this way, both Catholics and Protestants were eager to play the Orthodox card in Carpathian Rus. For the Habsburgs and their local clientele, support for the Eastern Church meant that they could both thwart Calvinist authority and foster the loyalty of the Carpatho-Russinians, who in one way or another resisted conversion to Western Rite. That the union did not take hold until as late as the 1730s highlights the complexity of maintaining this balancing act between Catholic lobbyism in Vienna and the heady local mix of counter-Reformation, Calvinist political elites' opposition and Orthodox recalcitrance in the face of the continued lack of de jure toleration for their religion. And briefly, the conclusions. My first aim today was demonstrating that the idea of the Eastern churches being unaffected by the spread of Protestantism and Catholic revival in the age of the European Reformations is very much out of date. On the contrary, it offers fertile ground to the Reformation historians able to observe on these territories, not just the familiar pattern of a two-way interaction between Catholicism and Protestantism, but also their modus operandi in a triangular relationship with the Orthodox. Secondly, we have looked at Poland-Lithuania, an area of East Central Europe known for its venerable and, of course, not undeserved tradition of broad religious toleration. The conclusion derived from the exercise is that some religious confessions operating in early modern states that had toleration embedded in their constitutions, well, some confessions were more equal than others. Although not new in terms of the applicability and limitations of the concept of toleration generally, it is a statement worth making with regard to the areas of Europe comparatively less well covered in recent Anglophone historiography. And finally, giving voice to lesser known but not altogether insignificant participants in the Reformation debates, an important contribution can be made to the current conversation about minority rights, inclusion, and equality without qualifications. Thank you.
Would anyone like to ask a question? I will come to you with a microphone. Excellent.
Sorry, I don't know if this is particularly... Okay, sorry, thank you. I don't know if this is a particularly relevant question, but I was just wondering about what was going on with religious minorities at the time, like Judaism or Islam, because, you know, that's in the area too.
Well, religious minorities, of course, existed since the medieval period. They found, most often they found ad hoc arrangements with local authorities, very rarely with central authorities, because central authorities were very rarely responsible for what happened across countries, etc. Jews were tolerated. Jews were saddled with tasks that Christians didn't fancy performing, like usury, for example, which explains some of the bad press Jewish people received in the early modern period. Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is that most of those arrangements were ad hoc rather than constitutionally embedded, and that created problems for the future.
Has anyone looked at your study and compared it, say, to the agreements, eventually with the Good Friday agreements in Ireland?
I don't think so. You know, having lived and worked in Ireland for 3 years, I couldn't escape parallels, logical, substantive parallels. But, I am constantly being explained since my PhD study here in Cambridge that while, Ludmila, you can compare anything, even Ukraine, with Paraguay, the question is why. So I agree with you. It's not controversial. It may be very interesting. But, we are all constrained by ref requirements and this and that. Experimentation is not easy. But thank you.
I'm going to assume that Ukraine retains its sovereignty. Point, okay? Who will lead in the religious context in the new modern Ukraine going forward? And how will they do that to maintain this inclusion and equality in religious terms? Will you be there?
Well, to be perfectly honest with you, and I don't think I'm even being controversial, I don't think anyone should lead, because, you know, if you want toleration, no, sorry, we don't even want toleration, we want tolerance. We want tolerance as the philosophical attitude of the mind, that everyone is equal without qualifications. There are no confessions more equal than others, right? Then I think all the confessions, of which there are many in Ukraine, should exist not so much independently of each other, but without any dominant confession or dominant confessions. I don't think, for example, that Christianity should dominate in Ukraine over Islam or the other way around or anything like this. I think everybody should be absolutely equal. Tolerance, of course, is a constrained phenomenon. You know, it's an expedience. What we need, toleration is a matter of expedience. Tolerance is what we need, and under tolerance there is equality.
Thank you for your talk. I'm just curious, you talked about the 16th century and 17th century and the problems that existed and fights between Orthodox, Catholic, Reformed, Protestants. So I have a question, whether actually ordinary people, was it always a matter, a political matter which church would dominate? Did ordinary people actually have a choice or means to choose a certain religion at that time, say 1560s and to beginning of 16th century, beginning of 17th century? Thank you.
Thank you. That's an excellent question. And of course, in the 16th century, particularly if we are looking broadly at Europe, not just the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth necessarily, then common people not only could lead, but sometimes they did, you know, as the mainstream Reformation, let's say the Lutheran Reformation, early 16th century Reformation shows us. The Reformation would not have succeeded without the participation at the grassroots level, augmented and complemented, as it were, from willingness from above. It is when we have these two processes coming together, when, you know, those at the top are willing, and so are those at the bottom, and the middling sort are also in agreement with the ideas for reforming their church. This is when church reforms happen. But in conditions where, like in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, where some churches were politically obviously dominant. I mean, there is no debate as to whether Catholics and Protestants, and then towards the 17th century, into the 17th century, solely Catholics were the dominant religion. Then commoners' participation in church reforms was minimized.
We are unfortunately running out of time, but I hope everyone can join me in a round of applause for Dr. Sharigo. Thank you so much. We will have a break and then we'll start again at 3:05. Hello, everyone. We are starting, so please proceed to the debate chamber. I have a pleasure today of presenting our next speaker, Dr. Andrei Kirilenko, who asked me to have a very brief introduction. Andrei is a professor of finance at Judge Business School at the University of Cambridge, with a talk today about economic consequences of the war in Ukraine. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you. And I'd like to thank the Cambridge Ukrainian Society for organizing this wonderful event. It's a pleasure to be here. It's great to be here. It's great to have my colleagues here. It's great to have Ukrainians. It's great all of you to have come and support this event. This is very, very important. You've been exposed today to a number of presentations, and I think what you could have learned from these presentations is that Ukraine is a country that has been around for a while. It has religion, it has culture, it has its own language, it has people who have very strong values. It's a country that has experienced a lot of adversity. But many European countries have experienced a lot of adversity, so war has been, part of European history for pretty much the entirety of its existence. So in that way, Ukraine is not alone. And however, the war that we're seeing now happening in Ukraine is something that we, as sort of Western civilization, if you will, were hoping would never happen. And so what we'll talk about today is I'll focus on Ukraine. It's about economic consequences of the war in Ukraine. I'll focus on Ukraine. I'm not going to focus on Russia. I'm not going to focus on the rest of the world because there are other experts out there who perhaps could say more about it. I'm not an expert on Russia. I'm not even an expert on Ukraine. I'm Ukrainian, and I've been engaged with Ukraine since primarily 2014. I left Ukraine when I was 16 years old. I went to study and study some more. And then I worked for the International Monetary Fund, primarily working on financial crisis situations around the world for over a decade. So I've seen many, many crises. I've seen how they come about and what they leave behind, but financial crises that have to do with money being lost, not necessarily lives being lost, but a lot of money being lost or wasted. And then I joined the US government, and I worked in the US government during and after a global financial crisis, the crisis that engulfed the whole world. And I've seen some more of just sort of how finance works or doesn't work. And so that exposed me to just sort of a particular way of looking at the way things are done, at the way economies are run. And in this particular situation, we're going to talk about these events from the point of view of not necessarily human suffering, but human suffering will show up behind it. And one of the things that you learn over time when you're working with countries, that to many people, these tables of macroeconomic indicators of fiscal performance and monetary performance just sort of look very, very boring. But when I look at them, to me, these are lives. There is education in there. There are people being born. There are people getting married. There are people getting old. And it's sold in there. It's just distilled into this form of these tables. So when you look at them, try to think of it as this is really information that brings together, it's really for the people. I mean, all of these things are for the people. The economy should be out there for the people, for the protection of the people, for the way so that the people could express themselves. You've heard about religious tolerance, so people could practice whatever religion they wish. So people don't have to be scared for their lives. So people could feel that if they get sick, they will be taken care of. So these are the numbers that just sort of come together in these tables, even though they may look just sort of a bit boring. So we'll approach it that way. So let me first put together, my talk is based on publicly available information. I'm not privy to any private information related to war or related to just sort of what's happening in Ukraine. I'm participating in some conversations with people who are making decisions, but the sort of Ukrainian authorities have been so amazingly transparent about what they're doing, then pretty much all of it is in the public domain very, very quickly. President of Ukraine videotapes messages to the people every day. The regional governors are on YouTube and on TV, live throughout the day. They're explaining what they're doing. The military commanders from time to time come and explain sort of what's going on. The Minister of Foreign Affairs is very, very present in explaining, what rounds of negotiations they're in, what positions they're taking. So you can see that people are very transparent. It's very, very clearly the government, both the central government and local governments, are fully functioning. They're there doing what they're supposed to do, and they have trust of the people, and they're being transparent about what they're doing. So I'm learning from that. So perhaps, since a lot of it is happening in Ukrainian, I may communicate something to you that you may not have heard because it may not have filtered into the Western media, but it is in the public domain. I'm not going to disclose anything that is just something that I've been privy to. So this is a map. It's a map that was put together by the Ministry of Defense, UK Ministry of Defense, together with the Institute for the Study of War, a non-profit on the study of war. And what this presents to you is the map of Ukraine, and it also presents to you the territories that are currently being occupied by the Russians, and where they are planning to attack, and the blue lines, blue arrows there indicating where the Ukrainians are putting up sort of resistance and putting up defense. So that whole area, the Crimea and parts of eastern Ukraine that have been annexed or occupied before, you can see that the Russian forces are now extending it out. The important part of it is all the seaports all along the way, they have either been occupied by the Russians or they've been blockaded by the Russian Navy. So the seaports are not operational. You cannot import or export anything through the seaports. So the remaining corridor in and out of Russia and in and out of Ukraine to conduct sort of to import or export anything is by rail or by truck. These Russians are bombing or attacking infrastructure. They periodically blow up, send missiles to blow up bridges that have to be repaired. So it's not always in operational order. Moreover, one interesting fact that you may or may not know is that the width of the railway in Ukraine is the railway is larger than the width of the railway in Western Europe. So you cannot take directly rail cars from Ukraine into Western Europe. So that creates an additional problem because let's say you put whatever it is that you put on grain on rail cars and you get them to the Western border and you literally have to change the wheels underneath underneath the cars, which of course creates, it costs you time, it costs you money, and it's a significant sort of significant drawback to conducting it that way. You can conduct a lot more commerce by sea, and that's how primarily commerce has been conducted. Moreover, the eastern part of Ukraine is where primarily exports have originated, and where majority of the sort of industrial capacity has been traditionally located. So production of chemicals, production of steel, production of some machine building products. That is eastern Ukraine. These are the parts that are either being reduced to rubble, like Mariupol, or no longer operational because you have people who fled and you have infrastructure that's been destroyed. So what you see on this map is sort of where things are now and how it's changing sort of the economic situation in Ukraine. This is just for you to have a perspective on where things are at this point. As you may have heard from the news, Russians have pulled out from the north of the country and are now focusing on the major offensive in that part of Ukraine. They'll continue pushing forward. Ukrainians are holding them back. Russians are making incremental advances every day by throwing in basically an insane amount of tanks, airplanes, helicopters, and soldiers into this mix. And Ukrainians are holding them back with defensive weapons, and the heavy weaponry is coming, as you know, from the NATO. Ukraine is being rapidly rearmed by NATO weapons, and Ukrainians have been rapidly retrained to operate NATO weapons. Of course, it's happening in real time. And so it is, the Russians are continuing making advances into that territory. That's just as background of what's going on. So we can now look at, remember those tables that I talked about. This is a table from the IMF that will give you an idea about what just sort of the macroeconomic situation in Ukraine. So typically the macroeconomic situation is measured in terms of value added. So the first number that people look at is GDP. GDP is value added. How much value is being generated on an annual basis given whatever roads, bridges, humans is operational in your country? How much are you consuming? How much are you investing? How much are you exporting? How much are you importing? Just to put it in perspective for you, depending on how you count, the annual GDP pre-war of Ukraine was about $200 billion. $200 billion is not a lot of money. It is not a lot of money by Western standards. You've just heard that, for example, that it's not GDP and it's not exactly comparable, but the value of Apple computer is over $1 trillion, right? So $200 billion is not a lot of money. The population of Ukraine, again, depending on how you count, is anywhere between, around 35 to 40 to maybe 30, depending again how you count. The last census has been a long, long time ago, is somewhere in the order of 35 to 40 million people, right? So if you divide the two numbers one over the other, that will give you something on the order of $4,000 to $5,000 in GDP per capita per year. That's not much. That's not wealthy, and it's not just sort of a lot. So that means that cuts both ways. However, that means that these packages that you hear about, that the U.S. is going to provide, first provided, $13 billion, then it's going to provide $33 billion. That's a lot of money for Ukraine. You can go a long way with that money there, right? So it really is making a difference. It really, really making a difference. So the structure of the Ukrainian economy is, it's not a sophisticated economy. The best way I would characterize it, it's sort of a textbook small open economy. It's small in the sense that I just told you the numbers. It's large in terms of size, and it's wealthy in terms of resources, but somehow value is not being added on top of these resources. It has a lot of people, and it has a lot of land prior to war, but it's not something that sort of combines these humans and these resources in some way that generates a lot of value added. Many other countries that sort of live on, on top of rocks or like volcanoes with very few people generate a lot more value added somehow. So for whatever reason, that is the case. It is not a sophisticated economy. It is an open economy. It does not. It sort of accounts for. The last indicators are something on the order of 0.5% of global trade. It does not impact any prices except maybe sunflower oil. It doesn't impact them. It doesn't affect them. So what that means, if you're a small open economy, is that you don't affect anything, but every crisis, every change, anything around the world comes to you, and you have to deal with it. Every shock, anything happening somewhere, U.S. is changing its monetary policy, affects your exchange rate. Something somewhere, some geopolitics, some talk somewhere, your economy is affected. The exports and imports as a percent of GDP have been gradually growing, and each one of them individually accounts for about 60 to 65% of GDP. It's an open economy. It trades a lot, okay? It exports a lot, it imports a lot, it does not affect prices. Therefore, it has to figure out a way to conduct its policy in such a way that it's responsive to the fact that it cannot influence things, but it's a large country and it has to protect a lot of things and it has to manage. It has to manage somehow, but it's also it's sort of at the mercy of just sort of global trends at all times. Any crisis happening somewhere ends up in Ukraine. It does not have financial markets to speak of. It has a banking sector. It doesn't really have stock market. It has some bond market, but it is primarily government bonds, so it's government borrowing to finance the deficit. They're just sort of there. And it has a little bit on the forex side, on the swaps. You would think that it should have a commodity exchange. It doesn't have a commodity exchange for a variety of reasons. So it has a small number of banks, and following the global financial crisis and the events that happened, about 55 to 60% by assets under management of its banking system is state-owned, because they've taken over some of the banks that were previously private that were being mismanaged. So it's a country that basically has a state-owned banking system currently. The other banks provide platforms and so forth. The central bank has been reformed very, very well. The Ministry of Finance has been reformed. Ukraine has been a member of the International Monetary Fund since 1991. It's been continuously receiving, it's been pretty much continuously under some sort of program with the International Monetary Fund. Pretty much every program that they've started, they failed. Every single one. So they would take the money and they would not deliver on the conditions that the IMF would set on them, right? So it's a country that, again, small open economy without financial markets, with underdeveloped financial system, and that, I would say, have capacity issues before the war. It had capacity issues in a number of areas. It had capacity issues on the financial side. One of the interesting things that, however, has been happening in Ukraine is the blossoming IT sector. So it has, the literacy rate is 100%. The number of people who go to universities is I can't remember the exact percentage, but very, very high percentage, something on the order of 50% of people go to college, right? And very, very deep history of IT. The first digital computer in continental Europe was developed in Ukraine, was actually built in Ukraine in the 1940s. It built some of the first programming infrastructure. It built some of the first, actually the prototype internet was built in Ukraine in the 1960s before ARPANET. Some interesting facts, right? I mean, it never sort of took off, but very rapidly developing IT, and IT in Ukraine is highly decentralized. It's not based in one place. It's in every major city there was sort of an IT hub, and it's an industry. It's globally integrated. People are working on a lot of very interesting projects. There's startups that have been set up, that have been acquired by the likes of Amazon and Google and so forth. So, so that part is there. That is just sort of separate from, it's like developing on its own over the last, but based on a sort of very deep foundations. I've spoken with a number of IT CEOs of major IT companies, and I pretty much hear the same story. You know, I'm a third-generation IT person. My mom and dad were working for something in IT. My dad was teaching math and computer science at the university. My mom was working at the computing center. My grandparents were in IT, so I'm a third-generation IT. When I talk to bankers in Ukraine, they're all first-generation bankers, because the Soviet Union didn't have banks, right? So you have first-generation bankers, third-generation IT engineers, so that gives you an understanding of why IT is so much more sophisticated than finance, right? Having said that, the amount of technical assistance through the IMF, through the Bank for International Settlements, through bilateral assistance, pouring into Ukraine to develop something that is reasonably compatible with the global sort of monetary and financial system has been, especially in the last several years, really significant. And so it is now compatible, you know. And the central bank has been reformed, and the central bank has done very well. And the central bank has had plans in place for an invasion. They've executed these plans. Payment system is working. All the debit and credit cards are working. Bank branches are working. You can withdraw your cash. You can take your cards over the border into Poland, Romania, and further out. You can use them. You don't even need the card. If you forgot the card, you can use it on your phone. It's a virtual card that's on your phone. You come to the points of sale, you use it, it's operational. So that has been amazing. Actually, one of the positive things about not having a sophisticated system is that it's very resilient. You know, it's basically there's not that many places in which it can break, and it has not broken. That has been good. So that has performed. The economy is it's been just sort of, if you look at the sort of economic indicators, it's been sort of 0 to 1% to 2% GDP growth coming out of this. It's just sort of been very sluggish for many years now. And you can ask yourself, why is it sluggish? You know, what's going on with all this potential? With one possible reason is that it's mismeasured. It's just measuring GDP the wrong way. It's basically measuring the legacy economy that's dying out and not measuring the new economy that's really blossoming. Because you don't need to be an economist. You know, if you look at the 1 to 2% GDP growth, and then you arrive in any major city in Ukraine and the traffic jams are such that you cannot move, you're like, how can this is inconsistent with 1% GDP growth. This is impossible, right? There's so much economic activity. I see cranes everywhere. I see construction. I see things being built. I see traffic jams. I see people rushing around. This is not 1%. This looks very active. You know, there's something going on in terms of measurement. So that's a positive story. Sort of a more negative story is maybe that is the case, and it's just pockets. You know, again, you arrive at major cities, and that's where activity is taking place, and there's a lot of sort of disparity in terms of how value is being generated. Majority of the population, dominant majority of the population of Ukraine lives in cities. I would say, I can't remember the latest number, over 80%. So it's a highly urbanized sort of society. So that's money. If you look at sort of money, it's again, it's very, very stable. There is basically not much there. The banking system is basically an appendix of the state. It's not really generating, it's not moving around. You can't really borrow well from the banking sector. They just wouldn't they just wouldn't give you loans. Why? Because they're much better off lending to the government to finance the budget deficit than lending to you. Because the government is going to repay them because they could print money. You, not so sure. You need to go chase after you if you don't repay, right? So, again, not an uncommon problem, not just sort of similar to Ukraine, not just in Ukraine. So again, small open economy before the war, lots of trade, lots of openness. Tariffs are very low. Ability to move things in and out, as you can see in the previous map, especially by sea, is there. Trade has been, of course, changing after 2014, after the annexation and the war, from Russia and Belarus towards European Union. European Union have created possibilities. The visa-free regime with the European Union allowed a lot of Ukrainians to go to Europe and spend some time there at 6 months out of the year, which means they could look for jobs, they could do a bit of studying, they could see how things really work, and they could bring this knowledge back. They see if this works for them or not. So the movement of people between Europe and Ukraine has been, let's just call it free as it gets. The movement of goods and services in particular goods between Europe and Ukraine has been very significant and increasing. The movement of capital has been basically not there very much, but that's because there is very little on the receiving end in Ukraine to actually receive it and put it to use, because it's so dominated by the government. So effectively liberal, open economy prior to the invasion. So the invasion happens, and we have the small open economy that has to reorganize itself. On the one hand, it's good. So people know where to go, not at their own free will, and people know how to reorganize. So it's at the same time, it is devastating what's going on. So these are estimates of the Kiev School of Economics. These are estimates. They just basically use whatever footage they have available of what has been destroyed, and they put some estimated value on it. So this is as of very, very recently. This is part of the project of, future reparations from Russia. How much would Russia have to pay or how much would be demanded that Russia pays to rebuild Ukraine out of the whatever assets are arrested or taken out of Russia. So these are the losses. So $88 billion as of now. So half of GDP already has sort of been destroyed in the course of 2 months, right? Estimates could be more, could be less. You can see, you've certainly seen that in that part of Ukraine that's been, and the part of northern Ukraine that have been currently under occupation or remain under the occupation of the Russian forces, the devastation is horrendous. I mean, they just destroy everything. They just shoot at everything. They can't really shoot at Ukrainians. They can't find them or whatever. They sort of just shoot at buildings, roads, bridges, factories, whatever is not moving, and whatever they could see in their scopes, they shoot at, right? So, and that leaves, roads unusable, infrastructure, bridges unusable, rail, factories, They also send missiles into the territory of Ukraine to basically bomb important infrastructure objects that they consider strategic, such as oil refineries. They basically destroyed all the oil refineries that sort of mattered. And so oil refineries are gone. So what do you do? These are strategic. Ports are not operational. They've either been blockaded or they've been destroyed and they cannot be used. So these are important. For a small open economy that runs on, it runs on transport and runs through points of entry for import and export, these are very important losses. Moreover, homes of people are being destroyed, so people who have fled have nowhere to go back to. So, the number of people who fled is now counted in millions, right? So the number of people who've just sort of fled to the West is a bit more believable because they ask for assistance and they're registered in some way, so we know that. But the number of people who have been transported into Russia from these territories is like, we don't know. It may be tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, a million, who knows how many people they've taken hostage, right? So, but the estimates are that something on the order of a third of the population, a third to half of the population has moved. They have not all moved to Western Europe. Some moved to part of Western Ukraine. Some have crossed the border. As you know, males between age 18 and 60 are not allowed to leave Ukraine. So they can go to the western border and they can take their families there, but they cannot leave. So the people who are crossing into the Western Europe are women, children, and the elderly. So those numbers are estimated coming from different countries, anywhere between 4 to 5 million people. That's insane. That's an enormous number of people, right? So, and then the number of people who are just sort of in the Western territories is sort of the rest of that. That's a big, big move. That's a lot of people. And these people have sort of moved. They are doing something. They're trying to stay productive, but it's not necessarily clear like what they can do, right? So, I mean, they are looking for jobs. And they're trying to do the best they can, but in terms of their value added and in terms of their productivity and in terms of sort of what they can do for Ukraine, the situation is it's not entirely clear. So they on the fiscal side, on the side of just sort of in order to spur sort of restart, if you will, businesses that had to move or stayed behind and had to shut down, the government basically effectively imposed a tax holiday. You can say you don't need to pay any taxes. Start your business tomorrow, no taxes to the government. Well, no taxes to the government means government is not collecting revenue. So government is not collecting revenue for the time being with the financial assistance coming from the West. In the form of grants, loans, and other assistance, that sort of makes sense. But the government is not collecting revenue, but it's sort of, everyone understands why it is done, and it's a temporary measure. It's not there just sort of forever. In terms of monetary policy, in terms of movement of money, as you can imagine, a lot of people left. They just told you they could use their debit and credit cards everywhere. What that means is that millions of people are now using their debit and credit cards in Europe to pay for groceries, to pay for medicine, to pay for housing, to pay for whatever. That means that, and the way it's done is that they have accounts denominated in the Ukrainian currency, and then there is a conversion using the exchange rate that is moving into automatic conversion as they use their card. So the accounts are denominated in the Ukrainian currency. When they use their card, they pay in whatever currency they're paying, right? So it's just done automatically as it happens. think of it as they have sort of multiple wallets inside their phones or inside their card. That's built into the payment system. But what that means is that a lot of money, a lot of monetary base is leaving Ukraine. So you have to do something about it, right? So how do you bring it back? So if this money is leaving Ukraine, then there is less money left in Ukraine to operate. So you need to figure out, as you're conducting monetary policy, that you sort of maintaining the monetary base that is in the monetary policy, that you have a lot of money, you have enough money circulating inside the Ukrainian territory, because that money is leaving, right? So it's an unusual situation. You don't want it to stop. There's some controls. There's some controls on how much money you can take out, how much money you can use, but certainly these are controls on sort of nominal amounts that are not controls on sort of incremental amounts. And it's creating challenges, and one of the challenges is how do you forecast? You know, how much money do you want to have in the system? How do you get this money into the system? And once you get this money to the banks, typically you get the money to the banks, and the banks through the multiplier just sort of spread the money to the economy. This time, you get the money to the banks, money leaves the country, so it's not spreading through the economy. So that's creating challenges. Again, not the challenges that are not known and they're predictable, but you need to work through them. You need to get some sort of an understanding of how it's going to show up. The exports are disrupted. Ukraine is negotiating how to export, in particular its agricultural products, through other ports. So it's figuring out ways that they're announcing agreements to export through ports in Bulgaria, through ports in Poland, so that they could take. But I told you, now first you have to get it to those ports. You have to get it by rail. By rail is expensive and complicated, you know. So yes, it's possible, but it's a pain. So also, where are these estimated losses taking place? Primarily in that eastern part of the country. So very, very disproportional where it's going to be. So where do I see this thing going? So this is sort of the situation as it is unfolding now, based on public information. Where do I see this thing going? The thesis is Ukraine was not a wealthy country. And my feeling is that going forward, after a period of time, my feeling is, and perhaps, you know, I'm wrong, but I don't see how that can be. I see basically the entire Western world supporting Ukraine. The USA, UK, you know, certainly parts of the European Union that close to the Ukrainian border, France after the re-election, certainly Spain, you know, you can't lose. I mean, you can't lose. You know, with that much, these are largest, most powerful, most sophisticated economies with the best militaries, with the best weapons. You can't lose. So they're not going to lose. They will, however, the war and the devastation is happening on the territory of Ukraine, and it's not clear for how long it's going to continue happening. So they will not be, and you know, the governments around, you know, especially NATO countries said, you know, there will not be, our soldiers will not be fighting there. We will, you know, we'll provide you with weapons, but it's going to be your people, and it's going to be on your territory. So, and with the way this war is developing, it may last a while. It will end up with Russia losing. It will end up with Russia, what I feel economically is becoming, and you know, certainly the U.S. president said that, you know, the goal is to reduce Russia to the state where it can no longer wage war. And again, that will happen. That happened in the past. After Afghanistan, it took 10 years, but after 10 years, the Soviet Union collapsed. There was no more. It could no longer wage war. It will happen faster this time, but it will most likely, because things are developing faster. But you know, the devastation is going to create is, and human loss and suffering is going to be huge. And after that, what happens after that? There is truce, is negotiated with much weaker Russia, with perhaps a different political leadership in Russia, and sort of sanctions continue, so Russia could no longer become, you know, build so many weapons that could be deployed to kill so many and do so much damage. What will Ukraine be? So my own feeling is that probably Ukraine is going to be a poor country with a very, very large and developed military, as it has no choice. I mean, it will just have to be ready to protect itself because, you know, Russia will try as soon as it can again, right? So that's what we're looking at. So what can be done to, and that could last for a bit of time. If you want historical parallels, you know, sort of historical parallels could be Israel or could be South Korea. You know, take your pick. It's different from that. It's not South Korea in a sense that, you know, in South Korea you can sort of build, it's a peninsula, so you can build a wall and separate yourself, and there is sea all around you, so you can be an open economy and just protect that bit. In Ukraine, I showed you the map, right? So it's much, much harder, right? It's not, you know, if Ukraine were Spain jutting out into the Atlantic Ocean and you know, Russia were France, it could be more or less like North Korea, but South Korea, but it's not, right? Like Israel, again, Israel can defend its own, with NATO Navy and its own Navy, its access to water. Ukraine lost access to water. Once you lose access to water in Ukraine, once you lose access to oceans, maintaining your economy and growing the economy becomes very, very difficult because you have to cross on land, it's expensive, and it's logistically difficult. So unlocking that will have to happen. So there'll be barriers to Ukraine becoming, you know, sort of wealthy and sophisticated over short to medium term. Having said that, what I think I'd like to particularly pay attention to, and there's several sort of plans floating around now that have to do with sort of rebuilding of Ukraine. And I've seen some of these plans, and one of the things that's missing in those plans, in my humble opinion, is something that has to do with capital markets, in particular institutes of collective investment, so collective investment vehicles. And I think that could really help. I think if there is a way to create, to allow private capital from the Western Europe, the Western world, to come and invest in the rebuilding of Ukraine, not just government money, not institutional, not international money, but really private money investing in it, that could go a long way. That could really go a long way. So that is, what I'm trying to say is that this is a horrendous, horrendous situation and a tragedy, but it also is an opportunity to rebuild many things from scratch. Many, many things from scratch. So people, for example, now, there are some proposals on sort of architectural suggestions or sort of standards in Ukraine, because people have realized that, you know, they copied some of the architectural standards or developments, and they build themselves, you know, houses with large windows and so forth, and without basements. Now, it turns out that, you know, you live in that part of the world, you need to have a basement in which you can hide, and you need to have walls that are not going to collapse, and you need to have, you know, you need to have a way that you can move around your house that in a way that is safe. And so that is already evident, that you will need to literally rebuild the country in a way that is different from the way it was built before. Perhaps building those high rises is not a good idea, because high rises, people really, really suffer in high rises because they get cut off from water, from power, from everything very quickly, and they're targets, right? So again, this is a way to rethink how to rebuild. This is a way to also build something new and build something fast that is compatible with the rest of the world, because it's pretty clear in this situation who the enemies are and who the friends are. You know, your enemies are trying to kill you. They're telling you that they're your brothers, that you share a lot of things. Your friends are the ones who help you. They shelter your women, your children, your elderly. They give them free food. They give them opportunities. They give them ways to live, to protect them. They send you weapons to defend yourself. They send you money to run your country. It's not ambiguous. It's pretty clear. And if these are your friends, make sure that whatever it is that you're rebuilding is consistent with the way these things are done. Build your capital markets, build your monetary system, build your roads, build your bridges, build your ports, build everything, whatever you're rebuilding, in a way that's compatible. One of the things that happened in Ukraine is that the discussion on this have been going on. It's sort of evident that so the Ukrainian pipeline system and energy system, both electricity and pipelines, for a long, long time, there have been so many debates that, we should maintain, in Ukraine, we should maintain control over it. It should be ours, it's part of something that we want to do. And, once Russians started sort of disrupting things in the early 2000s, there was a very, very, very clear question mark, and that is, you're effectively, you have to choose. You cannot be on your own. You either become part of the Russian system or you become part of the European system. And people at that time, political commentators said, look, the sooner that the energy system become part of Europe, all of it, wholesale, entirely part of Europe, operating under European laws, European standards, part of the European grid, all of it, the safer you are. Because if this part is a part of Europe, guess what? Europeans are going to be protecting what's part of them, right? No, it's, internal politics, corruption, national pride, whatever. 2 weeks into the invasion, boom, the entire energy system of Ukraine becomes completely fully integrated into Europe. That's how things should move. There's no question now. There's no ambiguity, okay? Your military should be fully compatible with Russia. Your energy should be fully compatible with Europe. Your capital markets should be fully compatible with the Western world. Your banking and financial system should be fully operating on these rails. There's, you know where you want to be, just get there, right? And get there fast, because, that's, there's sort of no ambiguity there. So there's a bit of hope in this, that all of these old ideas and ambiguities are now no more. And maybe that's on that note I'd like to end. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the lecture. I think that it's in the time of the break, but I think we maybe can do just one question, and then everyone else can ask you a question.
Or I can answer very, very quickly, and we can do 3.
Okay, so I have 2 questions, but they are all related to water. The first one, what was the impact of losing Crimea for Ukraine, for the economy? And the second one, do you think that they're really going to end up losing all the access to the sea after the war?
Not a military expert, and things are moving fast. Yeah. So the impact of losing of annexation of Crimea has been very serious. It certainly disrupted the how the economy was just sort of functioning. At the same time, Crimea was always kind of its own peninsula. It was always running kind of its own economy. in some way. However, it was running very, very heavily on the water that was coming. It's basically desert peninsula with some water and aquifers. So the water was coming from the main artery in Ukraine, from the main river. And the Ukrainians basically shut it down. The first thing that the Russians did, as soon as they got to that, they blew up that dam and started the water flowing into Crimea. So they know very, very clear what they want in Crimea, in their territory. Water is a very, very interesting question. Very interesting question. A lot of this, my feeling is is not dissimilar to yours, that a lot of this warfare can be thought of as access to water or something related to water in terms of the ability to use it, so the aqua system. I have not fully formulated it in my head yet what that is, but you've probably heard it before that water is going to increasingly become the main resources over which war is waged. So there is some flavor of it, but I'm not quite yet in a position to say to what extent it is sort of driving this war. It's certainly an element of it. I don't think it's driving it, but it's certainly an element of it.
Maybe one.
Extremely stimulating debate, discussion. I have a more perhaps dystopian view. Post-World War II, we had the Iron Curtain, supplemented by the Marshall Plan, injection of huge investment to the resurrection of Europe. I do not see that Ukraine can get back to its independence for another 30, 40 years without the implementation of a NATO force. Therefore, by default, you have to become part of NATO. We know all the complications there. You need to be an integrated member of Europe. And I certainly don't see that you mentioned global institutions like Google will invest inside Ukraine until we've got physical security and you have a NATO force inside the country and you have EU investment. And I think we're a long way away from getting back to an independent, totally independent Ukraine.
Right. Again, the scenarios are different. I think what I'm trying to say is internally in Ukraine, at least that's my feeling, Ukraine should rebuild itself for that possibility. Not rebuild itself for a possibility of we're going to be on our own, but exactly for that possibility. So political commentators have said that one of the things that the Baltic countries have done, when they had a window of opportunity after the collapse of the Soviet Union, they joined the NATO on the dot. When I was at the International Monetary Fund, one of my first assignments, it was in the mid-90s, my first country assignment was Estonia. It was absolutely amazing. The governments in Estonia were changing, the political parties were all over the place, but there's a very strong consensus of where the Estonia wants to go. It wants to be part of NATO, wants to be part of the EU. Regardless of the internal politics, regardless of who runs their banking system, regardless of what kind of figure is in the prime minister, it's irrelevant. There's a consensus that that's where we want to be. And the rest of it, the local politics in these countries has to do with distribution of local resources and satisfying local needs, which is the way it should be, right? And that will be contentious sometimes, that will be not contentious, but consensus is we're part of the EU, we're part of NATO, we're protected, we have a security perimeter around us, and therefore we can do things that we want to do. And political commentators, just said that, Ukraine should fortify itself, remain strong, wait for an opportunity until, again, a window of opportunity, something happens in Russia, change in the regime, they're too busy killing each other there, and joins the European Union and joins NATO. It may take a year, 5 years, 7 years, 10 years, 15 years, whatever many years it takes. You wait for that short window of opportunity that gets done. Meanwhile, as you're waiting, you should have the entirety of yourself becoming compatible with that. So when you join, it sort of becomes, like people say, I told you now that there's a NATO coalition that's rebuilding Ukrainian military to NATO standards. Well, once the Ukrainian military is fully compatible with NATO standards, the political decision of joining NATO is just like people coming together somewhere and shaking hands. That kind of is like, it's like done already, right? So what then happens, Ukraine is part of NATO, nobody like notices because, yeah. Or Ukrainian, grid, energy grid is part of Europe, and okay, something like that. So I agree with you. It will be just sort of that window of opportunity, but internally it should be sort of made compatible with I feel that sort of experimentation, so, we don't know where we are, it just sort of should end.
Thank you. We are unfortunately now 8 minutes into our 10-minute break. So
I'm here if you want to ask any more questions.
Thank you very much. I would like to bring you questions also to Q&A session that will be afterwards. And I hope everybody can join me in a round of applause for Dr. Krylenko. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
We will now have a 2-3 minute break and then have a next speaker. In just 1 minute, so we'd like to invite everyone to proceed to the debate chamber. We'll be starting in a minute. Чи ви нас чуєте? Okay. Hello. Greetings, everyone. I would like to ask you to proceed to the debate chamber now. And we're going to have our next lecture from Yuri Avakumov, who is an associate professor of theology and the history of Christianity at the University of Notre Dame in Indiana, United States of America. In 2007-2009, he served as a Dean of Humanities at the Ukrainian Catholic University in Lviv, Ukraine. He was appointed by Pope Francis, a member of International Theological Commission, in 2021 for the current 5-year term. Today, he will speak to us on understanding Ukrainian Christianity historical background and contemporary public role of the churches in Ukraine. Dr. Uku, thank you so much for joining us, and the floor is yours. We cannot hear you, unfortunately. If you could please just unmute yourself.
Thank you very much.
Excellent.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly. Yes, thank you.
Well, Ukrainians have been aptly called an unexpected nation. Let me quote from a book first published in 2000. Most obviously, the emergence of an independent Ukrainian state in 1991 came as a great surprise in the chancelleries, universities, and boardrooms of the West, a surprise that many are still adjusting to, quote end. Indeed, many in the West had previously seen no particular difference between Russia and Ukraine. Even if they were aware of Ukrainian ethnicity, they regarded it as no more than some folkloric subspecies on the fringes of the Russian state. Such a view was consistent with the Russian imperial and Soviet grand narratives. The inertia of such an approach was so strong that even after the Ukrainian Revolution of Dignity in 2013 to 2014, as well as the ensuing Russia's annexation of Crimea and its attack on eastern parts of Ukraine in the spring of 2014, the political adjustment in the international community was still far from complete. The full-scale war against Ukraine that Russia began on February 24th of this year, and Ukrainians' heroic self-defense, dealt a death blow to such attitude. Ukraine is now at the forefront in daily news feed worldwide. It has now become impossible to ignore the reality of Ukraine. Ukrainian Christians and their churches have proven to be unexpected newcomers to the international ecumenical community, even more than Ukraine was to the international political scene. The inability to distinguish between Ukraine and Russia has also been more predominant among Western theologians and professional ecumenists than among politicians. The phenomenon of Ukrainian Christianity, its basic features, ideas, cultural patterns, historical developments remains barely known. And this affects both ecumenical policy as well as historical and theological research. It is revealing that in the Blackwell Companion to Eastern Christianity, an otherwise excellent comprehensive volume with chapters on various Christian communities of the East, there is no chapter on Ukrainian Christianity. And the chapter on Russian Christianity totally ignores the historical specificity of Kievan Rus and equates it with Russia. A similar approach marks the Eastern Christianity volume in the Cambridge History of Christianity. Ukraine appears here in the table of contents only once in the section on the Russian Church. A very popular Penguin Books introduction to the Orthodox Christianity, The Orthodox Church by Timothy Ware, the paperback that has appeared in numerous editions and reprints, uses the expression the baptism of Russia when discussing the Christianization of Kievan Rus in the medieval period, and defines Ukraine as, quote, southwestern part of Russia, which is commonly known as Little Russia or Ukraine, quote end. Despite this very common approach, it easily becomes evident by a closer look at Ukraine's past and present that religious life of that nation, and Ukrainian Christianity in particular, has a unique cultural profile. Even if it was in certain periods indeed intertwined with religious history of neighboring countries from Muscovy and Russia to Poland, Lithuania, and Austria, it preserved its unmistakable spiritual character over centuries. Moreover, Due to its vitality and vigor, Ukrainian Christianity was able to exert considerable influence over others, even in those periods when Ukrainians remained in a subordinate position politically, as a minority in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, in the Habsburg Empire, in the Romanov Empire, in the interwar Second Polish Republic, or in the USSR. In the absence of a sovereign Ukrainian state, religion often assumed a nation-building role, thus becoming a powerful cultural force and an advocate for Ukrainian people. Let me provide, I will now try to share, can I share my screen, or? Actually, I have a PowerPoint presentation. Hello, can you hear me? Let me remind you that Greco-Catholic Christians are identified in this diagram as Eastern Catholicism, with 11% of the population in Ukraine. The Ukrainian Greco-Catholic Church is one of the Eastern Catholic churches. And I mentioned already that Eastern Catholics in Ukraine see themselves as representatives of the Kievan Byzantine tradition, no less than the Orthodox Ukrainians. Eastern Catholic Christians follow the liturgical, theological, and spiritual traditions of the Christian East while being in union, that is, in full Eucharistic communion, with the Roman Catholic Church and recognizing the Roman Pope as the head of the Universal Church. Besides the baptism of Kievan Rus, the Ukrainian Greco-Catholic consider the union of the Kievan Metropolitanate with Rome, which was officially concluded in the city of Brest in 1596, as the foundational event of their history. Here you can see the document that was signed by both parts in this union agreement. In the 20th century, Greco-Catholic churches in Eastern Europe underwent severe persecution under communist regimes. In the years immediately following the end of the Second World War, the Ukrainian Greco-Catholic Church was suppressed and in effect liquidated by a special operation of the Soviet secret police in collaboration with leaders and functionaries of the Moscow Patriarchate. All Ukrainian Greco-Catholic bishops, a large part of the clergy, monks, nuns, and a great number of active lay people were arrested, incarcerated, placed in labor camps, sent in gulags. Many were killed or died in gulag camps or in exile. At a staged church council, a pseudo-council in the city of Lviv in 1946, it was declared that the Ukrainian Greco-Catholic Church renounced the union with Rome of 1596 and joined the Russian Orthodox Church. Although the Kievan Church prior to 1596 had belonged to the Patriarchate of Constantinople and was never under Muscovite jurisdiction, this act of annexation by the Moscow Patriarchate in 1946 was celebrated by Russian Orthodox propaganda as the return of a prodigal daughter to the Mother Church. It is a little-known fact in the West that the Ukrainian Greco-Catholic Church was one of the only two Christian communities that were completely illegal in the Soviet Union, and the largest church in the world that had to live in its homeland in the underground. The entire Greco-Catholic Church, with her clergy and faithful, church buildings and property, monasteries and various other institutions, was annexed by the Russian Orthodox Church. Throughout the communist era, up to the late 1980s, official representatives of the Russian Orthodox Church claimed that this church simply did not exist. However, the overwhelming majority of Ukrainian Greek Catholics did not recognize the Pseudo-Council of Lviv and remained faithful to the Pope and the Catholic Church. Because of the strong and devoted support of Ukrainians in Western Ukraine, the Greco-Catholic Church continued to operate in the underground. Greek Catholic priests and laity played a noticeable role in the downfall of the Soviet Union, a role comparable, in my opinion, to a certain degree to the contribution made by Pope John Paul II to the collapse of the Eastern Bloc. The struggle of Greek Catholics for their legalization in 1989-1991 turned out to be one of the catalysts of the undoing of the communist regime. Given current Russian nostalgia for the restoration of Soviet power, this is a sore point among leaders of the Russian state and the Russian Orthodox Church until today. The position of the Holy See deserves special mention in this context. In the Soviet period, the Vatican was often quite prepared to sacrifice Ukrainian Greco-Catholics in the interests of dialogue with Moscow. To this day, Roman Catholic ecumenical functionaries are uneasy about the very existence of Eastern Catholics and unsure how to handle them. Should these churches be regarded as a bridge between the Catholics and the Orthodox, a model which some Roman Catholic theologians proposed and the Orthodox ardently denied? Or are they an obstacle to ecumenical dialogue? In both the Orthodox and the Roman Catholic ecclesiastical establishments, Ukrainian Greek Catholics have earned the reputation of being troublesome. A recent example is the initiative of Cardinal Lubomir Huzar, the head of the Ukrainian Greco-Catholic Church from 2005 to 2011, who invited the Orthodox churches in Ukraine to make steps towards restoring the Eucharistic communion of the Orthodox and Catholic churches of the Kievan tradition. Such a bold step of intercommunion, according to Lubomir Huzar, could become a major ecumenical breakthrough. However, both the Roman Curia and the leadership of the Orthodox churches considered such an initiative premature and undesirable. We thus come to one of the fundamental features of the Ukrainian Greco-Catholic Church, the hallmark of its uniqueness in the Christian world and of its ecumenical potential, its ecclesiological liminality. The Greco-Catholic claim of being both Catholic and Byzantine, a claim that goes back to its early modern past, has become a scandal for ecumenism because it does not fit into the established denominational system to which Christians have become so accustomed over the past few centuries. Today's denominational world consists of solid and distinct blocks, Catholic and Orthodox among them. In the minds of most Christians in the East and West, these blocks are mutually exclusive. Being Catholic and being Orthodox are seen as two different cultural identities. In this framework, Greco-Catholics are perceived as mavericks, mongrels, half-breeds. The very existence of uniate churches and Christians shatters the established ecumenical world order. Herein lies the ultimate reason why being a Greco-Catholic has always been such a risky enterprise. In addition to a history of political persecutions, Greco-Catholics have also been marginalized ecclesiastically and theologically. Their pure-blooded, in quotation marks, Catholic and Orthodox brothers and sisters have viewed them all too often as a threat to their own cherished identities. In the East, the Uniates have been seen as traitors and agents of Roman Catholicism. In the West, they have been suspected of being either imperfect Catholics or inauthentic Orthodox. Being misunderstood on both sides has been a source of frustration for many Eastern Catholics in the course of their history. Today, however, their ecclesiological liminality is becoming a source of inspiration, courage, and ecumenical vigor, pointing to a new post-confessional future for Christianity. By its very presence on the map of world Christianity, the Ukrainian Greco-Catholic Church offers a sort of shock therapy to Christian denominationalism. The cultural shock from the encounter with a denominational maverick has a positive effect. It provokes a deep reconsideration of one's own denominational existence and a re-examination of the true meaning of Christian unity. Greco-Catholic liminality is not confined to the negativity of suppression, marginalization, and being assaulted from both sides. Throughout its history, the Ukrainian Greco-Catholic Church learned and benefited from both sides. The influences of the Roman Catholic educational system, moral theology, and social teaching have proven fruitful for Ukrainians from the Union of Brest of 1596 to our day. On the one hand, the Church has participated in all major processes in the Roman Catholic Church after that union. Perhaps the most significant Ukrainian Greco-Catholic achievement in the area of education, research, and the intellectual life in our time is the Ukrainian Catholic University in Lviv. This university has become a dynamic and growing educational institution of international standing. This university is a relatively small institution, but its reputation, moral authority, and social impact throughout the country are quite considerable. In the days of the Euromaidan, November 2013 through February 2014, Ukrainian Greco-Catholic Christianity gained a new vitality and became one of the centers of civil resistance in Ukraine. Greco-Catholics had already played a prominent role in the Orange Maidan of 2004, but the Revolution of Dignity of 2013 and 14 and the subsequent Russian aggression against Ukraine made Greco-Catholic engagement especially prominent. The students of the Ukrainian Catholic University, by the way, were among the very first young people who gathered on Euromaidans in Lviv and Kiev. After riot police used brutal force against the protesters, the Ukrainian Greco-Catholic Church's Patriarchal Cathedral of the Resurrection in Kiev became a shelter and help center for the protesters, especially for those who were coming to Kiev from Western Ukraine to support the Euromaidan. The Patriarch Emeritus of the Ukrainian Greco-Catholic Church, Lubomir Huzar, a virtually blind octogenarian, repeatedly joined the Euromaidan protesters and addressed mass rallies with remarks on ethical issues involved in civil protest. Greco-Catholic clergy, together with Orthodox priests, were present on the Independence Square, supporting the protesters with prayers, pastoral counseling, and practical help throughout, including in the most dramatic and bloody moments. Here are just a few slides showing this participation. Here are a group of Greco-Catholic bishops speaking to the protesters. A few other scenes from the period of the Revolution of Dignity. Burying the dead, those killed by snipers. The expression revolution of dignity in respect to Euromaidan protests was coined by the head of the Ukrainian Greco-Catholic Church, Sviatoslav Shevchuk. The Ukrainian theology of dignity became a message of irreducible human dignity, a message that is desperately needed in times of social upheaval. It brings the very core of the Christian message to every person. It is noteworthy that the leading role of the Ukrainian Greco-Catholics in the development of civil society in Ukraine has been acknowledged by Ukrainian Orthodox analysts and thinkers. Today, the Greco-Catholic Church, together with the Orthodox Church of Ukraine is at the forefront of Ukrainian struggle against Russian aggression, accommodating the refugees, helping to provide medical care, counseling those who have suffered from the crimes of this brutal war. To conclude, Ukrainian Christianity of the Kievan tradition is marked by ecumenicity and openness towards problems of contemporary world. It is a Christianity which wants to be and is European in the sense that it accepts the democratic foundations of political life and does not shy away from criticizing those in power. It sees less the state as its partner, but rather individuals, communities, and various NGOs representing civil society. It is Christianity that is prepared to assume an important public role in its nation and to act as an advocate for its people. And finally, it shows us, as I think, a different face of Byzantine Rite Christianity, that the face that is so different from the face that we see in the case of the Russian Orthodox Church of the Moscow Patriarchate, at least its leadership. This face gives hopes for a future. And I think Western Christians still have to learn, and learn much, from Ukrainian Christians. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for this fascinating talk. We open a Q&A session, so please raise your hand and I will give you the floor. Any questions? So, Professor Avakumov, probably I will start and give our audience some time to think about good questions. You was talking about the liminality of Greek Catholic Church. And this is a very key idea I find very interesting about this Christian denomination. Does the same can be said about any other Christian denominations in Ukraine in the context of the Russo-Ukrainian war now?
Well, I think that to a certain degree, Ukrainian Orthodox Christians can also be seen as those who find themselves in sort of a liminal position. Of course, this liminality it is not so perhaps evident as the liminality of the Greco-Catholics, this confessional liminality. But there is still much of this in the position of Ukrainian Orthodox. And I know that there are also Orthodox Christians who are thinking about church unity, about unity with Ukrainian Greco-Catholics in particular, and thus can be seen as pioneers of church unity, which is, I think, one of the main points, one of the main senses of what I call ecclesiological liminality. This attempt to break through the existing system of confessions or denominations.
Thank you very much.
I think,
yeah, Thank you very much.
I see that there are two participants who raised hand.
Oh, unfortunately, we are not able to. Oh, we can see your yeah, just a second. Oh, yeah, here we go. The question from Dr. Talia Zayets. So, thank you so much for your presentation. I would like to ask a question about the current situation with monasticism and monasteries in Ukraine. I have read that Kievan Monastery of the Caves has refused to condemn Russian aggression. Is this accurate? Is the monastery under the Moscow Patriarchate, or how other Ukrainian monasteries reacted to the war?
Current last news, what I saw in the news feed recently is that on the one hand, as concerns the Kievan Cave monastery first, this monastery is under Moscow Patriarchate. It belongs now to the the Ukrainian Orthodox Church of the Moscow Patriarchate, and the head of this monastery, Bishop Pavel Libet, is known as a very pro-Russian hierarch. It has been known as such for already quite a long time. And it is clear that the leadership of this monastery would never, it is highly unlikely that he would ever say a word against the Russian aggression or a word of the accusation of Russia as an aggressor. However, what I saw recently in the news is that there are some indications that at least a part of the monks of the Lavra have the view very different from the view of the head of the monastery, of the igumen of the Kievan Cave Lavra, and that they actually express themselves and try to find some ways to express themselves in support of Ukraine and in support of Ukrainian military. But this is what I just saw. I have no other information except at this point, except what I can see in the news, in religious news. Overall, in many monasteries and many big monasteries in Ukraine belong to the Ukrainian Orthodox Church of the Moscow Patriarchate. And the situation is different, I would say, from monastery to monastery. Perhaps you heard that one of the monasteries, a Lavra in the eastern Ukraine, was bombed by the Russians, and there were damages, considerable damages in this monastery. However, the statement that we saw, the statement of the head of this monastery, did not name the aggressor at all. It simply says that there is a great tragedy, that a bombing took place and we suffered, and so on and so forth. But this bombing comes as if out of the blue, as if no one is responsible for this bombing. So this is something which I would say sort of a typical for the position that is taken by many hierarchs of the church under Moscow Patriarchate.
Thank you very much. We have time for one more question, and yeah, if possible, briefly, because we are out of time, unfortunately.
I see that there is one more hand raised.
Thank you, Professor Avakumov, for such an informative and thought-provoking paper. I'm sorry I was late. I was, as it were, unavoidably delayed. I would like to linger a little bit on this fascinating issue of the liminality of the Greek Catholic Church. Would you expound on it a little bit in the sense that, would you say that the Maronite and Melkite churches, Uniate churches of North Africa and the Middle East are likewise liminal, or are you saying that the Greek Catholics of Ukraine are in somehow unique position? Thank you.
Well, I would definitely say that I think they are in a similar position, that all Eastern Catholic churches are in a certain sense and to a considerable degree liminal in ecclesiological understanding. And here there are many similarities overall between various Eastern Catholic churches. Of course, at the same time, the situation, the political, cultural, social situation is different from one church to the other. And there were various nuances in how this or that Eastern Catholic Church approaches this, her liminality status, so to say. But I'm absolutely sure that this liminality aspect is present in every Eastern Catholic Church.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for joining us in this very important and very fascinating conversation. Professor Avakumov, thank you very much for this very important talk. Please join me in applauding to our speaker.
Thank you for having me.
We have 4 minutes break, and then we are going to continue with our next speaker. Thank you very much.
hello, everyone. I would like to invite you to proceed to debate chamber. Is there anyone? And we will be starting in precisely 1 minute. So, hello everyone, and welcome to those who just joined us. Welcome to the Teach-In at the Cambridge Union, a series of events about Ukraine, series lectures about Ukraine. And our speaker, as of this moment, is Daria Martingly, who is a Leverhulme Early Career Fellow at the University of Cambridge, where she actually received her doctorate degree and now teaches contemporary Russian history. Daria's forthcoming book explores identifiable and memorial traces of the rank and file perpetrators of the 1932-33 famine in Ukraine. And her lecture today is on the engineered famine of 1932-33 in Ukraine, what you need to know, or what do you need to know about the Holodomor? So thank you so much, Daria, for coming.
Thank you, Andrei, for a very kind introduction. And as Andrei mentioned, I'm a historian, so I would like to situate the current war in a historical perspective, not to undermine its unique circumstances. And that's why I'd like to invite you to look at the Holodomor, at the 1932-33 famine in a different perspective, as a war of attrition, as a repeating pattern, really, in Ukrainian history and relations between Russia and Ukraine. So famine could be regarded as a war, which continuation we see today in Ukraine. And first of all, I would just say a few things about the famine, because in Russian narrative of the events, it is often described as the all-Soviet famine that affected many regions within the Soviet Union, and there is nothing specific, nothing special about the famine in Ukraine, and it couldn't be qualified as a genocide, and looking into this famine is something artificial about it, and there is Nazi propaganda, there is Western invention of that famine, and it falls with the same narrative we see in the speeches of Vladimir Putin today, when Ukraine is a fake country, as an invention and false. So hopefully by the end of this presentation I would convince you that we need to know more about Ukrainian history and this famine in particular to understand what is happening today. So I will start with an outline. First I will say a few things about the famine known as the Holodomor. Then I will move to how it was possible that in the peacetime, because there was no conventional war in Ukraine in 1932-33, during the 5-year plan, 4 people, or approximately 4 million people, starved to death in a country that Andrei Kirilenko just described as full of resources and a lot of land there. How it was possible during collectivization. So what institutions were involved? And in particular, as Andrei mentioned, I look at people on the ground who facilitated that famine, who were involved in collection of the grain, removal of foodstuffs, isolated roadblocks, restricted travel, repressions, deportations. Then I will briefly talk about typology, how we can look at these people not by institutional affiliation, but why they did it. And this question now surfaces social media and the news about atrocities in Bucha. Who were these people? And sometimes they're described as, I don't beasts, savages, and the acts are just incomprehensible how anybody can be capable of such a deed. And indeed, in cultural memory of the famine in Ukraine, these perpetrators on the ground are often described as Russians, as the other, Jews, or communists, or savages, and there is black and white depiction. Obviously, Soviet cultural memory described them as heroes, soldiers of the Third Front. But typology borrowed from the perpetrator studies from the Holocaust and from other cases of mass violence offers us understanding why people do that, why they commit crimes and atrocities. And looking at the famine, you will see some repeating patterns. Obviously, I don't want to draw exact parallels, but it will explain why Bucha was possible. And then I will show a few familiar faces, which I hope you haven't seen before in connection with the famine and their implication in the famine before drawing some parallels with today's war in Ukraine. So what is the Holodomor? The etymology of the word is the death by hunger, and it was a man-made famine in Soviet Ukraine in 1932-33. So it did happen during the all-Soviet famine that followed collectivization, because collectivization as an economic policy was a failed policy. People on the ground starved. So we have that famine in Ukraine already raging in 1931, but in 1932 something else happens. A number of policies are applied against, or in Ukraine specifically, limiting travel, and I mention all these policies, including with the ones that led to the all-Soviet famine here. So how to make this horrible, horrible man-made famine in late 1932, early 1933 in Ukraine. So apart from removing all grain from collective and individual farmers, and again, it's early 1930s, we have collectivization in full swing in Ukraine. So we have collective and individual farmers. So we remove all the food, not only grain, and the grain procurement quotas by the state imposed on these farmers were unrealistic. So when they fail to give grain to the state, we say, well, you are fined, and we will take something in lieu of your missed procurement grain, grain that you were supposed to submit to the state. So we will take your all foodstuffs, we will take your cattle, we will take your livestock, we will take your valuables, we will take pretty much everything you have. And you are not allowed to leave the village where you live, because in December 1932 there was a law, passport law, prohibiting peasants leaving the countryside in search of food. And then in February 1933 there was travel restriction which pretty much sealed the borders of Soviet Ukraine, so peasants who searched for food in other republics such as Belarus or Russia were stopped at the borders, put in filtration camps, and sometimes filtration camps would, the size would include like 8,000 people, and then sent back. Some were deported. And obviously we know that during collectivization, those who resisted collectivization and given up their land, their implements, their livestock, they were deported. There were 3 classes of kulaks or kurkuls in Ukrainian who were deported within the borders of Ukraine, within the borders of the district where they lived, or they were deported to far north or Siberia. So here I'm mentioning removal of grain, searches of farmers' houses for all those valuables or all the resources that otherwise could be changed for food at the markets. And then, so the fees were enforced on the peasants. And here I included the picture from SBU archive in Kyiv. That search brigade actually operated in Odessa Oblast. Now it's Mykolaiv Oblast. And it consisted mainly of local people, but those who were in charge of these brigades, they were sent there from the districts. And the districts were receiving orders from the Republican center, which was in Kharkiv, and Kharkiv was receiving all the orders from the Kremlin. And we can see this vertical of orders very well established in the archival materials or letters between Stalin and Kaganovich and their diaries. So this vertical of perpetration is well established. So in this particular case, this brigade was headed by someone known as Rychitsky, who was himself a Ukrainian, and he was the first to translate Lenin into Ukrainian. So he was in the 1920s, he enjoyed Ukrainization and he enjoyed all the benefits, but as we know from a few independent sources on him, he was pretty much a profiteer. And I will mention about this typology based on motivation later. So other measures of the mechanism of the famine included persecution of peasants who sought to get food elsewhere. For example, in the fields, what would you do if you are starving in the village? You would go to the warehouse or you would go to the field where you can get some produce, really. So from August 1932, you would be persecuted for pilfering or gleaning in Ukraine, but elsewhere as well, but it was aimed pretty much in Ukraine. It's like in preparation for the famine that was to come later that year. Commerce and food was banned until procurement quotas met, and let me tell you, those procurement quotas were never met. So you can enforce and you can penalize and punish people until you think they're punished enough. And we can see in correspondence between Republican leadership of Soviet Ukraine and Stalin saying that we punished them enough. So Golodovka, or the famine, taught them a lesson. And then retrospectively, we see that they resisted collectivization, and the fiercest resistance and the most popular resistance to collectivization was in Ukraine before the famine. So it was a serious problem for the Kremlin. And I'm not blaming Stalin. He was not acting alone. So Ukraine posed a problem. And during collectivization, a number of districts, peasants in these districts, just got rid of the party officials, party authorities, the district authorities. So, and at the time, OGPU had to get involved, security services had to get involved, and they sent troops. So it did remind the leadership, Soviet leadership, this peasant war or peasant resistance in Ukraine that they faced in 1919, and they had to do something. It's if we adopt this perspective of the leadership and looking at Ukraine. So these quotas were never met. As I mentioned, travel for peasants was severely restricted, and this passport system established in December 1932 prevented them from leaving the countryside, really, escaping. So in order to leave the village, you had to get some sort of a statement from your local authority, which would be the head of the village council or the head of the collective farm, and they would be confirming that they're sending you to the city to get some qualifications or to study or to work. But obviously, to get that statement, that was a problem. You had to be loyal, or you had to the authorities or have some connections. And finally, there was another policy that led to the famine, or in the mechanism of the famine. It was blacklisting of collective farms, de facto turning them into ghettos, because they would take all the basic goods out, including salt, kerosene, matches, and we're talking about the countryside not having electricity everywhere, so they did rely on kerosene. And trade was also stopped, and all the foodstuffs were removed from these villages. So we can see the countryside is turning into a battlefield between the Soviet authorities and the peasants. And here you can see the same brigade extracting the barrels and obviously sacks with I think it was sugar bits inside, but other produce from the manure heap that was mentioned today in one of the presentations when the cleric talking to the peasants said, you just from manure heap. So usually peasants would be, especially in winter, hiding their supplies in manure under the manure heaps, where the soil would be soft enough to And as you can see here, that was the case there. So who were these people on the ground? Who were involved? Institutionally, pretty much the whole modern state. So we have local authorities, including, as I said, the head of the village council, the chairman of the collective farm, party members, party cell, teachers. Teachers were absolutely instrumental in searches, during collectivization, for example. To make lists of kulaks, you had to know people's profiles. And this is what actually was quite a poignant reminder, or I would say creepy reminder, when in the news and from people I know from Bucha, they were saying that there were lists of people to be executed in Bucha. And here we have in the villages lists of people put together by the locals who would be sent to Siberia or far north or deported. And in cultural texts or some novels on the topic by witnesses or people whose family survived the famine, they are discussing how sometimes difficult for local officials. It was difficult to put together a list because inevitably in a small village you would put your relative or a friend on the list to be deported. So there were obviously security services, militia and army involved in collectivization and enforcing these volatile or very violent policies actually. But majority, like 90% of all these brigades, they were local people, and you can see here one such brigade. Party members, collective farmers, there were some activists as well, teachers, as I said, younger generation, Komsomol and pioneers, especially they were very effective in guarding the fields and preventing the peasants getting food in the fields. Then a militarized organization, youth organization known as Aviahim, also Aviahim in Russian, and party plenipotentiaries. So from districts, there were plenipotentiaries sent to oversee usually workers from higher education institutions in Kharkiv and Kyiv. Students were sent to oversee, so they're not local, they're not attached, and they would be more effective in procuring grain or confiscating valuables. And there are some testimonies from perpetrators, including famous Soviet dissident Lev Kopelev, described in being such plenipotentiary. Trade unions, prosecution, workers, committees of non-wealthy peasants, and motor tractor stations, so the whole state, pretty much. And we know a lot about them, not only from the archives, but also from oral memory, and that's a questionnaire used in 2007 when recording testimonies of the survivors. So, and they described how they remembered these people, and then you verify that with the archival sources, and you get a full picture who these people were. And I will talk about typology briefly before moving to the war and drawing parallels. Familiar faces. So why people do that? And later I will tell you, when I look through the social media profiles of Bucha perpetrators, it just repeats the same story as here or about the Holodomor. Why people do that? Okay, if you are from Russia this conventional war, you are expected to, not to commit crimes, but to kill your enemy, so you're expected to kill. But here we can see during the peacetime, when people are starving their neighbors, or obviously nothing would have been possible without the orders. Why? What is the motivation? So there are professionals, and as I mentioned, in the case of the famine, it was the Red Army. Security services, the DPU or GPU in Russian police, or known as militia. So they are trained to enforce policies, and sometimes they are unpopular, and sometimes they would face resistance, but they are trained to do that. They are given orders and they're following them. Then there are profiteers or careerists. So somehow you benefit from participation. You're given opportunities to study, to send your children to the cities, or to settle scores with your neighbors, or in my case, when I was looking at this case study in one village, there was Shakespearean, like Hamlet plot, how one man was sending another man to Siberia to get to his wife, and then it was worthy of a Shakespeare describing that a very dramatic chain of events. But somehow they are benefiting from participation. You can, by the way, belong to many groups at the same time. And then there are fanatics, and usually in Soviet cultural memory, that's how they're described. They are believing in what they're doing that for the greater good. And for example, in one of the latest Putin's speeches, he says, well, what is 50,000 irretrievable loss, talking about the troops? Even if it comes to 50,000 lost Russian soldiers, it still justifies the greater aim of just reuniting Ukraine with Russia. And so he's prepared for that sacrifice. And yeah, so fanatics were saying, what is the loss of backward, uncouth, these coarse peasants who are even, they don't understand what we're doing, that this is the progress, industrialization, and there is a war scare, and the West is about to attack us, we need to build a great country. But as the studies show, fanatics, or true believers, only constitute 5% of all perpetrators of mass violence. So when we talk about Russian troops in Bucha or elsewhere in Ukraine, if we think about whether they are doing that for the reasons of Russian nationalism, or they believe in Ukraine being Russia, yes, they might have that belief, but they are not doing that for that particular reason. And I will just mention why, according to the studies of, in perpetrator studies, why majority of them are doing it. It's just following the order, conformism. And this is the group follower on the list. So just like with the famine, most collective farmers, officials, and plenipotentiaries, when they confronted about why they've done it, they just see it as part of their job. And they accept that's the authority. The Communist Party is telling them what to do. They don't question the authority. They don't challenge it. And they just move along. And this is just one of the tasks given to them. And as at the collective farm, they are sometimes given to drive this cart full of sacks to the train station. Surely they realize that they're taking the last grain out of the village, but they are given this task and they're not seeing the immediate results of their actions. Likewise, if somebody is shooting from the tank, at the distance they don't see the immediate result. Maybe they will see later, maybe they will choose not to, or artillery. And in the war studies, troops that are operating artillery sets, they are more likely to, that's the major source of casualties. And because you're removed from the end result, you somehow don't have many qualms about perpetrating mass violence. Then there is a group of sadists and criminals, and they obviously embrace the opportunity to commit crimes. So we have plenty of examples in the archives when they're discussing some torture, rapes, just sexual violence, awful, just like it was during the Holodomor and it is now. And you can see some communist leaders being appalled and saying, well, at least we should make a show trial of one maniac to pacify the peasants because it's getting out of hand. And we can see that Bucha presents many examples of that. And finally, there is compromised group of perpetrators, vulnerable categories of peasants. When they are, I'm talking about vulnerable, I'm talking about parents of many children when they are told that they have to go and search somebody's house, otherwise their children will starve. And likewise, we don't know some circumstances of perpetrators in Bucha, for example. Unlikely faces. So would anybody guess who is the man in the middle? He was in the brigade of perpetrators in Kamianske in Ukraine, central Ukraine, in 1932-33. Any guesses? He looks, I'm sure you do know him, but he looks quite different in his later years. I'm talking about this man. No? Brezhnev. Yes, Brezhnev. Here he looks completely different to his previous self. Here he is wearing Ray-Ban glass spectacles and fancy watch, but that's him in the 1970s. And he's already changed the image of Soviet leaders by wearing casual clothes, but he was in charge of a trade union at a college in Kamensk. He enforced collectivization in Russia proper in 1930-31, then returned during the Holodomor to Ukraine, where he was very influential in the district where he procured grain. And because he was so effective, he was actually put in charge of that college in 1934 at the age of, he was fairly young at the time. So you can tell that he demonstrated his loyalty really well during the collectivization. That's him, trade union office in Kamensk in 1932. Another familiar faces, for those of you who are into Soviet history, include Stakhanovites. So Stakhanovite movement was really popular, and people chosen to be poster girls or poster boys. They obviously were not, it was not an accidental choice. And if we look at their, well, not diaries, memoirs published in 1970s under Brezhnev, where we don't see any regrets about collectivization and Stalinism. She describes exactly how, Maria Demchenko, standing next to Stalin here, she describes exactly how she was involved in conducting the searches, and that's published, I think, 1974-76, her memoir. So she says how she was piercing the ground near the manure heaps, the walls, the chimneys, looking, and how hostile peasants were towards her. Another, so was Pasha Angelina, the first female tractor driver in Soviet Union, one of the first, obviously. Here they are in 1934 in Moscow. And another lady here, she's in 1962, if I'm not mistaken, on the cover of Oganyok, which I would compare to Hello magazine. But here she was expressing regrets and saying that by procuring grain and following the orders, we forgot about the people. And she herself, despite being a perpetrator, another Stakhanovite, her name is Nadia Zaglada, she expressed some remorse, but most people didn't, really. So, drawing parallels with 2022 war. Here I included photos of the perpetrators' officers, actually, in Bucha, who were involved and, well, they were overseen or not acting. I must make a disclaimer here. Sometimes perpetration doesn't involve doing anything at all, or just allowing something to happen. And these three men here, you can see one in front of his unit, and he was celebrated in Krasnaya Zvezda military magazine in Russia. When you go through their profiles, what is written about them, you can see they are loyal, they are following orders, and they don't necessarily would encourage perpetration of mass violence, but nevertheless, they were involved in it. So when I'm talking about repeating patterns and why I'm turning to the famine as a repeating pattern in Ukrainian history and why there are parallels, I'd like to start with propaganda rhetoric. Because apart from Putin, we can see how the West, Ukraine, is described. And there are beautiful, wonderful surveys on how it is the West and Ukraine are depicted on the Russian TV. It's degenerate, it's imperialist, it's decadent, it's rotten, and it's awful. And Ukraine is a fake. Likewise, in rhetoric during the famine, the West is about to attack us. Ukrainian nationalists are just following the orders from the West, and they're selling the country. And remember how sometimes, just in the previous presentation, when bombing is not attributed, bombing of the monastery is not attributed to Russia, and sometimes, not sometimes, all the time, all the destruction is in Russian propaganda is blamed on Ukrainian armed forces. Likewise, in the famine, the starvation or people starving or suffering, children dying, were blamed on the peasants themselves, that they are hoarding grain, and they would rather see their children die, and that they are starving their children by hoarding grain and not feeding their children. So we should have no pity towards them, because they are either these petty capitalists or they are Ukrainian nationalists, and therefore we should just persevere with our policies. So propaganda rhetoric is just from the Stalinist playbook, really. It is war of attrition, because as it was discussed today, they destroy everything. They destroy infrastructure, and that's what we see during the famine. When people are starving, they are not maintaining infrastructure, they are not maintaining even their houses. And following the 1932-33 famine, we can see that Ukrainian landscape changed, because all these thatched houses were beyond repair, majority of them. Beyond the state of repair, the thatched roofs were used for heating, and so it's destruction, and it was impossible to, there was nothing to return to. People fled to the cities. Deportations, so kulaks, kurkuls were deported, and now we see what is happening in the occupied territories that people are deported. Kidnappings, and they are widespread on the occupied territories. And here we see, during the famine and collectivization, we see kidnappings as well. Those who opposed collectivization or grain procurements were kidnapped, really, and tortured, and then disappeared sometimes. And violence was instrumentalized, and we can see it in torture, sexual violence, in many forms. Trained perpetrators are used. Obviously, here we see mostly trained perpetrators, but lists in Bucha, for example, were put together by local intelligence, somebody who collaborated in advance, obviously, in preparation. Then targeting Ukrainian state and civil society. And here I would be in line with previous presentations, because when we can see repressions against the clergy or religious leaders in Ukraine in the past, we can see them especially during the famine, because the churches were closed during collectivization. 1931, widespread campaign to close the churches, and all the priests were deported. Some were sent to the factories, but then executed in 1934. So we can see, Ukraine did not develop a state before it was not annexed, but lost in the events after the Civil War and the peasant uprising in 1919. The peasant army is not a good army, so it lost, but it did not have a state that we have today in Ukraine. But there was a civil society. There was political elite, there were intelligentsia that developed even larger numbers in the 1920s. There was a political, intellectual elite, and it was all destroyed during the famine as well as part of that project. So, so targeting the Ukrainian state here, and we can see that local authorities in Kherson and Berdyansk or Melitopol who are not collaborating with Russian troops, they are being kidnapped and deported and tortured. So we see similar developments here. And of course, targeting Ukrainian cultural heritage and language, as we can see now and we can see back then, because Ukrainization or the policy of indigenization in Ukraine was immediately stopped during the famine. First on the territory of Russian Federation in December 1932, and that included the Far East that Rory today mentioned. So the Ukrainians were denied Ukrainian schools and textbooks, everything at the time in 1932. So Ukrainian Ukraine is not just a territory, it's a problem. It's a problem for Russian identity. And today, many contradictory ideas that could have motivated Putin to invade were discussed. And maybe it's a combination of both. But certainly, Ukraine presents a problem, existential problem to the regime. And like it did during the 1932-33 famine, when they challenged the Soviet policy of collectivization. They challenged Russian authorities at the time. And yes, and plus when, just like this, the final note, thought I'd like to finish on, just like during collectivization, prior to the famine, when Ukrainian peasants challenged the Soviet state and took it to the streets and removed Soviet officials from their offices in, if I'm not mistaken, 30 districts in Ukraine. And more than 4 million people participated out of 21 million population of Ukraine, Soviet Ukraine at the time. Right now, the Russian regime witnessed in 1991, in 2004, in 2014, that popular protests removed autocrats in Ukraine. Likewise, it might happen in Russia. Even if it doesn't inspire Russians, it certainly presents a threat to the Russian leadership. So in that respect, it is an existential threat, and hence the parallels with the famine. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daria, for this very important and fascinating talk. We open Q&A session, so just raise your hand. All right, we have one, and here we go.
Thanks. I'm wondering about propaganda specifically and sort of external Russian propaganda, as it were. How successful was it during the Holodomor? How successfully did the Soviets manage to convince the West and other countries that what they were doing in Ukraine wasn't a genocide, that they, there was no sort of murder or collectivization that was leading to death going on? And are there any parallels with what you see as successes of or failures of Russian propaganda today with the war in Ukraine? Have they, because obviously everyone knew from day one of the war this year that Russia was invading Ukraine, but obviously that hasn't stopped the Russians from trying to propagandize. So are there any parallels between the techniques and the successes stroke failures?
Thank you. That's an excellent question. Because obviously it's outside the scope of my today's presentation, but exactly. During the 1932-33 famine, there were already sanctions enforced against Russia in the West for the use of the convict labor, and plus, for example, the US didn't have diplomatic relation with the Soviet Union because there was a long history. They refused to pay back the loans and everything. So Russia was already semi-isolated, and there was Metrovicus scandal between the British and Russians in 1927. So it was operating, but it was one state. The Soviet Union was operating on its territory. And there were people trying to escape, and there are now studies being done as we speak into these attempts to escape into Romania. There are studies already on how people try to escape into Poland and what the response was in the world and how it was not supported by the Western leaders. And in fact, the diplomatic relations between the Soviet Union and the US were established in 1933. And Russia was selling a lot of gold, even though it was selling a lot of grain. Now we know, thanks to the studies by Sokina, that majority of this money from export, it was from gold procured from the desperate peasants selling their jewelry and the lost gold to this chain of shops, Torksin. But going back to your question about propaganda, how effective it was. Well, that's a very interesting question, because we certainly see that it was not effective with Ukrainian peasants and their reaction to the invasion of Ukraine, German invasion, 1941, that they saw there might be some liberation from the collective system. And then they realized it was not actually, it was pretty much the same in terms of collective farm system and procurement. So, and the living memory that survived until 1980s and even later during the Yushchenko project to collect oral memory certainly didn't convince peasants that what they saw was something else. Likewise, right now, Russian propaganda, RIA Novosti, they are describing something, and immediately on occupied territories, they are putting their TV channels on, right? They are switching Ukrainian TV off. I don't think it is effective in Ukraine, because as Kuchma said infamously, Ukraine is not Russia, Ukraine is Russia. So I don't think propaganda is effective. Certainly it does affect some people to a degree, but when it comes to perpetrators of mass violence, only 5% are affected. But we see the result of that propaganda in Russia. And the control of independent media, which doesn't exist in Russia anymore. So we can see the result of that, of 30 years of that, not 20 actually.
Thank you. I continue to gather your questions. Please raise your hand. All right.
Thanks. I wonder if I could ask you about the possible most literal parallel between the Holodomor and what's happening today, which is the possibility of an actually engineered famine in Ukraine at the moment. First of all, we see a policy of destroying infrastructure, and that includes infrastructure that is necessary for agricultural production. We see that at the very least there's going to be a greatly reduced harvest as a result. But also, I was reading the other day a series of tweets saying that, I think it was in the Kherson region, that there are actually, the occupying authorities are actually talking about expropriating produce from the area. This is just a couple of days ago. So are we going to see another Holodomor in the literal sense of a famine, do you think?
I'd like to remain optimistic, and thank you for raising that question, because it's very important, and it links back to the Soviet policies in Ukraine, which it was removing the produce from Ukrainian countryside. Yes, the sowing campaign in the occupied territories, and not only on occupied territories, it has been sabotaged by the war. And in fact, in Kherson province, we can see that farm workers were prevented from going into the fields. So only the wheat and cultures that were sown back in November are going to grow, really, but the sowing campaign, March sowing campaign, it didn't happen. So it will certainly affect the harvest this year, and as you mentioned, infrastructure, problems with infrastructure. And when we look at the occupied territories along the coastline, it is steppe. This is where most maize and wheat is produced in Ukraine, as well as sunflowers. Yes, Poltava and Kyiv, but it's a huge part of arable land in Ukraine, and I'm afraid you're right. We're going to see not only a failed harvest in Ukraine this year, but also the removal, because Russia needs the resources too. So for practical reasons and for political, they are going to remove it. I wouldn't be surprised. I didn't answer your question, but I just confirm what you said. I do agree with you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Andrei, do we still have some time? Oh, sorry.
Yes, I just wanted to mention, I think you mentioned at the beginning of the talk that around 4 million people died in the Holodomor. And you mentioned at the end that there were around 4 million people who actually protested against the collectivization before the before the start of Holodomor. And you also mentioned about, in the correspondence between Stalin and the local government, the idea that somehow the regime felt that they were punishing the people enough. Do you think that it wasn't an accident that they killed off the same number of people who protested? Was this somehow the goal to punish Ukraine, or do you think it was just a coincidence?
Sorry, could you repeat the last sentence?
Yes, so do you think that somehow the goal of the Holodomor was to kill off the number of people who protested against the collectivization, or do you think it was just a sort of a numerical coincidence?
I would regard it as the Holodomor as the policy that was aimed to it was targeting the minority of the peasants and minority, but at the same time it was eliminating the whole of Ukrainian intelligence and political leaders and the clergy. But it was aimed to create this famine, to subdue the majority into compliance and to dominate the majority. And likewise, I don't think they would kill, provided, you know, even in Kherson, they wouldn't kill everybody, but they would definitely remove the representatives of civil society. They will definitely remove all the leaders who do not collaborate, and there would be a terror to subjugate majority into compliance. And in that respect, in that sense, it does remind of the Holodomor. And yeah, I would agree with you. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
There was one question over there.
All right.
No? Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. I was just wondering, how aware would some of the leaders of these expropriation squads be of the wider goal of their missions?
How? Sorry?
So, would the likes of Brezhnev there, at the time, would he have been aware of the goal of their...
The gold?
The goal,
the goal.
Of their expropriations?
In
Would he have seen that it was a wider... It was to crush the peasantry, or...
In Kazakhstan and Russia?
In Ukraine.
In Ukraine. What was the goal?
No, the goal, so sorry, the aim of their mission to expropriate the grain from the peasants.
Yes.
Would the likes of Brezhnev, for example, would he have been aware that it was to starve the peasantry, or...?
Well, that's a good question, because some of them, perpetrators later in their memoirs, said that they were not aware. And yet, when we take perpetrators' testimony, we always have to apply what Christopher Browning says, test of 4 questions. Was it probable, what they're telling us? Is it possible? Could it be verified in other sources? And whether it serves their self-representation. And sometimes other perpetrators say, of the Holodomor, saying that those who claim they were not aware of the results it was leading to, they are claiming that because it's convenient for them to do so, to make peace with their with their concerns about their involvement. And likewise, when I looked at the perpetrators and I engaged with other archival sources by other people they were working with, testifying on them, I realized that, yes, people can be very economical with truth and serve their self-representation. So when you remove the last from the family, and you know they need to eat, and you know they can't go to the city, they can't go to the fields, surely somebody's going to die as a result of that malnutrition, because you wouldn't be the only person removing the lust from them. And I know I can't use that in the articles, but I can use that in the presentation. I was interviewing one 100-year-old man who, at the time, I thought he was a witness or survivor of the Holodomor, and so did his family. And then when he started talking to me, I understood it was a confession of a Komsomol who had that experience in all his life, and he wanted to share with somebody as a confession. I don't know. His family were shocked when he was describing the searches and how the family of 5 that he expropriated food from died the following spring. And he said, well, don't include that anywhere. It was done for the greater good. And then when I switched off the rec order, he said, no, child, just remember, it was to tame the Ukrainian man, muzhik, Ukrainsky muzhik. So even the 15, 16-year-old who was loyal to the regime all his life, that's just a vignette. Obviously, it's anecdotal evidence, but based on other testimonies and testimonies of perpetrators of other cases of mass violence, we can tell that is the case. Later, people do realize what they've done and what it was leading to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have time for one more question, right, Andrei? One more. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your talk. It was extremely interesting. I just wanted to ask what degree of awareness there is amongst the population of Ukraine of these events of the 1930s and what the general attitude towards them is, if there is still awareness. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you. And it is indeed a very crucial question in comparison with Russia, for example. Indeed, there is awareness. And in fact, more than 80% of Ukraine population at the moment recognize this as a genocide. So there were major projects, state-sponsored and grassroots projects to commemorate the famine and its victims. And 4 million out of 21, it's quite a large number, even though some historians go higher, but this is verified. Forget that, I stick to around 4 million. In Russia, there are few scholars working on the subject. And as you know, this reckoning with the past and Stalinist crimes is very politicized in Russia since late 1990s. And as a result, I would say in comparison with Ukraine, we see Russia not reflecting upon its past, never mind holding anybody accountable for that. In Ukraine, there was post-mortem, I don't know how to call that persecution, but there was a case against Republican perpetrators, not district level, not village level, but at least somebody was held accountable posthumously, but not in Russia. Thank you.
Thank you very much for fantastic talk, for fantastic conversation, and let's applaud to our speaker. So we again have like nearly 10 minutes of break and then our last speaker, and after that, collective discussion.
Hello, everyone. And welcome. And we're going to start in just 1 minute. So please proceed into the debate chamber. Good evening, everyone. Could you please take your seats at the debate chamber? Thank you all for coming or returning to our last session before our collective Q&A session today. Our last speaker today is Willem Blecker, who is an associate professor of comparative East European culture at University College London and a visiting fellow at the Institute for Human Sciences in Vienna. He's the author of Memory, the City and the Legacy of World War II in East Central Europe, Ghosts of Others. And he has also translated the work of numerous Ukrainian writers, including Oleg Sentsov's short story collection, Life Went On Anyway. Today, he speaks on Lviv's palimpsest of memory, considering the culture of Western Ukraine. Dr. Blecker, thank you very much for joining us, and now the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Andrei. I was just, before I start, can I ask, could you enable screen sharing?
You should be able to share a screen at the moment. Are you not able?
No.
Is it going?
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Okay, perfect. So, yeah, thank you so much for the invitation to speak at this wonderful event, and thank you so much for organizing it. So I was asked to say a few words about the city of Lviv, as Andrei said, and it's a place that I have visited frequently over the last, must be about 20 years. It's a place that's been, once you've been there, it's hard not to fall in love with it. You know, it's a kind of, it's not only a sort of beautiful Central European city, but it's also, for me, particularly interesting and particularly fascinating because of its kind of rich cultural history. It's very complex cultural history, and that's what I want to say a few words about this evening. So I will just share my screen. And hopefully this will be visible to everybody. So one of the quotes that I often return to from the long and rich literature about Lviv is from the German language writer Josef Roth, a writer who came from the Lviv region, from the town of Brody, which is just a couple of hours train journey northeast of Lviv. And he called the city a city of blurred boundaries. It was a city that Josef Roth knew well. He spent a lot of time there. He studied there when he was growing up. It's the big regional capital. And it's this idea of blurred boundaries is something that applies to Lviv, I think, in several different ways, and we can understand it in several different ways. First of all, in the most basic and literal sense, it's a place which has experienced the shifting, dissolving, re-establishing, reinforcing, blurring of physical, political boundaries, borders. It is a borderland city today, as you can see on the map of contemporary Ukraine on the slide, and it has for a long time been a borderland city. But those borders have been between different kinds of states and different kinds of empires, and they've been sometimes to the west of it, sometimes to the east of it. And it's very much been a feature of Lviv's history from the very beginning. And it's managed in its sort of 800 years or so of existence to be in numerous different political entities. So it starts off its life in the 13th century as part of the Galician-Volhynian kingdom. It's founded by King Danilo and named after his son, Lev, so Lviv meaning Lev's city, essentially. And this being one of the kingdoms that arises kind of in the wake of the collapse of Kiev and Rus in the medieval period. From the 14th to the 18th centuries, it's in Poland in different guises, in the Kingdom of Poland and in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. And those 4 centuries really define its history in many ways. It goes from this medieval Ruthenian, i.e. Ukrainian city, to a Polish, Jewish Ukrainian city by the 18th century, as it goes through the early modern and into the modern periods. And it becomes a very important center, regional center of trade, of commerce, but also of intellectual life and of culture, and also of religious life. So after the partitions of Poland at the end of the 18th century, we have Lviv in the Austro-Hungarian Empire. So it's now in the far northeastern reaches of Austro-Hungary, in the Kingdom of Galicia and Lodomeria, as the new province is called. And it remains dominated by Polish elites and a Polish population numerically, but you have obviously this strong influence of the Austro-Hungarian Empire as well, adding to that and changing the population slightly as well. So after World War I, the collapse of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and again the borders shift around Lviv, and it's in the Second Polish Republic for the 2 decades between the wars. During World War II, the city goes back and forth several times. It's occupied by the Soviets, first in 1939, then it's occupied by the Nazis, then it's reoccupied by the Soviets. And this obviously results in drastic changes to the population. So after the war, partly during and then after the war, we have the deportation of the Polish population, and obviously the Jewish population is murdered in the Holocaust. After 45, Lviv, again, from being the kind of one of the easternmost outposts of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, in the southeast of Poland, even sort of one of the further east cities in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, it becomes one of the westernmost points of the Soviet Union. So as you can see on the map here, Poland's borders shift quite dramatically to the west. It loses these large eastern territories, which are today parts of Belarus, Lithuania, Belarus, and Ukraine. And Lviv, again, goes to another state, and that's the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic, which already exists in the interwar period, but is now expanded westward to incorporate these territories. And so it's very interesting to kind of think about the way that Lviv is seen from within those imperial contexts. Goes from this sort of easternmost outpost of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, where it's seen as this kind of in this quite often this kind of quite exotic and distant borderland, almost having one foot in Asia, to being in the Soviet Union, where it becomes one of the most European cities in the Soviet Union, and it's one of the places where they made movies in the Soviet Union, for example, that were set in in European cities. They would choose Lviv as a set because it looks like a European city. And then we have obviously the borders after the war corresponding more or less to the contemporary borders of Ukraine, just with Crimea being added a few years later. And today, Lviv being one of the largest and most important cities in Ukraine. It's the only really big city that is very overwhelmingly Ukrainian speaking as well. So in that sense, it's very important, but it's important sort of culturally, politically, economically, and so on in Ukraine today. And still, its borderland status is important. As we've seen recently, it's become this conduit through which Ukrainians trying to get out of the country pass through, because it is so close to the Polish border. So the history of Lviv has been one of shifting borders, of the shifts of states coming and going, in that kind of physical or political sense. But it's also been a place where cultural borders have been blurred. It's been, throughout most of its history, a very diverse place. Just to give you a sense of just the 20th century, here's how the demographics have changed over the course of the century. So you can see at the turn of the 20th century, we have not quite an overall majority of Poles living in the city, just over a quarter Jews, and then about 20% Ukrainians. So you can see a very diverse place, and a place which doesn't have one single overwhelmingly kind of absolute majority population. In that sense, quite characteristic of towns in this region as well, which some of them maybe slightly smaller would be split sort of three ways between Poles, Jews and Ukrainians, places like Drohobych, for example. So a diverse place with different languages being spoken in the streets: Polish, Ukrainian, Yiddish, German, other languages as well. The war changes that quite drastically. Obviously, the Holocaust means that the Jewish population is murdered in the Holocaust. The Poles are deported. And after the war, the city looks very different. You see, with the Soviet occupation and then the initial years of Soviet rule, we have a big rising number of Russians. And that, as you can see, slowly drops away towards the end of the century, especially after the end of the Soviet period. And this is these are old census data, for about 20 years old, so that the percentage of Russians is probably a bit smaller today. Today, Lviv is probably as kind of homogeneous in that sense than it has ever been in its history, in that it's overwhelmingly Ukrainian. But for a long time, it was a place where different cultures, different religions met, overlapped, interacted, clashed, fought with one another. Boundaries between them were drawn often in violent ways. After the First World War, and attempts to establish Ukrainian statehood, there was a battle between the Poles and the Ukrainians for control of the city. In the wake of that battle, there was a pogrom against the Jewish population. Again, in World War II, we have different, very, very complicated sort of multilateral conflicts in this region and around the city. And again, another terrible pogrom in 1941, where the Nazis blamed the Jewish population for atrocities carried out by the Soviets as they were retreating. So it does have that side to its history, but it also is a place where communities, as I said, overlapped, interacted. Families would often be mixed in various ways. A place where hybrid dialects of Ukrainian and Polish were spoken, very, very distinctive and specific dialects. The city's architecture, I think, reflects this very well. On the one hand, we can see the ways in which the different communities in the city have participated in the same kind of cultural trends alongside one another, as it were. So it's a city with a very rich Baroque architecture. So you can see the Greek Catholic, i.e. Ukrainian, St. George's Cathedral, which sits on top of a hill very imposingly in the city. but also for example, the Golden Nose Synagogue, a very, very famous synagogue that was destroyed by the Nazis during World War II. But you can see the same sort of Baroque architectural features in these. Similarly, what would we say, a Polish example, this is a Dominican church, which was, after World War II, became a museum of atheism. And then, after independence, it was transferred to the Greek Catholic Church. But you can see it could almost be somewhere in Italy, this building. It's interesting to look also at the imperial architecture. Certain parts of Lviv, as Prospect Svobody, which is one of the main thoroughfares, for example, you could be somewhere in Vienna. There's the buildings dating from that period, from the 19th century, or from the end of the 19th century, beginning of the 20th century. The train station, very characteristic, kind of Habsburg-style train station. The Opera House, which is in many ways the focal point of the city. Very, very much imperial Habsburg Viennese style, but also, if you go to the Opera House and you look at the decorations and the murals and the paintings and the artworks inside, it's very, very much telling a Polish story because it was designed by Polish artists. So there's a kind of meeting of the imperial style with the national there as well that you can read in these buildings. Also, the buildings, the architecture of Lviv is not built kind of separately or in isolation by the different communities that live there. We have buildings, for example, Polish and Ukrainian architects collaborating to build a Jewish hospital. Yeah, so here this hospital was built in 1902 and is today still a hospital. It's a maternity hospital. Or one of the most striking sort of modern fin de siècle buildings in the center of the city, the Ministère Society building, so it's an insurance cooperative built by the Ukrainian community, but again with a Polish and Ukrainian architect. Or we can see, I think one of my favorite examples, the paintings inside the Armenian cathedral. So there's a very beautiful and famous Armenian cathedral in the city, and it has murals by the Polish artist Józef Mechov. So on the one hand, Lviv is a place where various groups have consolidated their cultures and their social lives, and the specificity of those existences. So many important national figures or nationalist figures indeed from different groups are associated with Lviv. You can think of Ivan Franko, for example, one of the most important kind of fighters for Ukrainian national self-determination in the late 19th, early 20th century, or Maria Komotnicka, for example, a sort of similar type of writer in the Polish tradition. But it was also a place where these divisions lost their meaning or became less relevant. And a good example of that would be in the interwar period in the work of the artists group. So this was a group of modernist avant-garde artists who came from various backgrounds, Polish, Jewish, Ukrainian, but worked together, collaborated together in this artistic grouping. And a good example would be, Margit Reich-Szelska, whose husband was Roman Szelski. She was Jewish, he was Ukrainian-Polish. They got married, they were a married couple, but they also worked together creatively in this artistic group. Between the wars and also actually after the wars, they stayed and worked in Soviet Ukraine. And this kind of existence between cultures in this environment where different cultures, different languages, different traditions overlap is very characteristic of a lot of important writers who've come from Lviv. And there are many. These are just a few that I've chosen to kind of illustrate this. So we could think of Bogdan Igor Antonich, who is one of the most important Ukrainian poets of the early 20th century, someone who, a poet who came from the Ukrainian-Polish borderlands. He was a Lemko ethnically. So spoke the Lemko dialect, learned literary Ukrainian as a young man, and combines kind of his own folkloric influences of his own background with Ukrainian classics, but also modern European poetry influences from symbolism, but also, for example, influenced by Rilke, or influenced by Walt Whitman, for example, was one of his favorites. So very much a kind of figure in a very typically Lviv way, kind of incorporating all kinds of different influences. Someone kind of rooted in nature, the village, folk culture, but also writing about the city, about jazz, about sports and things like that. Josef Roth I already mentioned, so comes from a Jewish Galician family in a small town, Brody, a very sort of typical small Jewish Polish town. Brought up speaking Polish and German, studies in Lviv and Vienna, and becomes one of the great German language novelists of the 20th century. Gabriela Zapolska, another very, very important figure in Polish literary history, who came from Lviv, an early modernist, a feminist, someone who, but also a writer who approached the Polish-Jewish relations, or the sort of position of Jews in Polish society at that time in very interesting ways, and wrote about anti-Semitism, for example. Leopold von Sacher-Masoch is another one who people might not realize is associated with this region and this city. He came from the Lviv region, obviously a German language Austrian writer whose work gave rise to the term masochism, but who expresses in many ways a very distinctive kind of Galician identity, and who's very interested in Jewish culture and very interested in Ukrainian culture as well, and that's reflected in some of his work. Franco as well, I mentioned. So Franco is probably one in the canon of Ukrainian literature, one of the three big names alongside Lech Ukrainka and Taras Shevchenko. So very much a national figure and a nationalist figure. But also someone who, in his earlier life wrote in German and Polish, who published an awful lot in the Polish press, who studied in Vienna, who was influenced by Zionism, who wrote important works on Ukrainian-Jewish relations, for example. And finally, Deborah Vogel, who's a very, very interesting writer, poet and prose writer, who is kind of loosely associated with the artist group that I mentioned. She came from a middle-class German, Polish-speaking Jewish background, but chose to write in Yiddish, and became a very, very important and, at her time, quite influential modernist avant-garde poet in the Yiddish language, and had her work published in New York, for example. But was then sort of sadly rather forgotten about for a long time. So these are just a few examples of these writers who kind of exist between traditions, between languages, between sort of tradition and modernity often as well. How is this all understood today in Lviv? Well, in kind of, I would say, Lviv is often thought of as a place where nationalist politics are strong, where Ukrainian identity is very strong. The latter is certainly true. The former, to an extent, although it's sometimes exaggerated, but also it's a place that increasingly recognizes the importance of this rich kind of multicultural history, and especially since maybe the 2000s, there's been an increasing recognition of how this rich multicultural heritage is relevant to us today, to people who live there, to Ukrainians who live in the city. And there have been a lot of efforts made to translate those works from German, from Polish, from Yiddish into Ukrainian. One of the leading translators, Jurko Prochasko, gave this very, I think, characteristic quote about the writers that he translates, and he translates from all three languages, Polish, German, Yiddish. They belong to us. Each of them is one of us, as people from this place, from Lviv. So we cannot not translate them. We have to translate them to understand ourselves and our city and our kind of place in the world. So I'm also kind of thinking about our literary heritage, not in terms of the language that it's written in or the kind of ethnicity of the writer, but its relevance to our physical surroundings, or the place where we come from, the place that we're attached to. And this, the third one here, is a translation of the Polish science fiction writer Stanisław Lem, the author of Solaris, from which the famous film was made. This is not by Prochaska, it's by another translator. The way that this is reflected, so that's kind of in the world of maybe writers, translators, intellectuals, intelligentsia. The way that this is reflected in the wider city, I think we see a similar thing. And it's very interesting, for example, to look at the attitudes towards the various kind of inscriptions that you can find on the walls. So old shop inscriptions in Yiddish or in Polish. Whereas in the Soviet times, these were often painted over. And even in the 90s, maybe they would be, people didn't pay too much attention to them, they might be painted over. Today, they are very often preserved, uncovered, and even kind of businesses in the city centre quite like to have these on the front of their shops, on the front of their cafes and so on. And even the picture on the right, you can see that this has actually been very carefully uncovered, this old sign. And it's kind of interesting to me that the later kind of graffiti has avoided writing over the Polish inscription. There are also very interesting commemorative initiatives, especially worth mentioning the Center for Urban History in Lviv, which is a private research institution that does a lot of really interesting work with this multicultural past. And one of those things was the Space of Synagogues project. So that's in the site where the Golden Road Synagogue, which I showed you earlier, used to stand. They built this very interesting, innovative memorial space, which is on the one hand a Holocaust memorial, but it's also a kind of space that celebrates the presence and the life of the Jewish community as well. And the monument actually incorporates very diverse voices from various texts from the Jewish community that once inhabited the city. We can also see a similar trend in sort of popular culture. So for example, in festivals dedicated to non-Ukrainian writers, like the Stanisław Lem Festival, which is now a regular event, or similarly, there's a regular klezmer music festival in the city. And we also see it in consumer culture and in cafes in particular. So it's kind of become a way that entrepreneurs in the city have realized this is a kind of resource which can be used. So a lot of the cafes and the restaurants, they use this kind of nostalgic aesthetics. They have sort of Polish or Jewish or kind of Habsburg elements especially. And one of those is the Cafe Masok, which has a masochism theme and has a little monument of Zakir Masok outside of it. Obviously, with that kind of consumerization and commercialization, there can be problems. It's not always done in the most, let's say, sensitive way. There's a certain kind of stereotypes creep in some ways, particularly with the way that the Jewish past is represented. But I think overall, even this commercialization is a sign of an increasing recognition, acceptance and celebration of this multicultural past in the city. And just to finish off, Lviv today, obviously what's happening now in Lviv is that thousands of people are streaming through to the city or through the city from the east. And once again, we see this question of the shifting of boundaries, of borders, the blurring of borders, in this case, a very violent blurring of geopolitical borders, once again, influencing the city. But I'm sure that Lviv will rise to this challenge, as it always has. So that's all I've got to say. I'll be very interested to hear your thoughts and answer any questions.
Thank you very much for this very important talk, as all our today's talks. We open Q&A session, so please raise your hands and I will give you the floor. Stefan. Yeah, so the first question is already approaching.
Thank you, William, for a very interesting talk. I suppose it's very easy for people today, particularly in Lviv, to be quite nostalgic about the past of the city, given that the population today is predominantly quite uniform, as opposed to, for most of its history, when it was very multi-ethnic, as you say, and multi-confessional. I wondered, well, I noticed you used the term multicultural a few times, and I just wanted to get your thoughts on the use of that term in particular, because to me at least, multicultural seems to be a very modern term that looks in an almost exclusively positive light, multiple different cultures and perhaps nationalities coexisting in harmony together and enriching their cultures together. However, of course, we're all aware, and you spoke about this too, that there were often tensions between the different national groups in Lviv, and often that descended into violence even before 1939. So I wanted to question the use of the term multicultural and to get your views on your choice of that term.
Yes, thank you for this really important question. Yeah, it's, and what you said just at the beginning of the question, actually, there's an essay, a very interesting essay by Jurko Prochaska, the translator that I cited, who makes precisely this point. He says that, the people in Lviv are so pleased about the Habsburg past and the fact that we're part of this big, and there's this kind of Habsburg nostalgia is definitely something in Lviv and Western Ukraine. Something that probably Josef Roth would recognize from his own writings, even back in between the wars, of this kind of idyllic coexistence of multiple different groups together in an atmosphere of tolerance. And of course, sometimes it was, maybe that's justified, and many times it definitely wasn't. And he makes that point that it's very easy to be tolerant when those people are not there anymore. And that's definitely, that's a problem that I think is true not only for Lviv, but across kind of East Central Europe. And especially, one thing that I've looked at in my own research is how the Jewish communities of various cities, mainly in Poland and Ukraine, are remembered. And there is really a lot of seemingly very positive developments in that front. Poland especially has kind of just endless numbers of Jewish cultural festivals in large and small cities. But there is this problem of, what does that mean when those people we are celebrating and remembering, this kind of nostalgia, we are no longer there. And that critical moment, which might, extend this to contemporary minorities and contemporary problems of this nature, is not always, that link is not always made. So yeah, it's definitely a problem. I mean, I always think that, at least that kind of, even if the celebration is nostalgic and it's maybe uncritical, I think at least it lays a sort of foundation which raises these things to the surface, and on which which can potentially be taken to critical dimensions, which is a lot better than what it was for decades after the war, where there was just this kind of silence around this fact that these places had once been diverse. But yeah, the use of multicultural, the way I'm using it, is just certainly in this kind of retrospective sense. for sure. I don't think, for example, the periods that we're talking about, it was thought about in that way. Very often, if you look at the work of a writer like Franco is very, very interesting on these questions. It's very much a history of the way that he represents the interaction between the Poles and the Ukrainians and the Jews in Western Ukraine. It's not harmonious. There's conflict, there's confrontation, there's competition for resources, for political power. But also you see him kind of mapping out ways in which there could be potentially solidarity between Ukrainians and Jews, for example. He has this novel called Crossed Paths, which is not set in Lviv, although Lviv features there. It's set in a smaller city, but there's this kind of idea that the Ukrainian peasants and the Jews and maybe more sympathetic progressive Poles can form relationships to overcome the oppression of the peasants especially, but also of the kind of poorer Jews. It's a very, very complicated topic in Franco. He's not always very positive in the way that he talks about the Jewish attitude toward Ukrainians, for example. But he's always looking for those ways in which competition and conflict can be turned into some kind of positive way, for example. But he wouldn't have thought about it as in, like you said, this is wonderful that we live in a multicultural society.
Thank you very much. Please raise your hand. And yeah, another question.
Hi, thanks very much for your talk. My question was kind of twofold, going on from the multiculturalism aspect. Would you say the same applies for the whole Galicia region as in the city of Lviv? And is the kind of resurgence of multiculturalism, of kind of warm feelings towards the region's Polish and Jewish heritage, can it be felt there as well in the rest of the region? And without being too provocative, how does the history of Ukrainian nationalism, especially during the Second World War, fit into all of that? Thank you.
Yeah, so these are really good questions. The first question, you can find it elsewhere as well. It's maybe not so well advanced as it is in Lviv, but it has been changing quite quickly over the last, I'd say, decade, 15, 20 years. And it's quite noticeable as well, actually. There's a very interesting book which was sort of a little bit controversial among a lot of Ukrainians and Ukrainian historians by a historian called Omar Bartov, who's called Erased. And he sort of travels around Galicia, basically, looking at all the ways in which the Jewish heritage has been erased, whether deliberately or whether just through neglect or ignorance and so on. And it's a very, very depressing and kind of negative picture, but an important book in sort of raising the problem. And I think since he wrote that book, and I don't remember exactly, but it might be probably early 2000s, things I think have got a lot better. There are, on the one hand, it's to do with, and it has been even going back into the 90s, it's to do with, for example, activists coming from outside Ukraine. So Jewish heritage groups who get involved with looking after Jewish cemeteries or synagogues in small towns and even villages, and working together with local people. And a lot of the time you do find that there are local people who are willing to get involved with this, who know things, who are historians, but maybe don't have the resources. And there's a big question of, when we talk about heritage and preservation of heritage, resources is a big question. One big problem in Ukraine is a lack of resources to, if you don't have resources to build a road in this village or this small town, looking after the Jewish cemetery might not be possible either. So there are a lot of complicated reasons why these things might be the way they are. But also Polish groups, the way that, for example, certain sites like the Lechakiev cemetery in Lviv, which has a lot of famous people, famous Poles are buried there, like Gabriela Zapolska, by the way. But there are also important military burials there, which were basically fell into ruin, sort of deliberately so under the Soviet period, but then with some friction and tension and disagreement, a very complicated story, but that whole cemetery was restored and it looks really nice. And through kind of joint efforts. So there's kind of cooperation with the stakeholders outside of Ukraine is important, and that's brought it to smaller places as well. But you find it like there's places like Drohobych, where the Polish modernist writer Bruno Schulz came from. So this is a kind of a writer who's sort of, known on a world scale, I would say. There is a festival there every 2 years dedicated to Schulz, which I think initially was kind of maybe an event that local people were not so aware of and involved in, but I think it's increasingly become so. There's a cultural centre in the town of Buchach, very small town, which is dedicated to the memory of Shmuel Yosef Agnon. It's a very important writer in Hebrew who came from that city, and that little cultural centre in this very small town, formerly a shtetl, has now become this kind of centre where Ukrainian writers come and do residencies. It's made, important links to institutions in Israel as well. So there are little things happening here and there. Chernivtsi is another one, which has a very prominent literary festival in Ukraine called Rydzin Chernovitz, which is, and the whole kind of starting premise for establishing that was the work of Paul Celan. So again, one of the most important post-war German language poets, one of the most famous poets of the Holocaust, who came from Chernivtsi. And his legacy has kind of been rediscovered and used as this kind of cultural resource by people in Chernivtsi. And so it's really an important event in Ukrainian literature. So basically, yeah, things are happening outside of Lviv. In terms of Ukrainian nationalism, yeah, so, I showed you the Holocaust Memorial, the Space of Synagogue Memorial, but we could also, talk about the monument to Stepan Bandera, which was put up in Lviv sometime in the mid-2000s. And that legacy certainly is something which is problematic in many ways. And when people talk about this, the kind of celebration of Ukrainian nationalism and the organization of Ukrainian nationalists and the Ukrainian Salvation Army and so on, it does tend to be something that's not really an all-Ukrainian thing so much. It's kind of quite focused on these regions. Places like Lviv, Ivano-Frankivsk, for example. It's a very, very complicated story, because the primary reason why these figures are remembered is because they are seen as having fought for Ukrainian independence against Soviet totalitarianism, which has been the main threat to Ukrainians in the 20th century. And people think about the Holodomor, which Dasha was talking about just previously. And these were people who fought against that system. So that's why they are important. Their attitude towards Jews, towards Poles, is something which, it's not something which is celebrated, but it's something which is kind of ignored. So nobody celebrates the fact that there were people in the OUN who were anti-Semitic, but people just don't really want to talk about it because it ruins their image as anti-Soviet fighters. And when you have this situation where Ukraine is constantly feels a threat, and now obviously we have that situation, it's quite difficult to have these conversations of let's deconstruct and criticize the national heroes. But it has happened to an extent, and some of the most important Ukrainian historians have written critically about Bandera and the unknown and so on. So it's, one thing about Ukraine is that you can say is that these conversations happen, the discussions are open, sometimes they can be heated and there's controversy, but they do happen, and you can say what you want, you can be critical. But again, I would say it's also interesting when you think about the extreme stress that Ukrainian society is under, that those kind of ideas and those kind of figures are not more popular. This kind of turn towards, extreme forms of nationalism, it just hasn't happened over the last 8 years when Ukraine has been at war and is now kind of facing this existential threat. So I think that's also interesting about Ukrainian society as well.
Thank you very much. We still have time for one more question. So, yeah, raise your hands. No questions, right? Or, Andrei, do we have any questions via Zoom? No. Oh, okay, I see. Thank you very much for this another very important talk. Thank you very much for very interesting questions. Applause to our speaker. And in 15 minutes, we are going to have a final discussion with all the speakers of our today's teach-in at Cambridge Union. So please feel free to come and ask very provocative questions so that we can have a very interesting discussion. See you. Oh. I don't think, no. Just. So we can. So yeah, thank you very much for coming to our teach-in at Cambridge, the Cambridge Union. We're going to start our final discussion in just a couple of minutes, so please take your seats in the most comfortable for you way and place. And we also invite our speakers to join us over here. So, yeah, we're just waiting for a couple of minutes.
And can we please have a gallery view for Zoom, if possible?
Okay. Get on Zoom. Я скажу, що Олег подалась.
Ты можешь следующий, а ты слышишь, ты можешь давать микрофон спикер?
Dear friends, please proceed to your places because we're going to start in just 1 minute. I think we can start. So, first of all, thank you very much that all of you survived till the very end of our event. the reason why this event was organized is hardly happy, but the talks that were delivered during that day demonstrated that there are different problems that Ukraine now faces, but also different solutions that Ukraine and broadly Eastern Europe can negotiate in order to change the status quo in Eastern Europe, in the region. So, first of all, I would like to thank to our speakers, because you guys did a very fantastic job and we were attended by people literally from around the world. So thank you very much. We also would like to thank to our visitors. This is the reason why we organize it, to give people the possibility to learn more about Ukraine and to raise awareness about Ukraine. And I would also like to thank to Dr. Olenka Pevny, whose idea was to organize this event in that very format. So, with my personal pleasure, I'm giving the floor to Olenka, whose idea was to organize this fantastic event. Olenka, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So I have not much to add, except that I would like to, again, extend our thanks to all the speakers and to the Cambridge Union and to the University of Cambridge Center for Geopolitics, and most of all to the Cambridge University Ukrainian Society and Andriy Smitsnyuk and Stefan Blinder and all of their members who helped organize this event. I want to thank all the speakers for agreeing to speak today and for our audience for supporting us and for coming to learn about Ukraine. So I think we've been exposed to these constant images of horror in terms of what is happening in Ukraine. And I was hoping that this evening would allow everyone to see Ukraine from a slightly different perspective and to learn about Ukraine and understand the situation. And I thought that this last session, we could all just reflect on what has happened today in a sentence or two, all of our speakers, and maybe open the floor to any remaining questions. And since I am already speaking, I would like to say something and then pass on the floor to all our other speakers. And for me, I've learned so much from today's sessions about even my own area of study. From Lyudmila Sharipova, from Yuri Avakumov, and then from my extended area of study about the 19th century, about the Soviet period. And one of the things that I find that this current crisis, or I shouldn't say crisis, this current war, this war of Russian aggression on Ukraine is making me realize is how much work we need to do within our educational institutions and systems to bring all of this rich inheritance and material to the forefront. So I would like to call on all of us and all the speakers and everyone who came to listen to think about ways in which we can in the future, both in elementary schools, in universities, foreground the diverse materials and cultures that form Eastern Europe. And in that way, help bring prominence and understanding to lands such as Ukraine and Belarus. And other than that, I extend my thanks once more and invite all of our speakers to maybe say a concluding sentence or two. And I invite our audience or whoever else is still alive and remaining to ask questions if they have any questions left. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Olenka. So you basically formed a set of questions to discuss. So I invite our speakers to discuss what Olenka just posed as a problem. And I will give you microphones.
Well, maybe I should start as the first speaker. Well, thank you, Olenka, first for organizing this. I remember when we were standing outside the Senate House during the vigil, and we talked about this event, and I'm very happy that it actually came to pass now. I think that the point that you raise is very, very important, not just for schools, but also for our universities, of course. I mean, Cambridge has the great advantage that we have Ukrainian Studies. Not many other universities do have that. So that's the first step to introduce more Ukrainian chairs, not just in Harvard, where we have one anyway, but also in other leading universities in Europe. And of course, language education comes with it as well. I mean, I'm speaking I confess that I'm initially a Russianist, of course, but I also decided to reach out into another region, which is the Caucasus, simply because I was getting a bit bored about the constant focus on Stalin, Ivan the Terrible, Peter the Great, and so on, when there were so many other regions in the area close by with a very rich history. And of course, coming from sort of the other pole, from the Russian side, from Germany, where we have a different understanding of Eastern Europe in our universities, where the diversity of Eastern Europe is being studied much more than elsewhere, where this field was actually created in reaction to the Cold War. In German and Austrian universities, we started studying Eastern Europe already at the time when, as William told us, Lemberg was part of the Austrian Empire, and of course, it was on the horizon already for academics as well. So in a sense, diversity, taking imperial or new imperial history seriously and not just studying it from the center, that is Petersburg or Vienna or London or what have you, is also important. And I remember being of a certain age, when I went to graduate school in the United States, we had area studies. That has been disappearing largely, but it would be good to have it come back, because these are also ways of studying a region which are interdisciplinary. So it's not just history, it's not just political science, it's not just geopolitics or language and literature, but area studies is actually something which does exactly what it says. It studies an area. And I think this will also be a way forward when we think about our fields in the time after this war. I mean, there are many things to add, of course, in terms of what we should do with Russia, but I will wait if there are questions about that. So thank you.
I think, first of all, thank you so much for having me here. I think that this was a very educational experience for me, myself being alongside the speakers here and learning from their experience. And in terms of Ukrainian studies, so I am born in Ukraine, raised in Ukraine, even educated most of my life in Ukraine. And in Ukraine, the topics of Ukrainian language and literature are raised on every day and daily basis. And I think that what we're doing here, it looks like bringing the Ukrainian studies to further away. I feel that in the field or in area studies, there are many people who talk about very important things, and they continue talking to each other, and it rarely goes outside of this very, very small circle. And I think that it's also very important to include other topics of politics of Ukrainian economy in global context. And I mean, I'm hoping that this is what Cambridge Ukrainian Studies is doing, but essentially I think it's very important to have topics that have broader outreach and also study other countries, histories of other countries like Russia, per se, from Ukrainian perspective as well. I think that is very important, and I hope that today's event brought more knowledge to people who normally don't participate in this Slavonic Studies circle. At least I hope so. Thank you.
Is it okay if I sit? Is that all right? Yeah? It's a little more informal this way. I haven't eaten all day, so I feel like I can't really stand up anyway. And I do want to, speaking of not eating, I want to thank the members of the Ukrainian Society once again, because I don't think they've eaten at all, and they've been also working extremely hard all day. And I also want to just repeat thanks to Olenka for her vision in putting this together, all of our speakers, and to the union for having us, hooking up all the mics and orchestrating things on Zoom. It's been much appreciated, and we see you up there. Thanks for your support. I suppose I just want to mention a couple things in the interest of being as positive as we can under these circumstances, and point to our Ukrainian Studies program, because I do think it's something this institution should be proud of, that for 14 years we've been teaching students about Ukraine. And I also want to thank our students, our alumni, but our students now, because they're doing amazing work. They're translating the speeches of President Zelensky for the New York Times. They're working in humanitarian relief on the ground in Ukraine. They're reporting from the war, and they're bringing a perspective that is really important for all of us to celebrate right now, because it hasn't been, particularly in the Western context, as prominent as it could have been and as it should have been. And along the lines of what Andriy just mentioned, I think it's really important for us to think about taking this show on the road, so to speak. I hope I'm not putting all of our distinguished speakers in a bind here by saying that it would be really good to do teach-ins like this across Britain, because I think we here at Cambridge or Oxford, London are very spoiled for choice when it comes to events like this. But to go to places like Manchester, Liverpool, Nottingham, and beyond, Belfast even, I'm filling up everybody's schedules right now as I speak. But I think it's very important for us to sustain momentum going forward so that we can keep this energy developing. And Olenka mentioned something about elementary schools, and one of the more positive things that I've seen take place from colleagues that didn't know much about Ukraine before, but have been so shocked by this war, by its brutality, by Russia's aggression against Ukraine, that they organized a wonderful art activity. When they heard that the museum housing so many artworks by Maria Primachenko, they decided to do a teach-in of their own for primary school kids about her work. And for those of you who don't know about her work, she's a wonderfully vibrant, colorful, so-called folk artist. And the children produced amazing work. I mean, absolutely amazing work. And now they know her name. And I think that's one really positive development out of this horror, that new generations, young kids are learning about Ukrainian society and culture in different ways. And so we need to keep thinking, I think, about that future and finding some solace in that. I guess if we're going in order, I'm sorry.
Sorry about that. Okay, I'll stand up. That'll be easier for me to pontificate this way. When I first came to this country, which was a long, long time ago, mid-1990s, this was the last vestiges of the golden age of early Slavic studies in this country. The golden age that I think came to an end when the older generation of early Slavic historians, including my Cambridge supervisor, Jonathan Shepherd, retired. And of course, I mean, we remain, but I somehow strongly feel that it's not enough and that early Slavic studies need to be strengthened in a deliberate effort, not just when we can think about it, not just because it would be nice to know something else. I think it should be deliberate policy in Cambridge, where already it is, but also in places like Nottingham, where it isn't. And I wouldn't speak for other universities. Other people can do it if they so feel inclined. Well, recently, a couple of weeks ago, several weeks ago, I was invited to participate in a panel about, well, why the current outbreak of the war happened in Ukraine. And all the participants in that panel, but myself, were contemporary and modern historians. And when I was invited to talk about maybe the medieval origins of the current war or early modern origins of the current war, I said that I had to be very honest, and I don't see any origins of the current war in the medieval period or the early modern period, and simply because Putin said that this is where kind of it all starts, we shouldn't fall into this pattern and follow Putin's agenda. Still, we need to have broader early Slavic studies in this country, definitely, preferably everywhere else. Just because it is necessary to understand that, that what stands behind Kuchma's phrase mentioned today, Ukraine is not Russia. It certainly isn't, but we need to know more about early Slavic periods of history, not because of endless reiteration of this rather simple and straightforward point, but because it enriches the world to know more about Ukrainian history. And I'm very proud that one of my, at least two alma mater, the University of Cambridge, it has a program of Ukrainian studies. I wish that Nottingham could have something similar. There is a Department of Russian Studies. There are various interesting Slavic languages being studied there, but not Ukrainian, and I think it must. So I'll finish at that, and well, I would like to thank once again everybody involved in organizing this wonderful event and all the guests of this event. Thank you for your incredible perseverance, because to be honest with you, I was gnawed with my usual doubt of an early Slavic historian turning up to an event clearly dominated by modern and contemporary scholars. What do I say to people? Would they understand from what I am saying? Is it relevant, etc.? Yes, I listened to other papers. I saw direct connections with what I was saying, and yes, it is relevant. Thank you very much.
I will actually follow up on what you just said, Lyudmila, because the same. We have to revisit even how we teach Soviet history. And with my students over the years, we were looking at Soviet history not just from the perspective of the Kremlin or Soviet leadership. And in years, I can tell now that it was an eye-opening experience for many students who came to study Russian to learn of others' perspectives. And in the Holodomor studies, for example, especially with regards to revision in school in history, I was always met with, not marginalized, but met with skepsis. Why do you study that? Or, oh, the scholarly discussion of that subject only is very recent, because before it was dismissed as a Nazi propaganda, and just like we see echo of that today in Russian rhetoric about Ukraine. And I think to the question of Alenka earlier today, what do we need to do in our field? We need to be critical, we need to decolonize, as Alenka said, and we need to revise. We need to become revisionists, not only in the 20th century, as Lyudmila said, and early modern studies as well. And I would agree on that. And also I would like to add that today we discussed, in the breaks, we were discussing what is to come, what is the solution. And I think history teaches us, in the words of Ukrainian anthem, that Ukraine, yes, exactly, just like a Polish anthem, was such a formidable enemy at the border, that Ukraine is not dead. And the enemies, because we will put an effort into, will somehow disappear. And I think that is the way forward. Yep.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I usually don't get to hang out with linguists and very much, So it's been a lot of fun. Linguists and historians, typically around, people who study math or economics and finance. But the issues are not dissimilar. In that, a while ago, I was putting together a presentation, and the presentation was about sort of the economic history, if you will, or economic developments of modern Ukraine since 1991. And what appeared to me is that there are actually no Ukrainians who've written a book about the economic history of Ukraine. So, there are some people from Sweden who've written something, people from the US, IMF, the Russians have done it, and if you don't sort of write your own economic history, then kind of somebody else is going to write it for you. And they'll write it from their own perspective. They'll just say what they want to say. You're an appendage of their empire, or you are a failed state, or you need this, that, and the other, and this is what you need to do. And So I gave this thesis, and people said, "You write it." So since you said it, you do it. And I went on onto this project, and I got really, really bored because actually economic history of Ukraine is not that interesting. It's just a sort of limpering from crisis to another crisis, and it's like things never get resolved. So I kind of got stuck a little bit. But I think these recent events, I think, have given us all a bit of very tragic events have given us all a reason to think again that unless we teach a certain way, unless we write our own history, it doesn't have to be the history, right? I mean, it's just a history, right? It's just a view, but it's a view that has sort of Ukrainian perspective in mind. There is an incredibly boring but very influential book in the United States about it's called The Monetary Policy of the United States. And it's so incredibly boring. I mean, you literally cannot go past page 1. I mean, you just fall asleep. But there is a person named Ben Bernanke. Ben Bernanke was the chair of the Federal Reserve Board, the Central Bank of Ukraine, of the United States during the global financial crisis. He was a professor at Princeton, and when he was at MIT doing his econ, his math wasn't good enough. He said so in his autobiography. And so he went to his supervisor, a person named Stan Fisher, who is the godfather of central bankers around the world, and said, look, I can't handle it. What should I do? And Stan Fisher, autobiography of Ben Bernanke, picks up a book of economic history of the United States, give it to Ben, and says, look, if you like this is for you. This is more of a narrative. And Ben falls in love with it, dedicates his career, and the history of what happened it's a history of the monetary policy that started with the Great Depression. There's a failure of the central bank to address problems and what had to be done. Fast forward 30 years later, exactly the person, Ben Bernanke, who is needed at the helm of the central bank in the United States to deal with the problem, is the dude who 30 years before picked up that book. And that is why we need to do things, not for now, not for 5 years from now, not for 10 years from now, but for something that someone is going to read it. Some of you is going to come to your class, is going to read about, is going to learn about early Ukrainian history. 30 years later, that person is the UK ambassador to Ukraine. Remembers what you taught him, remembers about the early history, and says, look, I remember this. This is important. This place not only has history, it has early history. It has a lot of history, right? So that's, that's sort of that's the way we probably need to think about it. Cambridge is a good place for it. It has been around for 800 years. Doesn't forget things, right? So for better or worse, that sort of has been my thinking in retrospect. Perhaps think longer term, perhaps, revisit again. Even if something is incredibly boring, still needs to be done because, look, who knows when and how it's going to be important. If this idea came to you, it needs to be done. So something like that. Who wants to go next? Oh, there's one more.
William, can you hear us?
There's one more, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, I have fairly similar reflections, I guess, to those that have already been voiced. I think what's happened in Ukraine really shows what, something that we at my institution tried to push as much as we can, which is and that's the School of Slavonic and East European Studies at University College London, the importance of studying and understanding those cultures and those histories and those countries and those societies and those languages, which are not seen as the big ones and the main ones and the canonical ones and the central ones, or however you want to put it. And again, just to go back to something I think that Hubertus said, our institution was set up like 100 years ago, around about that time when the empires were collapsing and those strange small nations which people didn't understand were appearing on the map of Europe. And it was set up to understand them and to learn the languages. And that kind of, I think that mission, we still have it. and we still do it. And we also have, like in Cambridge, we have a Ukrainian Studies program. But it's certainly not something that we even in UCL and CEAS in this institution, which is built on that, and it's one of the biggest such centres in the world. It's not something that's kind of guaranteed. It's something that we worry about. It's something that we worry that will we be able to continue doing it? Will we be able to continue having that diversity and studying, you know, languages like Hungarian and Romanian and Hungarian and so on. I think what's happened just shows you how crucial that is, and how damaging it is when that expertise is not widespread. You know, and this sort of blind alleys and wrong turns that can result from that. And I think it's, again, this kind of been said, but this really is a moment where, you know, for a terrible and a horrible reason, that Ukraine is in the headlines, and it is a moment that we have to kind of seize as people who care about the region, are interested in it, and want to promote its study, and kind of build institutionally on the kind of, you know, amazing things that are happening in places like Cambridge, and try and get them out there in more places and expand them where we can, because it will pass. You know, this moment will pass. I think there was something kind of similar around about the Orange maybe the Orange Revolution, but also the Maidan as well. And then it kind of, the attention and the momentum does pass. So it's important that we kind of find ways to keep the momentum going. And I think one way is to kind of argue for the study of Ukraine as a great place to kind of think about questions like decolonization. You know, these kind of questions that are all over the place at the moment, that are important in so many different contexts, in so many different ways. You know, it is a place where you can where you can kind of practice this provincialization, you know, to use a term from the sort of post-colonial studies, where you can turn the tables on the big cultural centres and look at them from the margin and build new ways of understanding the world on that, which is outside of big power centres of power and important men, you know, and nation states and these kind of things. So, you know, I think the study of Ukraine really can contribute to those debates, and there are such fascinating resources in Ukrainian culture as well that you can draw on to contribute to those debates. Like, you know, the work of Les Ukrainka, for example, is such a brilliant way to think about the colonial situation, to think about gender in that context. You know, all of these very current problems, they're there in Ukrainian culture, and we can really, I think, if we think about it in that sense, in that way, you know, that way that we can make connections to larger debates and bigger problems, it's definitely a good way forward for thinking about Ukraine and sort of promoting Ukraine. You know, so I think it's a very, in many ways, Ukrainian culture and history can be a very modern, very sort of contemporary subject to study. So, yeah. But as Alenka said, lots and lots of work to do.
Thank you very much. I see, Olenka, you have some reflection, so please.
I would simply like to add to that even though we have a Ukrainian Studies program here in Cambridge, that doesn't mean there isn't a lot of work to be done. And one of the things that I would like to see happen is the introductory courses in Slavonic Studies department, to decolonize the introductory courses so that students don't come in and get a dose of the great Russian narrative, and then we have to spend 3 years undoing or deconstructing this narrative in every single class. So, for example, the presentation of Rus within an introduction to Russian culture class, to me, is no longer acceptable. And the omission of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, of the lands of Ukraine and Belarus in an introductory class in a program that actually has Ukrainian studies is also something that I think we can manage to do and reconstruct or deconstruct and reconstruct these introductory classes that we have in even our department. So I would say to think about writing these books that are, I've looked recently at a grammar school book and seen how the Soviet Union is presented, how the early history of Slavic lands is presented. It's always presented as Russia. In our introductory class here in Cambridge, the introductory class to Russian culture, we present all of the artwork created on the lands of Ukraine, in Kiev, in Kharkiv, as part of Russian culture. We don't even mention Korenizatsiya or different nationalities in our class. So there is work to be done, even in departments that have Ukrainian studies programs. And I think one of the places to start is to reconstruct these introductory courses to present Eastern Europe not through the perspective of Russia.
Thank you very much, Olenka. So now we are opening a Q&A session. So if you have any reflections or direct questions to our speakers, please raise your hands and we will give you the floor. All right.
Yes, so I just really wanted to follow on from what was mentioned about this need to kind of reevaluate the way that the Eastern Europe is educated, we are educated about Eastern Europe so that we don't get this sort of Russia-centric picture. Obviously, you know, it would have been nice if we'd done that before the current Ukrainian invasion. But I was thinking, you know, if we look around other parts of the world where we see, you know, an obvious one would be sort of like the China-Taiwan situation, or other parts of the world where we see potentially a similar situation arising. Should we be looking to kind of change the way that we educate about the Far East or other parts of the world so that hopefully, you know, we don't end up in this situation, and more importantly, those countries don't end up in this situation? And what is Cambridge doing to change its policies on that? Thank you. Sorry, a little off topic.
No, I can say that I definitely think we should be doing something about that. We do not have an African languages department in the University of Cambridge. We talk about the Black Lives Matter movement, but we don't actually have a representation of African languages in the modern and medieval languages and literatures department. So yes, I think we should definitely be doing that across the board. And Ukraine can serve as a good example for this decolonization. But I can't speak to what Cambridge is doing in these other areas outside of Slavonic studies.
Maybe our other speakers have some opinions on that topic. No. So we are going to other questions. Please raise your hands. Another question.
This may seem like a very obvious question, but if we get to a situation where many universities across the country are offering courses like what Cambridge is doing now and more in teaching students about Ukraine, about its history, about its language, its culture as something separate but connected to other events and other parts of history in Europe that we already know about, what would any of you say would be the signs that that has been successful? What do you want people to know, not just people who have graduated with a degree in Ukrainian studies, but more broadly? You know, what do you want people to know about Ukraine that you can say we might know the equivalent of about Russia or the Soviet Union?
I can speak to that question, maybe slightly indirectly. But it was kind of interesting what you said about you know, potential of students graduating with Ukrainian studies degrees and from more universities or whatever. And I think that would be great, and I hope that we can do that. But it's unrealistic to think that there will be sort of a Ukrainian specialist employed in every modern languages department anytime soon. But another way of thinking about it is that students who are learning about the literatures of the world through comparative literature or through modern languages degrees or doing survey courses, people who teach those can think about what's included. What's the canon of European literature? What's the canon of world literature that they're reading? And these kind of debates have been going on in comparative literature for a long time. But I think in the kind of modern languages departments, or we could even talk about in history as well, they don't necessarily filter through into the idea that you might want to take a text from somewhere like Ukraine and put it onto your course, which might be a thematic course, about, let's say, I don't know, I teach a course about memory and literature, yeah, and I'm sure there are lots of courses about memory and literature in various departments. So what can we do as Ukraine specialists in our kind of various departmental institutional homes to get those things out there so that people who are not necessarily specialists might find that accessible? So I think in that sense, translation is very important. Initiatives to promote culture more broadly in society are more important. Providing accessible academic work, textbook type work, but also for us to get out and get into the world of comparative literature and the conferences and so on, and try to kind of work in that way, so that when people so I teach some courses where I'll teach maybe a text from Czech literature, for example, even though I'm not a Czech specialist, but I can, as a sort of survey course, I can get by. So that someone can do that with Ukrainian, has the resources to do that, has a good translation, has some good secondary literature. In that sense, that's I think what we can, in what we are doing in places like Cambridge and Harvard, for example, we can think about how our work can be aimed in that kind of direction.
Thank you.
I would like to second that and say that it is unrealistic to think that we will have every language represented in every university. What we can do, though, is tell a story that is more complicated than the story that we're telling now. And it might be using different languages at different universities, but to just raise awareness of the complicated history and past and the richness of languages and cultures, as opposed to simplifying things, believing in our students that they could actually understand a more complex world and function in it.
I just wanted to add just a couple of words in response to your question. I think it was in the early 2000s, maybe a few years earlier than that, that Andrew Wilson published his very well-known book called Ukraine, an Unexpected Nation, something like that. And I think the outcome of our collective efforts, at least the way I see it at this stage, is for Ukraine to stop being an unexpected nation at every stage when something happens. When there is a Maidan in 2004, there is an unexpected nation. Then another Maidan in 2014, again, there is Ukraine emerging from it as an unexpected nation. And then 2022, there is an onslaught of Russia. And again, we have this narrative about this unexpected nation. I mean, it's a nation like every other nation, I'm sorry, like France, in Germany. And I don't want to compare Ukraine to Russia just today. It makes me, leaves a bad taste in my mouth. But I think I got my point through. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may, to me, a success would be that when students decide, there's about, I would say, an equal number of students who decide to take Ukrainian as Russian when they decide to specialize in it. And they're kind of like, okay, I can take Ukrainian, I could take Russian. Russian is interesting, maybe Ukrainian is more interesting. Or maybe, it is clearly a popular enough choice for enough people to specialize in it for whatever reason that they decide to specialize in it. And it's just going to be, manifested in a demand to learn it for whatever reason. Maybe if they're curious, maybe there's something that they wanted to find out, maybe there are cute girls there, I don't know. There's like, whatever the reason is, is why students decide to specialize in learning Ukrainian, and it's not going away. It's just sort of continuing, They have happy hours, they get together, and they're kind of like, oh, what have you read? Oh, I read this recent book. Oh, that's really cool. And, you know, did you watch a movie in Ukrainian? Oh, there's a new Netflix series in Ukrainian, something like that. You know, where you see the interest in it continuing and not being dominated by, you know, propaganda, you know, that old narratives and whatever, and something like that, you know, vibrancy.
I would like to add to your answer and to Leah's question about how do we measure that success if there are other chairs of Ukrainian studies across the country. Just going back to the events of 2004 and 2014, again, unexpected nations, and most commentators in the West are reporting either from Moscow on Ukraine, or they specialized or they studied Russia, and therefore they were qualified to talk about Ukraine. So I would imagine the success would be that commentators would actually study Ukrainian history, and they would have knowledge and expertise in Ukrainian history. So far it is difficult to get that in the UK. And also to add to Andri's answer is that in bookstores, there would be Franco, for example, that William mentioned earlier. There would be contemporary Ukrainian books, and they would be mainstream, or at least there would be cultural references to Ukrainian film, music, more than just cover by Pink Floyd, which was unheard of 2 months ago, if you could imagine that. But yes, I would like Ukraine to be more present in the West, for good reasons, not just for the bad news.
Thank you very much. We have time for one question because we promised to finish at 8.
Hi. Yes. Thank you all so much, and to Olenka and Willem. Hi, it's Tadek Wojtek. Yes. So my question is related to what we have just discussed, and I remember a bit of my personal story. I did Russian at St. Andrews, and I started in 2013, and there were 30-something of us in that year, and then 2014 happened, and suddenly there were 90 people in the year following me. And it's symptomatic of a much larger trend, that we in the field of Central and Eastern European studies get more funding, get more interest, get more visibility whenever something in our region is going wrong. So it's bad for the region, it's good for academia, it's good for the region, it's bad for academia. And my question is, what can we do? And I realize that the resources that we have in academia in the UK and elsewhere are very limited. But what can we do to make sure that Central and Eastern European projects get British Academy funding, that people working on Central and Eastern European projects get PhD funding? And I know we are in a room of people who have gotten this PhD funding, who have gotten JRFs, and in addition to, as Olenka and some others of you have suggested, to making this story a bit more complicated in undergraduate courses. What else can be done to make Central and Eastern Europe more interesting to people in this country when there are no wars and no conflicts and no revolutions going on in our region? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for this very important question.
I would like to say that if we had an interest, if we revise the way the material in Eastern Europe is presented from the very beginning in school books, in university textbooks, and tell the story from these various perspectives, it will be much more interesting than reading about Ivan the Terrible for the 2500th time, continuously and continuously. I think a story that talks about interactions, about people, will create that interest. But I would like to throw this back at you, Tadek. and say, it's also up to our students. It's also up to our students to question the narrative that is presented to them and to not sit in classes and just buy the narrative that is taught to them, not buy a book that says Kiev in Russia and was published in 1950 and use it for your course for the introduction to Russian culture class. Look at the date of the book, question why we're using it, ask for a different book.
Any other thoughts? No other thoughts. Thank you very much for joining our teach-in about Ukraine here at Cambridge Union. We would like again to thank to everyone who was connected to the organization of this event. We would like also to thank to Dr. Olenka Pevny, who unfortunately can't join us in person, but we'll definitely meet again and we'll continue this discussion, because this is only the beginning of this very long, very hard and very complicated conversation about how to learn about Ukraine in the topmost universities around the world. So thank you very much and take care. Slava Ukraini!